Board, introduce yourselves.
Nina Bacchus, cattle representative.
Sue Brown, dairy and poultry.
Lila Taylor, cattle.
John Scully, cattle.
John LaFeld, sheep. We'll start in the corner over there.
Leslie Doley, Brian's Enforcement.
Oh.
Brian Simonson, Deputy CFO.
Corey Anderson, Montana Stock Growers. Sarah Clergett, AG's office.
Rob Stutz, Agency Legal Services Bureau.
Thank you. Consent items. Lila.
I'm not making a motion.
Can I make a comment?
Yes.
One of the things we're trying to do, so I hope you notice that we do listen to you every once in a while. As you notice, we try to get as many of this fiscal year's travel requests in one meeting as we can, so that we'll have less in, if hopefully none, for a lot of our future meetings in this fiscal year. So I know that was a request you made last year. That's why there's so many travel requests on the agenda for this meeting.
Good question. I noticed that, and thank you. But I don't see anything for milk and eggs.
And that may be that they don't know their dates, or if they're gonna, or locations or anything like that, so they weren't able to do any sort of accounting of what potential cost might be. Whether they meet in Denver or Portland or Seattle, or as they normally do, significantly changes what it might cost.
Okay, and may I ask another question? We've got here meat and poultry, a request to hire. And are those things that need to be discussed, or can they just be done as a consent?
What we've done is we've put in the consent agenda the request to hires are filling current open positions that we are filling with the same position description and rate of pay as they were. In other words, no change to current operation.
Let's get these minutes approved.
Okay, then, Mr. Chairman, do you want to do just the minutes first and then the travel?
That's how it's set up.
Okay,
Yes.
then I would move that we accept the minutes as
There's
they've
a
been
second?
presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Brands report, brewer reports.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I'll move passage of brands and meat. I'd like to exclude milk, because I think that's the only place it's on the agenda, and I have a couple of questions about that.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Out-of-state travel requests.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the out-of-state travel requests be approved.
For the animal health, veterinarian, and brands enforcement, all three divisions.
Yes, these are
Second.
meetings they normally go to.
John seconded. All in favor?
I have a question before we.
Mhm.
On the one for, and it's the only way to ask it, I guess, is right now, on the one that, for the health and food safety that's in Cody, it tells all the people that report. How come we don't report? I mean, I don't know if anybody's here to.
The Bruce Lopez coordination team,
Yeah.
because that's actually a Wyoming coordination team, and they invite us to receive an update from Montana. They also invite the state veterinarian from Idaho to provide an update of Idaho's activities on brucellosis. But it's a Wyoming committee, a Wyoming-centric meeting.
So they invite Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks to report, but not us? I think that's odd.
No, they invite us. Dr. Liska provides a report every year.
Well, I think it's just in the document.
It's just in the document. I'm just, I actually read it.
She-
But it just says that, everybody reports, but we don't.
Right.
So I'm thinking if we're going and it's obviously we're part of the states, why we aren't one of the people who report.
Reporting.
We should be. That's a good point. And I think we do. But Dr. Liska is at Stevens Creek this morning.
No, he's right there.
Why don't you-
Oh, he's here.
So
I thought he was supposed to be taking
the brucellosis research group is the one that we typically do not report at. That was the one that has the list of all of the people that provide reports. That the Department of Livestock is not included in that list. And that's a report on current research. The Department of Livestock is not doing any research on brucellosis, and so we don't have anything to report in that setting.
Mr. Chairman, I just have one point, I
It's
guess.
odd to me, but that's
Talking about preparedness, if everybody, all 4 people go to a meeting, I'd like to have in place kind of a what to do if there's a crisis here and you're out of state. So just thinking about having that all set up before you're all gone.
Certainly.
Or maybe you already do.
We have some rough, I think, framework in place.
Okay.
Yep.
Great.
And it's something we can certainly flesh out more.
Yep, that'd be awesome.
Thank you.
I have a follow-up on my question. I would like to have a report from this meeting to see why we're not included as a reporting agency. If the Wyoming Livestock Board is included, why isn't Montana's?
Why don't you read the language so that everybody, because they're searching for it. I read that too.
It's Animal Health and Food Safety, the top that says that Dr. Liska and Dr. Szymanski are going.
Why don't we report at the brucellosis research group meeting?
Okay.
And I could answer that. And so they asked if I would report. I said I will gladly, but I have to get confirmation that I can go before I can tell you that I will. So I will report, assuming that you approve my travel. So I spoke to the person in Cody, Wyoming, who's setting up that meeting, and he did ask me to give an update on anything new in our DSA. And certainly we have some things that I'll update them on. But for the most part, it is a research meeting, and there will be a field trip to look at some of the things. I think even feed grounds in Wyoming that'll be enlightening, I think, on that meeting.
Thanks, Eric.
You bet.
All in favor?
Aye.
Are you still with us? All right.
Want me to do them now?
Yes, I do.
I had a couple questions. I thought we talked about one of them last time on milk, but and this is probably a question for Rob, that he's here. Doesn't Milk Control Board handle their own rulemaking?
So the Milk Control Board has the authority to make their own rules, but administratively attached agencies, the rules pass through the department to which they're attached. So there's a statute on it. If you want, I can pull it up in very short order. But they are responsible for making their own rules, but the Department of Livestock is responsible for the filing of the rules on their behalf. So
Okay, so why wouldn't the headers on these rules be Montana Milk Control Board rules versus Department of Livestock?
Because typically it's been done different ways in the past. It has varied, but typically the agency and the department to which they're attached are both listed on the headers of the rules when they're filed. It's because of the statute that says that the departments to which they're attached file the rules on their behalf. But you guys don't have the authority to make their rules. So the typical process is an administratively attached agency, when they have some rules, often they'll run it past the department to which they're attached to get some feedback.
Why couldn't we, for example, say, I guess I look at this differently than many on the board, seeing how the last thing we did with milk was a lot of fun relative to pricing. And why couldn't we put a header on it that says Montana Milk Control Board, and then on the cover sheet say filed by Department of Livestock, per statute, whatever. So that the public knows it's the Milk Control Board's, not the Board of Livestock's rule.
That's not typically how it's done, and again, it's because of this statute that requires that the department is the one who files the rules on behalf of the administratively attached agency.
But you ran. Let me pick on your words,
please.
You said that they run them by the attached board, which means to me they're suggesting that they want you to see it and approve it before you file it. But filing should be automatic, right?
So
I mean, we can't stop them.
No, you can't stop them, but the oftentimes, I'm thinking of examples from other departments
That's okay,
I work
that'd be
with. The rulemaking process includes an opportunity for feedback from the department to the administratively attached agency, because sometimes there's like a broader picture than just the narrow focus of what that one agency is doing.
But can't we do that in when their hearing process goes, when they put the rule out for comment?
Well, certainly the department could comment on the rule, but different departments.
There's just confusion out there already about, this is a Board of Livestock, and Sue can probably talk to it as well, that this is a Board of Livestock rule and it isn't.
Mr. Chairman, Rob, I've already heard people saying Mike signed off on this paperwork, meaning that all of us have okayed this new pricing. And I know for a fact that most of MDOL are against it, most of Dairygold are for it, for various reasons, concerned that, MDOL could shut down, Billings, concern. As far as Dairygold is concerned, they probably aren't in any danger, but it's not something I think that we as a group want to be involved in.
The education
we're
necessary
here
to say
for
something
we're here
intelligent.
for all farmers, not one side or the other side. So I think taking sides is really not appropriate.
So I guess my view is the department doesn't take sides by approving or not approving the rule. The department has the responsibility to file the rule, the statutory responsibility to file the rule on behalf of the administratively attached agency.
But can't we say that on a cover sheet? Board of Milk Control rule, whatever, filed by the Board of Livestock pursuant to the statute,
No.
and that just solves the problem?
Good to know.
There might be another way to
That's probably a question.
put a header on the thing. I don't know. Normally that's not how it's done, but I'm happy to talk with the Board of Milk Control to see if there's another approach. But in the past, there were times when the department, this board, filed rulemaking notices on behalf of administratively attached agency only under the department's name, without even referencing the administratively attached agency, because the department is the one with the authority to file the rulemaking notice.
But we also had an employee here who was very engaged in milk during that time.
Mr. Chairman.
Which leads me to my second question, and then you can answer them both. And that is, Chad Lee is not our employee, is he?
Yeah, he is.
Yes,
He is our employee. So we do hire him,
Yes.
not the Board of Milk Control?
Mr. Chairman, I would say we would not hire someone in either his position or George Edwards' position without consultation of their board. I consult with their boards on their evaluations, so their personnel evaluations. I get statements from their board chairs to make sure they're satisfied with their performance, because we're responsible for the performance evaluations. However,
I thought I read the statute, it doesn't say that we do that.
and I was going to also just make sure I stated for the record in reference to what Sue may hear from the countryside. If we want a different process, we have a different process. But in the time that I've been here, whether it's Livestock Loss Board or Board of Milk Control, I don't sign off on any paperwork. So the board chair, of those two respective agencies, with the staff that's been assigned to them by the Department of Livestock, gets that to our rule reviewer, which is Cinda Young, and so then Cinda does it. So I see it as a staffing issue, not an approval issue. It's our obligation from a staffing perspective to do the work to get that into the Secretary of State's hopper, not an approval process. So actually that other than Chad and George, both Chad Lee and George Edwards as our employees, they keep me in the loop about what their boards are doing, and they would say, our board has approved to do this rule, but that's the limit of my involvement, or how I have done it in the time I've been here. That's been the limit of my involvement to say, okay, if it's been approved by your board, they've taken the necessary legal action, and they're signing off on it, it's our obligation to do the paperwork.
But you do the personnel. Go ahead, Rob.
I'll just read the statute to you, and if you have questions about the language, we can talk about it. It says, the department to which an agency is allocated for administrative purposes only in this title shall, E, print and disseminate for the agency any required notices, rules, or orders adopted, amended, or repealed by the agency.
Okay. Print it.
Okay, but that says for the agency, so I think
Well,
your statement is...
I can print it and file it, but I don't have to declare it's mine.
And I think your statement is correct, that it belongs to them, and we are simply facilitating.
Time to.
Yes, and I think I would agree with you that we need to have that kind of wording. Then
What's that?
I agree.
You agree too? Okay.
This is.
I don't know if that's,
It's too late for now, right?
Well, I can call the Secretary of State's office to see
That might be
if
wise.
they require the, but, you know, at the end of the day, the department is the one who's responsible for getting those printed and disseminated.
That's okay, but I
And
can say
well, okay.
you know,
We don't want
I
to
mean, I
take
can-
ownership.
I can
No.
print some stuff out for you and disseminate it, but it's
Well-
still yours.
Well, but, and I think that's the intent of the statute, is that the agencies have their own rulemaking authority, but you guys are the agency department responsible.
See, we had to do the rule for the pricing.
Because that was your rule.
Because, remember, they used to do it, and then
Right.
they, quote, moved it over to us, or otherwise got rid of it, dumped it on our lap
Well,
last
that's-
time.
yeah, that was the
With glee.
legislature that changed it,
With
but,
glee.
yeah.
But the board didn't want to deal with it, so all of a sudden we got to deal with it a year ago. So I just don't want to do it again.
Mr. Chairman, do you
So,
need a
anyway, you can look
motion
into
to
it.
that effect?
All right, I'll call the Secretary of
I'll
State's
leave it
office.
at
Or just let him do it?
that. I think it's already out, isn't it? Isn't the rule
Well,
already
no,
out?
but as far as options for the future,
Yeah, well, we can bring it up at the next meeting.
Mr. Chairman, August 3rd, there's a teleconference
Yeah, right here.
where people will make public comment, and but that's when the period's up, correct? Mike?
Yeah, I think so.
So it's still an
So it's the
option.
cat's out of the bag and anyway.
So you
So
elected
look
to-
into it maybe.
let me just make one more note for the record. I'm also the attorney for the Board of Milk Control, right?
Yeah,
And I'm going to be the one running that hearing,
Teleconference.
I know.
receiving public comment. So, you know, Chad's a Department of Livestock employee.
I know.
I'm the attorney for both agencies.
But I think we got to make sure it's the decision of the Board of Milk Control, it's not ours.
Yeah.
In the end, they make the decision regardless of who staffs it.
Yeah, that's true.
And in the other one, we made the decision with the same staffing situation.
Yeah.
So it is different.
Mr. Chair. Yeah, and I think that, you know, one of the things that needs to be addressed, because we've not really directly addressed it in the past, is the staffing issue. So as one of the main constitutional agencies, it's our duty to provide staffing. And so all the staff, the three individuals that work for Board of Milk Control and the one that works for Livestock Loss Board or works with Livestock Loss Board, our Department of Livestock employees, it's the same with the staffing of boards in Department of Labor and Industry and in Department of Commerce, you know, other places that have similar, I think Department of Ag has some as well. You know, some government administrative boards or agencies that are attached. And just to be clear, because I think it's good for the public to be clear, is, and also maybe because I always seek direction and guidance from the board, if this board does not feel that I'm acting in the best interest of the department, is that to give a couple of scenarios, none of which have happened, so I need to put that out there, but you know, if we had a serious personnel violation of state law ethics by one of those employees, I would not consult or get a vote from that board if I needed to act on that sort of personnel matter. I do consult with them. Absent that, I consult with them on the personnel evaluation and make sure that they're still meeting the needs. And then the other way it goes is that employee, even though, and I think this is probably the more important point, that even though they're an employee of Department of Livestock, if their board has taken legal action to do something, just because they are under our employee, I have not taken the stance that I can say you will not do that, because then that would be negating that board action. And so that just kind of tells you how the relationship works, and I think it's good for the public to know that. And if there is anything or any feedback or anything wrong in that approach, I always welcome that feedback from the board.
The one thing that I think you're in a catch-22 of, and you need to figure out how to solve it, and you probably already have, is that the new personnel evaluation system fundamentally says that, you know, there are goals and policies and objectives established by the manager, which is, or evaluator, which is you, and not them. And so where you could have had a deal where here's numbers 1 through 7 before, and Joe or Sally's a 3, and what do you guys think? Do you think Joe or Sally's a 3? Oh yeah. Well, this changes that game. And so substantive evaluation for those people, it's over for this year, but next year you probably have to figure something out. How to get input. I mean, you can send them a note, say, or what are your policies and goals and values, and then the question becomes, do you have to approve those? I don't know. I don't think so, but maybe you do. I don't know. But we ought to find that out. Because sooner or later that's going to come up.
You good?
You bet.
Let's go back to it then. We didn't approve that report.
Well, now I'm not sure what I'm approving.
Well, it says
Do I
here,
need to reprove it?
No.
Bureau reports, we excluded the Milk Control Bureau.
I don't think the board has to approve a report. We don't do that with the other reports that come in.
Good.
So, just for clarification, what that means in the consent agenda is that we don't plan to have a conversation on that
Right.
report. They
Okay.
provided a written report
Right.
in lieu of standing up here and providing you an in-person report, if that makes sense. And you don't approve the in-person report, so you don't
Right.
need to approve the written report.
Exactly.
Legal council update, Park Street. Good morning.
Morning.
You on the money today or off the money?
Sarah Clergett for Agency Legal Services in the AG's office, and I'm your special master for the purposes of today, which usually means that I'll run any oral argument, if that's the pleasure of the board. I'm seeing nods, so that's a yes.
That's a yes, man.
All right, I'm going to sit down just for if that's all right.
What does that mean?
Say that again that
Yeah.
you're about to do.
To run any oral arguments that are
Oral arguments.
oral argument that maybe is that all right?
Could I ask a procedural question
Absolutely.
first? Or 2? Probably 4.
As many as you have.
You have mailed out to us proposed recommended order.
Yes.
I didn't print it all and bring it, but I read it all. And on page 13, there is a recommended order dated the 21st of June from
Yes.
the hearings officer,
From Mr. Vinesco.
correct?
Yes, you're on page 13 of Mr. Vinesco's order.
Right.
Yes.
And that's his recommended order to the board based upon his hearing
Yes.
and his findings of fact.
Yes.
Okay. Then procedurally, I understand that counsel for the appellant, or whatever the person's called technically in that case, filed a motion to dismiss in July
Yes.
after this proposed order was already engaged.
Correct.
So, do we have 3 choices or 2? Do we have a choice of 1, accepting the recommended order by itself and going on? Do we have the choice of accepting the recommended order and the motion to dismiss? Or do we just have the choice of accepting the motion to dismiss?
I would say it's 2 initial choices that then branch. So your first, if you have a decision tree, right?
Yep.
Your first decision is what you're going to do with the motion to dismiss. I would put that decision first, because that will determine the decision on the remaining issue. If you decide to accept the motion to dismiss and to dismiss the case, then your decisions are over and you don't need to do anything else. All you need to do is issue an order saying that the case was dismissed. If you decide not to grant the motion to dismiss, then you have a number of the 3 decisions that I laid out in my
Okay.
motion, or in my memo.
So could I have you read to us, for the benefit of the board, the recommended order and the
Sure.
findings and facts and conclusions of law after the hearing and after all the findings were made?
Sure. The department, through its MPIB inspectors, correctly determined that the conditions were unsanitary and would have adulterated any meat products produced under the conditions. The MPIB decision to suspend inspection of PSP was neither arbitrary nor clearly erroneous, but was instead supported by the overwhelming weight of the evidence and testimony during the hearing. The MPIB decision to suspend inspection of PSP was the correct decision based on the foregoing findings of fact and conclusions of law. It is recommended that the Board of Livestock adopt the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and the proposed order issued by the administrative law judge.
Okay.
I want to make one thing clear in the decision tree. If you dismiss the case through the motion to dismiss, it is dismissed with prejudice, which means it cannot be refiled and there's no appeal. If you decide to deny the motion to dismiss and instead act on the proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law by the administrative law judge, that will, from either party, depending on which way you go, open you up to a potential appeal. So if you were to...
What if I did both?
Well, I'm not sure why you would do both, because if you dismiss the case, then the issue's moot. So if you dismiss the case, then the case is just dismissed and it doesn't go anywhere else from there. Then the original action of the Department of Livestock stands. Does that make sense? So that the department took an action, it was appealed, essentially. The action was appealed by the Park Street Pasties. They have now moved to dismiss that appeal, which means that the original department action would stand unappealed.
But they did it after the findings of fact and conclusions were already submitted to the department. They did it late.
Well, no, they can
They did
move
it after they read the result.
Well, yes, but you can move to dismiss at any time.
I know. I just want to make sure the record. And let me tell you the reason I would want to do it the other way, and I will accept your recommendation, is that I think it's important for our employees and the public to understand that they did it correctly.
Well, I think
there weren't issues, so I'm going to leave it at that, because I think it's inappropriate to get into a discussion of findings of fact, but that's what the order says.
And I think that were the original action by the department employees to stand, that would be, it's essentially, it comes to the same conclusion.
I get it. Okay, I've done what I wanted to do, thanks.
All right.
Have you done what you wanted to do?
Well, if I've answered all the questions, then the next procedural point is to allow time for oral argument for any parties that have appeared.
Well, what if I made a motion to move to accept the motion to dismiss?
Then
With or without prejudice?
with prejudice.
Right. With
Which
prejudice.
the motion is with prejudice.
Right.
Okay.
What if I made a motion that the board accept the motion to dismiss? Then is there any?
Then we don't need to have oral argument.
Okay. Rob's got his.
That was a good question.
Rob Stutz on behalf of the Meat and Poultry Inspection Bureau. If the board would like the Meat and Poultry Inspection Bureau to state its position on the record about the motion to dismiss, I'm happy to do that.
Okay.
What's your pleasure?
Does that
Hadn't
constitute
thought about
oral?
that one.
Stating the position of the motion to dismiss would not be oral argument. No.
No.
The
The
oral-
position on the motion to dismiss as opposed to the findings.
That's right. This would be on the motion to dismiss.
Oh, well then,
Yeah.
I'd love to hear it. I think.
Yeah.
Members of the board, Rob Stutz on behalf of the Meat and Poultry Inspection Bureau. The Meat and Poultry Inspection Bureau does not oppose the dismissal requested by Park Street Pasties. The Meat and Poultry Inspection Bureau has not filed any exceptions on the merits of this case. The Meat and Poultry Inspection Bureau does not have any oral argument on the merits of this case, and the Meat and Poultry Bureau recognizes that the hearing officer's findings are the facts of record under MAPA. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then I move we accept the motion to dismiss
Second?
as
With-
filed.
Without prejudice?
No, it's already in there.
It's in the motion.
Okay.
It's stated in the motion that it's with prejudice.
With prejudice.
So it's just.
Who seconded?
Second.
Nina did.
All of us.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right,
Thank you.
then I
Thanks
will
very much.
prepare a dismissal order for signature, and then we'll get that to you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Sure.
Now,
Everything else?
everything else.
Now, Mr. Stutz will put on his third hat of the day.
Yeah.
Right. I had my Milk Control Bureau, I had my Meat and Poultry Inspection Bureau, and now I've got my Board of Livestock hat. Good morning, members of the board. There has been a lot of fun activity this last month. Are there any questions, legal questions at the outset that people have, or you very well may have some at the end?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
if I may, and I'm sorry for I'm asking a question, but we actually have an agenda item coming up later today. And I know, knowing your schedule and what you've been doing, I know you've been busy with other things. So I know this is an item that has been on your plate that you haven't had a chance to get to, but I do believe the board will need an answer on that, if it's possible, for the discussion later about process on the sale of a livestock market in Montana. So a letter has come in requesting from the potential buyer of that market, requesting a provisional license until which time the contested case proceedings to officially give them a license can be processed. I, in my research, have seen no authority under statute or rule that allows this board to grant a provisional license to a livestock market owner, and I just wanted to confirm, since I'm a jackleg attorney, not a real one, that our staff's assumption in that matter was correct, because that request has been made.
Mr. Honeycutt, you are in luck. The one folder I brought is on that exact issue. Everything else I've got tucked up here. There is no statutory authority for a provisional license of a livestock market. There are some other legal issues regarding the process, and I've discussed that with Leslie, but as far as the question about a provisional license, there's nothing in statute that addresses or permits that.
Okay. Thank you.
And just for the record, I was involved in one where the same request was before I got on this board, and we could find no provision for it either.
All right.
A different market.
Litigation is going to be really the remainder of the legal update here. I'll step down through.
Let me ask.
Yeah.
So, do we need an action to deny it? Would you like that or not?
Mr. Chair, I would wait until so what we have scheduled later in the morning is for Leslie to walk you through the process, since that's not a process we execute very often.
Okay. I'll wait till then.
All right. Updates on some litigation that you're aware of. Cormark, there was the motions for summary judgment have been filed, and just recently the pretrial deadlines, at least a number of them regarding pretrial conferences and such, were vacated to allow the judge the opportunity, the time to reach a decision on whether to grant summary judgment on those cross motions for summary judgment. Any questions about Cormark? All right.
What did you
sure.
say? I put down nothing.
All right. So
That would be right.
That would be right.
when you've got a lawsuit,
Yeah.
they go to trial typically, right? That's what everybody thinks of. There's this opportunity for the judge to decide the case before it goes to trial if there aren't any questions about the material facts, and if the law says the decision should be made one way or the other, right? So there's no need for a jury if there are only legal questions, there aren't factual questions. So both parties, both Core-Mark and the Department of Livestock, have filed briefs with the court that say you should decide this case without going to trial. It's called a motion for summary judgment.
Okay.
So both parties have asked the court to decide it on summary judgment, and the court has vacated a number of the, eliminated a number of the pre-trial deadlines so that it has enough time without the parties going and doing a bunch of unnecessary work potentially. So the court has the time to decide whether to grant either of those motions for summary judgment. They're called cross motions because each party has filed.
So does this mean that Core-Mark can't say, oh, I discovered something else I want to add in, which is what they did last time?
Core-Mark has amended their complaints, but we're at the point now where Core-Mark likely would not amend their complaint and likely could not. This lawsuit, the causes of action appear to be pretty set, although from time to time, even sometimes late in lawsuits, something new is discovered. So I can't say that'll never happen, but right now Core-Mark has been withdrawing claims rather than adding claims. I don't know if anybody recalls, or perhaps I used too much lawyer language last time, but Core-Mark actually dismissed all of their claims against the department except for free speech claims, First Amendment claims. So that includes claims about the due process, claims about interstate commerce, and some other things. So they actually have narrowed down and focused their claims, and it's on those narrow issues that the parties have filed these cross motions for summary judgment.
All right.
Thank you, actually, because I know what all those words mean, but if you don't, it doesn't do us any good.
You're right now, Sue's response.
Any other questions about Core-Mark?
I cut to the chase.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. I'm going to strike that one. There's another lawsuit that the board members, at least some board members, expressed surprise at hearing at the last meeting. So I'll just be here to answer any questions. It's the Cottonwood Bison litigation. That's what we call it. The Cottonwood law firm has sued a number of state agencies and Secretary of the Interior Ryan Zinke, the Governor's Office, Department of Livestock, Fish and Wildlife Parks regarding some hunting issues of bison on the north end of the park. The lead response to that litigation has come from the Governor's Office, but the Governor's Office coordinates with me and with counsel for Fish and Wildlife Parks. Anyway, the status of that is that motions to dismiss on behalf of the state agencies, including the Department of Livestock, have been filed because the questions that they raise are questions that only apply to federal agencies. The plaintiff is seeking to amend, to add some additional claims, or at least to change the nature of some of the claims, and that motion will be opposed because it doesn't address the underlying problem, which is that this type of lawsuit isn't possible against state agencies. It's a federal claim. So I've been in communication with counsel for the Governor's Office and counsel for Fish and Wildlife Parks, and I anticipate that opposition will be filed this Friday.
Mr. Chairman, yes, I may make a comment that I think is pertinent to Cottonwood and for the board. Since I said it in public yesterday, I better say it here in front of my board. Yesterday at the Interagency Bison Management Plan meetings and in preliminary discussions about an 18-19 winter operations plan, as we were looking at the document, my attention was called to a table that I had really not paid much attention to before. And it's a table that lists various management activities and what agencies are responsible. And so there still within that document was a line for helicopter hazing. The only checkbox was under MDOL. And so I requested in our revision of the winter operations plan for this year that all references to MDOL and helicopter hazing be removed. Because one of the things that's been sort of on the periphery of this Cottonwood lawsuit is work that we've paid for Rob to do and that other attorneys at the state level have had to do to fight off injunctions against activities that we're not even doing. And so after I saw that, it kind of dawned on me that maybe that's why people were filing injunctions, because they were looking at that document, although they've not seen us do it with their eyes, but that document says we can do it and we're responsible for doing it. And so that's where some of these erroneous requests for injunctions and temporary restraining orders are coming from, which ends up costing us legal time and money. So I just wanted to make that comment. I said it on the record yesterday. I want to make sure I said it on the record here today.
And just to be clear, since the original helicopter hazing lawsuit that has been dismissed now for a couple of years, the department has been clear. There's no helicopter hazing program. There's no specific helicopter hazing funding. It has in the past historically been used as a tool, but I'm not sure why it would be listed in a current management document. I could see where that would cause confusion.
Well, I don't know if this is the place or not, but this year I went out and they being Fish, Wildlife, and Park, were tagging elk and testing. And I was thinking they were using helicopters to do that. And so by taking it out, does that preclude us that if you have the same kind of problem that you need to deal with when they go over the mountain or they go over wherever, that you can't use the helicopter?
Mr. Chairman,
to do your work?
I don't know if Rob would want to respond. I'd respond from a staff side and say because hazing is a defined word, so it would be using that equipment to physically move animals, as opposed to, I believe there would be a distinction between if we had lost some animals, just as we lose cattle sometimes, and we use a flyover to say, are they where we think they are? I think there's a distinction between that and hazing. The low flight intended
what they do
to
is
push them and move them.
I know, and that's what Fish and Wildlife does, is to move them into a trap to catch them, or to dart them, or to do whatever.
Right.
And so I'm just asking, do we prohibit that by removing it?
So, my view, just off the cuff, and who knows if this will boomerang back in a complaint sometime, but my view is that hazing is one of a variety of tools that could be used. Helicopters are a variety of tools that could be used in hazing, but the part that really struck me about what you wrote, Mike, is if this document says that the Department of Livestock has the responsibility to engage in helicopter hazing, that responsibility exists nowhere. But it is a tool, just like ATVs, horseback, firecrackers, whatever.
Great.
But that was the one that really jumped out at me. We have no responsibility.
So we're not required, but it's a tool that we can still use.
Yeah, and there's an MOU actually in place between Department of Livestock and Fish, Wildlife, and Parks about the some of the process used if helicopter hazing were to take place regarding some checks to ensure that there's no impact on grizzly bears, or if a grizzly bear is seen, that flights move out of the way. That's all the result of the earlier lawsuit. So there are some protocols, I guess is the right word. There are some protocols in place if it were to occur, but there's nothing that requires it. Yeah.
So how does this affect drones?
Well,
because we have recently
we've used drones to find animals, not to haze animals.
But if you've ever used a drone over a bunch of animals, you will find that they stick their tails in the air and they go this way. They don't go that way. They don't go this way. They just scatter. So How does this affect drones?
Yeah, well, drones was not even contemplated in
That's right.
IBMP, and I think what Rob is saying is and I guess I should make a clear distinction. IBMP is not force of law within the state of
That's
Montana.
right.
So what we may need to do someday at some point in time that is informed by our statutory obligations is not precluded by it not being in the IBMP winter operations plan, and Rob can tell me if I'm interpreting that incorrectly. So it's, but what I'm saying is we spent time, people going to court, dealing with potential temporary restraining orders and injunctions over an activity we were not doing. And I believe that document, or it being written in that document, is potentially part of what was to blame for that. So I saw an opportunity maybe to correct that, and I just wanted to make sure that that we were clear on that. Plus, the other thing I'd say is that when it comes just from a practical management matter, so that everybody understands, there are a lot more efficient and time or cost savings ways to do our activities. So, for example, as I've learned with helicopter flights, which can be $750 to $1,000 an hour, that's not really a cost-effective way to sometimes deal with an issue if you can deal with it with people on the ground.
Mr. Chairman, just for the record, I think I would make the motion that we support Mike's removal of the required responsibility comment in the document, but that we maintain our right for our staff to use helicopters, drones, or other tools that might be required by them to do their job effectively and efficiently.
Can you say that
No.
shorter?
I'm just saying, I thought you could say it again. You can say I'm nothing, just take serious, I didn't say anything. I'm just trying to make the point that we support removing the responsibility part that Rob and Mike have talked about as a requirement, so to speak, but maintain the right as a department and staff to use those tools if necessary to do our job when required to do so, if that's what we determine.
That's the best method.
Mr. Chairman, my only concern about the motion is that I think Mike can engage in that management process without a board motion. And then there's also, as your attorney, there's this concern that if the board is on the record explicitly approving drones as drones or helicopters or whatever via a motion and a board vote, that somebody might point to this decision right now and say, there's where the Department of Livestock has its helicopter hazing program. Scully moved it and the board voted for it.
Well, the flip side is, though, then what you're telling me is we've done away with the tool. So tell me how to protect the right to manage the tool that you say we still can do if we have to do our job and have it on official record so they're not in trouble if they do it.
Mr. Chairman,
How do we do that?
I would say that what we're talking about, and I'll go back to the statement I made earlier because I think that's
It's
a
not
key distinction,
inherent, is it?
which is that IBMP is not force of law, it's an adaptive
I got
management plan. So under 81-2120 is where our authority for those activities come, and that law still stands, and that's our statutory obligation that
What
we
does
have
it
to
say?
fulfill.
You want me to pull up the statute real quick?
Yeah. I just want to protect the staff's ability to use the tool going forward if that's a tool. And if it isn't a tool, then that's a different issue.
Yeah, I mean,
Because obviously it's a tool, helicopters are a tool dealing with managing, quote, wildlife. We own one.
Two. Plus fixed wings. Fixed wings ours? No, fixed wings are not ours. They're helicopters. And we own a drone.
I know.
It didn't change. I know this is the 15 version, but the law did not change, so I just sort of pull it up real quick.
which one are you looking at, Mike?
I'm looking at 81-2120.
Yeah.
So you have letter A under there, live wild buffalo or wild bison may be physically removed by the safest and most expeditious means from within the state boundaries, included but not limited to hazing and aversion tactics, or capture, transportation, quarantine, or delivery to a department-approved slaughterhouse. So.
Great, I withdraw my motion.
Just to be clear, Mike read the 2015 version, but the statute hasn't been amended since then.
Yes.
So that's the current
Yes,
version.
Sorry, is this the first thing that popped up in the search? So.
And then my other question is, are we paying for the legal assistance through the governor's office?
We're not paying for the governor's work, and we're not paying for Fish, Wildlife, Parks works, but you guys are paying for my time associated with the Cottonwood lawsuit.
Why don't we bill them?
Bill who?
Somebody.
Governor.
I mean, I'm billing you. And
I know, why don't you bill the governor?
Well, we're named, the Department of Livestock is named as a
Sure.
separate defendant.
We know what we're,
Have we flogged that one
Even though we're
sufficiently?
not
We plugged that one.
All
Let's move on.
right, moving on. There is the S&T lawsuit out of Billings. At the last board meeting, the board gave me some authority to discuss the potential for settlement with Risk Management Tort Defense. I have discussed it with Risk Management Tort Defense. I've given them documents and a summary of the case. I am waiting for a response, and if the board would like to discuss litigation strategy, we could obtain that response in executive session. It might help the board get that input from their attorneys about how to proceed. But if there's no resolution, then we need to move forward with filing supplements to the board's motion to dismiss.
What's the board's pleasure?
Executive session.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, is that your pleasure?
Yep, looks that way.
Oh, let's not go to executive session yet, though, because we're not done with the lawsuits. We've got two more since the last meeting.
Okay.
We've got the Berger lawsuit. That is regarding a ranch out in eastern Montana that's got some bankruptcy litigation, and the Brand's office is holding some funds from a livestock sale where the ownership of the livestock wasn't properly documented. And so the process for that is that the department holds the funds until there's documentation, and then if there's not documentation, the money reverts to the general fund, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so some putative owners of the livestock who haven't filed the necessary paperwork to demonstrate their ownership are the parties in the bankruptcy. And the other party to whom money is owed now wants the department to cough up the money that maybe goes to these people. It's a little complicated, but it's not that complicated. Anyway, we've got money, and multiple parties claim ownership to it, and so the way to address it and the appropriate response is to do what's called an interpleader. That's where you take the money and you say, we don't know who it belongs to, but we've given it to the court and you guys sort it out. So I don't anticipate that litigation to be terribly contentious, although I'll be honest with you, I don't know when the Department of Livestock or I have last been involved in a bankruptcy action. It's been a long time. It's a little different process, and I've got to make sure that we dot our I's and cross our T's. But
how big, what's the size?
60,000. Oh, the 60,000 is the amount that we hold, more or less, a little bit less, a little bit more.
I think you're right.
But the amount in dispute is in the millions. So this is just a...
Yeah, but for us, it's just, hey, we got
60,000.
the money. When you want it, you tell us who to give it to.
Right, or we've got the money, now court, you have the money, can we go?
Yeah, exactly.
So anyway, that's what I call the...
Only after we spend the 60,000.
Yeah, we've already spent 30 of it defending.
We haven't spent much on that one yet.
Yeah.
If there are any questions about the strategy to pursue in that, you can ask me in executive session. And then finally, the department filed a lawsuit just this week, in fact, on Monday, against the K&C Foods in Missoula. That is a Milk and Poultry Inspection Bureau enforcement action. Well, it's a Department of Livestock enforcement action against a processor there who, among other things, had their inspection service suspended and continued to process and sell meat. That situation has made the media. It's been in at least the lead newspapers, NBC, CBS, and so as far, I know that this is, at least formally, this is news to the board. But if the board would like to discuss the strategy that is being pursued in that case, happy to do it in executive session.
Yes.
I'm sure there's no interest in that.
Yeah, right.
So when did we file the lawsuit?
Monday, I filed it.
Thank you. Oh, wait till later.
So are we ready for executive session then? Or
You know, unless there are any other legal issues that you'd like me to address, there was the question Mike had about the Missoula Market certificate transfer. If any board members have any other questions, happy to do that. If not, then I've got just a couple of marks here regarding K&C, regarding S&T, and potentially regarding Berger, if you want to discuss litigation strategy.
Okay. Board, what's your pleasure? Executive session? All right, thank you.
Can we have 2 minutes first?
You have 2 minutes, but no more.
I'm grabbing water. Does anybody want one?
Sure, I'd love one.
Donna, can I get you anything?
I'm in retirement, basically.
Thank you, though.
Helena?
We need to shut that off.
Everyone's got it.
Yeah, Gary or Marty, somebody who's near there, turn us off.
That's a bummer for you.
Learning.
Yeah, you said I was staying.
Towards you guys.
Good job. Thank you, George.
You're welcome. Personnel committee update.
So Brett is not here. I will say, I have, and I handed to Mr. LaFelt this morning, I have Brett's evaluation. Ed sent me his evaluation in the mail. I did not open it. I just handed the envelope to Mr. LaFelt when he showed up this morning. I will admit to the board that in all the things, as we were just talking about the last hour, and all the things that's been going on, I actually forgot to do my self-evaluation. But I would say from a self-evaluation standpoint that, I feel outside of the goal about getting an annual report done, not by divisions, but a cohesive department report with financials, that in the last year I did not get to that task. But in all other areas that were within the evaluation, my self-assessment would be meets expectations for each category. So
you're ready
that's
to
my
take the
statement.
beating, huh?
So I'm ready to take the beating if you guys want to.
We'll start with you, John.
Okay, Ed called me yesterday. I was on my way over here, and he asked me to make sure I opened his letter, whatever that is. So I'll do that later, after. And if he disagrees with me, I'll just leave it in here. Item number 1 is under goals and descriptions. I rated Mike as exceeds expectations. And I made a comment on this one, that he made an extra effort to start well, and his direct, responsible communication has served us and him very well. 2, effective communication with the industry and the public. I rated him exceeds as well and C above. He's had terrific introduction into the industry and the public activity and other departments in the state, and has done, and the legislature especially, and did a great job of it last year. 3, effectively managed department day-to-day operations with consent of the Board of Livestock, which I think he's always taken that as a very important item. I rated him as exceeds there. Comment, budget work has been excellent educationally and timely, which was a big deal previously. Accountability has been, his accountability and his insistence upon accountability has been a good guideline, and it's been implemented in the department. 4, monitor effective managed department finances. I put that as it meets expectations. And comment, last session he led outstanding process to be prepared for the session, requiring managers to address all of their consequences of their requests, requiring managers to address all of the consequences of their requests would be helpful. By that I mean when there is a request for something, then what are the consequences of either getting it or not getting it. Under communications, I rated Mike as exceeds and meets under continuous improvement. I rated that as meets because I don't know how you ever exceed continuous improvement as a quality personnel management proposition. So you either meet it or you need improvement as far as I'm concerned. Customer focus, extremely focused on customers, so I rated that as exceeds. Job knowledge, exceeds and meets. Obviously, in today's discussions, there's ongoing things that we're all learning about, and the comment I would make that I didn't make here on the paper was that you committed yourself to understanding your job, all facets of it, and that's terrific. Leadership, I put down exceeds. Performance management, I put down exceeds, and a comment that I would make publicly is that you have engaged your department and provided, as I said previously, accountability requirements that you've insisted on, and all of your department seems to me to be meeting it and taking that issue seriously. Results oriented, I said meets. I have no contrary that you either blown the doors off about the results, but part of the problem with that one for me is we don't have any real goals for you that allowed us to judge whether whether you got 100%, 90%, and that's probably part of our problem, actually. Safety, I don't know. I don't know how safety, as far as I know, you don't drive too fast, you don't jump out of buildings, so you've got an opportunity to. And working relationships, I met those as meets.
Okay, so further now, I'm not going to thank you, John, but let's just, if there's a negative here, Lila, I want to hear it. Negative, and from there on, I'm not interested. We can move this thing along that way. If there's some place that you think that Mike should be focused more on, then I'd appreciate that input. Outside of that, all I did was write down on that, say he seems safe.
Well, I look at that as his employees.
Yes.
Because I really see that as Mike caring, like in our area for sure, like brand inspectors or bison people that Mike really cares about safety of our employees, and I really appreciate that, because to me that's obviously, with a lot of the issues going on, that probably gets more important.
Negatives?
I only have two comments. One is that I'd like to get an update. The day I wrote this, I got one over he sent one, so I don't need them long and involved. I like them short and sweet, and if I got a question, I'll ask. Gotcha. The only one I have, and it's a little thing with me, and I don't know why it bothers me, but when we had the foot and mouth thing, that you weren't here. Yeah. And that was my only, and personally to me, that was kind of a big deal for the department. Not that our vets couldn't handle it just fine, but that was my only. Other than that, I have pretty close to what John had, but you're doing a great. I'm really glad you're here. That's all I got to say. Really glad you're here.
I have all meets and exceeds. I think you're a great speaker. I think you work wonderfully with the public. You talk in a way that everyone can understand. It's an awesome thing. The only thing, reading through the whole thing, communication, maybe one letter, and you do it sometimes, but not always, in between our meetings. And that's a situation where I know it's a time issue, and that's where, when we were talking about public, somebody, an assistant or maybe deputy person doing it, or some kind of help, because when I do step in here, I see you going in 7 different directions. So the other thing that's really awesome is you work great with your people, and I think everyone does a wonderful job, and it's because of your leadership. That's it.
Nina?
Just a couple things.
Negative.
One, well, sort of.
You have to say it positive.
First off, I didn't do all kinds of exceeds. Not that you don't deserve them, but I don't want your head to swell. So some meets mean that you have some, you have some goals to work towards to get the exceeds. Okay. I recommend that when you're dealing with legislators, government offices, et cetera, if there's any commitments made, that they be in writing, and I think you would understand where that comes from. Okay, and the annual report, you already mentioned that. I have one question that I didn't quite understand on number 3. You said effectively supervises and manage division administrators, bureau chiefs, and other direct reports through formal performance evaluations and regular performance guiding conversations. And I didn't quite understand the guiding conversations. If we do not need to deal about that or talk about that now, we can come to that later.
I would just make a comment and say a simpler way of stating that is coaching.
Yeah, okay.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay.
He does it well.
In the effectively managing the department, I would like to see our IT department, actually all the departments, start working far more closely or utilizing IT information much better than we are doing right now. And I'd like to see us start working on some long-range goals for the department. And in the monitoring effectively management department, I think sometimes some of our department heads are not as intimately acquainted with their budget and their department and how the budget fits the department as could be done. And that should, did I do anything else? Oh, I'm kind of like Lila. I was incredibly surprised that you were not here for the F&M exercise, because that was, not that it was just this big for this state, but because it was regional, and to see what happens and how it works and how the department might benefit from
You
working
good?
together more. I'm good. Other than that, I think you did an incredible job.
Mr. DeBrucker wrote one statement. He pretty much exceeds it. Overall, Mike is doing a good job in all areas, well liked by industry and government relationships. I'll vocal that myself. Exceeds or meets exceeds. He keeps me well informed when I need to be informed. It doesn't bother me when I don't need to be informed. And that's important to me because I got other things to do. Appreciate your job, appreciate your commitment to our industry. And thank you very much for your time.
Ed Wallner. He did meets on all of your categories except for customer focus, which is can't answer, and safety, the same thing. He makes a note that we made the right choice when we hired you, and that you had really straightened out the budget and you stick with it. And that's it.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
So comments from me based on the feedback would be thank you, number one. I appreciate it. I appreciate the support from this board, also the moral support from this board as we fight through issues has been very noted by me. So I just want to have an opportunity to sort of publicly thank the board for that support. I have worked for boards that were not as supportive, and it's not a good environment to be in. So I want to thank you for that. As far as not contradicting but addressing some points of feedback in regards to communication, yes, I think time is an issue with getting some of that out. I'll also say, and I'm looking for maybe better guidance from the board on communication. As you know, when I started, I gave weekly communication, and I started getting a lot of depth from Brett. Comments were made that maybe that needed to be pulled back because it could somehow be viewed by someone as a violation of public meeting law to share that much information outside of an opportunity for the public to hear it. So it's a fine line to walk of what But I like how Lila said it, which is if maybe that's what we need to do, some quick hitter bullet points, and then if that creates a question of a board member, then they can address that. So I just wanted to address that yes, I recognize that as well, and haven't been as regular with that in the last few months. But I'd say it's probably more a factor of finding the time in the day to sit down and write it up and go through the determinative process of what should or should not be shared. As far as the FMD exercise that was mentioned, that's one of those things where schedules were planned, before dates. And yes, I could, but I maybe could have canceled my time away from the office for that. But I would say actually I was engaged, and I had to correct this at a Farm Bureau meeting where it was said publicly within a committee meeting that I did not participate in the exercise. So I want to make sure for the record, I was not present in Helena, but I participated in the exercise. And actually it was a good chance for us to test, because the reality is when something like that happens, we're not all going to be sitting here waiting for it to happen. And so we were able to test how we would do that communications, how we would get information back and forth. The reality of that situation is if it had been a real FMD positive diagnosis and I was out of state, I would have been trying to get on a plane that day. We know that. And all of our staff would do that. That needed to be here for it. So I just want to say that I did want to make sure that while I was not here in the building, I participated and performed my role through phone calls, text, email, including communication with the governor's office that we game planned out. I was the one who made contact with the chief of staff, all of that from my remote location. I think that's about it in what I heard, and maybe I missed some points of feedback there, but very, very appreciative of one, the support from the board, and appreciative of the kind comments that were said today. And just so you know, Matt, I always tell my staff, meets expectations is the goal, right? And some of us have achiever mindsets, but showing up for work every day is not exceeds expectations. That's meets expectations. And even if some people don't show up for work every day, it's still the standard. Oh, and I was going to address safety a little bit, and I know the board doesn't get to see into that. It is an area that we've been a little more focused on a weekly basis, so I'll just give some recent things. So, we've been trying to communicate here in the summer to our staff about heat when it's starting back again, about heat. We talked about air quality. We have a lot of staff that work outside, so there's been a weekly notice about air quality. We've put a whole new set of policies in place around driving vehicles. I still think there's some things that we can do to be safer, but we've tried to make it a greater point of emphasis and put it within our culture. One of the things that we've got to work to develop, and Leslie's not in the room, but it's a lot with her staff, which is, how do we know, and it's not Big Brother, it's how do we know where our people are during the day, so that if something goes wrong. I heard a story, I think it was from the Department of Labor and Industry, of an inspector who was out at a facility in a remote area of Montana during the winter. They got 3 miles from the house they were at, slid off in a ditch. As far as the business owner knew, they were gone. They weren't expecting anything from them. And people on the other end, when they didn't show back up when expected, didn't really have any sort of tax. And one of the things I would point out that we're working on is, so when someone leaves the market to do a field inspection, letting someone know, this is whose place I'm going to, this is the route I'm going to take, this is when you can expect me back, so that if 4 or 5 hours goes by and they don't come back, we know to go start checking around. And so there's a lot of those types of things that we're doing to try and build in some more safety, because we do have a lot of people out operating in remote territory, often in bad weather, by themselves, and we need to be a little more vigilant about that. So that's just my point.
Nice.
Thank you. Transition planning?
So transition planning, and Marty's not sitting in here. I was going to see if any of the staff want to say anything. We need to do a more formal presentation. We had some bigger fish to fry for this board meeting, but hopefully next board meeting we'll be able to officially talk through. as I told you, I'd requested staff to look at sort of those high priority positions, not just high priority in terms of management type positions, but positions that are hard to fill, positions that where we have a lot of retirements that potentially could hit us at one time, and how are we going to maintain continuity. And I know that staff have done that. I know that Marty's had a meeting with Dan Turcott, especially on milk and egg, and they have some plans. I'll say that what I know of the plan at this present time is we've always had a vacant FTE in the milk and egg program, and so they're beginning to look at, even though the workload may not necessitate it, but for succession planning, do we go ahead and bring someone in and start getting them into the training process and getting them ready? So the staff is working on those plans to make sure we maintain continuity of operations in those key areas. One of the things I'd say is we have built-in succession within our org chart. So we have our deputy EO who is now hired and in place. In animal health and food safety, we have the assistant state veterinarian. In brands, we have the assistant administrator, and that's about to be tested here within the next few weeks, because that assistant administrator is going to be asked to temporarily step up for a while. And we sort of have it not with the org chart, but within central services. We have folks like Evan, and with his training, and he served interim for a while. So there's sort of built-in succession there if something happened to Brian or whatever. So some of it we have solved through the org chart of having, not that those people would permanently be placed in those positions, but at least being able to maintain continuity. But we do need to give a more formal presentation than I'm giving you today, and I was hoping Leslie and Marty might be here to talk directly. Maybe when they have their time on the agenda later, if you want to, you can ask them, or you can wait for us to do a formal presentation next meeting. That's board discretion.
Okay, I want to know, John, is there time limits on your time? We've got legislative audit update.
I can get through that one in about 2 minutes.
Okay, do that, and then because these gentlemen got places to be.
How about those financial audits?
Yeah, so I just
before you move off of that, let me make a reminder to the board relative to Mike's situation, because I've learned this year, he won't move quickly to act on one thing, and that's the salary. And you got to understand that we have the budget matter coming up, but we got to keep in our mind every year that his salary is one that is set by legislative line item and has to be requested by us, any salary increase on a going forward basis, and the implementation dates. And he dragged his feet a little bit this year relative to the second stage of his implementation date, and I had to beat on the drum to make sure that it got implemented.
Save money, John.
But it did get implemented. And so, one, we've got to make sure it's in the budget planning process down in the next item. But two, we need to make sure it gets executed as a matter of course. And that may be something you want to plug in as a formal matter to his evaluation process, just a discussion of and a reminder so that it isn't forgotten, because it has been an issue in the past, and it was a difficult issue in the past, because almost 5 years ago it came to this board for a raise that was denied, and when John and I went to deal with it, the salary difference was different than what we thought it might be. So I just want to raise that level, and because he's one who he won't raise it himself, I've learned. So it's up to us, and I understand why he doesn't want it. It's up to us.
Mr. Chairman, John is putting it in the evaluation now. I think it should be there.
No, it's just a red flag. It's just
It's a red flag, but for it to be in the budget, doesn't it need to be, or is that the budget for the biennium?
It has to be in the budget for the biennium.
But not annually?
Well, it depends on how it comes out, right? But it depends on what happened in the budget in the biennium. In this case, the increase occurred relative to his salary, relative to the biennium, and was put in place.
And the reason I ask that is because his evaluation comes at a time of the year that would be too late to get it into the budget?
Well, not usually. Usually you're in June.
Yeah.
And so for the budget year, we're just going to send it to the governor now. And the snapshot, it would be later for the snapshot, but his current salary would be in snapshot, but any raise, it would be wholly timely. It's just a reminder.
Okay.
All right.
So that we require him to put it in. In order to do that, he's got to know what this board wants in it. So right now, he hasn't asked that question. Right?
Yeah.
And so we've got a budget planning process coming up here, and it's got to go to the governor pretty soon, and we have to prove it ahead of time. So, anyway,
You're gonna do it on
that's a head,
update?
that's a head up. You're on, I'm done.
Yeah.
He's done.
So that'll take, oh, sorry.
Well, I'm just trying to work through, I'm sorry. So, do we sign a contract with Mike every year? On
No.
an annual basis?
No.
No.
No. Okay.
I
We
work.
could.
I work without, but what you could, as it is right now, it's the issue, or it's not an issue, I suppose, because people have a negative connotation to the word issue. The situation is I serve at pleasure, which means anytime.
He's an at-will employee.
Yeah, the board could take a vote to fire me tomorrow if it wished to.
Right. And that's by statute now.
Right, yeah.
Legislative update?
Yeah, so on the legislative audit update, it's real quick, and this will drop off. As you know, I like to keep, to talk about progress we're making from audits, and we've gotten through, and there'll be new ones that'll come. The 2018 financial audit's pretty simple, I think, and I'm looking at Brian Evans, not in the room right now, but it's easy to report. It's what we reported to the committee, that we've put the measures in place to comply with the findings, and of course, with board permission, what I'm saying is you will see that drop off future agendas until a new audit comes to be, and then we'll talk about that one. But I just wanted to leave it there until I felt that the board felt they were satisfied with updates coming out of the most recent financial audit, that we've done what we need to do.
Very good, thank you.
There's only one issue remaining.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to say, when we were having the discussion this morning about the milk and egg, or the milk control board, one of the audit things was from the livestock loss board.
Correct, but
And
it was
it's-
our fault.
Yeah.
But it's similar. It was our fault?
Yeah, it's because we're responsible for the budgetary management and
Right.
the transfer. So Mr. Edwards, nor anyone who serves on the board, has the authority to put a BCD in to do a transfer. That has to come through the central services here. And so that wasn't done in a timely fashion.
Okay.
So that was an execution issue that was clearly
Okay.
a Department of Livestock execution issue.
The issue left remaining is there was a request by the board to the legislative audit staff that when the reviews come up in the future, that the whole board be included, not just you and I. And the head of legislative audit said he would consider that. But the last time we all met, again, it was you and I.
Mhm.
And so that's something that probably should be asked as a follow-up, because everybody here is a quote director. Anyway.
Right.
All right. New business, biennium budget planning.
If you were talking about the agenda, I'll make a suggestion here, and I see that Les is here. And I don't know what other reasons some folks here, but I think everybody is here who wants to hear the conversation on the market.
Okay.
So if you're concerned about people's time, you're welcome to flip-flop those items on the agenda if it's your pleasure.
Great.
Yeah.
We'll flip-flop if that works for you fellas.
Yeah. And so that means Leslie's up.
Leslie's up.
Let me get these chairs here.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Oh. Good.
Good.
All right, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Leslie Doley, Brands Enforcement. As Mike mentioned, and I think you're all aware, we received a letter of intent from Missoula Livestock Exchange that they intend to transfer ownership of their market. This, as Mike mentioned, is something we don't deal with very often, so I just kind of want to run through the procedures that we have in rule and statute to give you guys kind of the rundown of what our role is. So in this case, the statutes and rules are actually fairly prescriptive. There's 3 rules in particular that kind of walk through the procedure that we have to go through. And then, Mike, are you pulling up rules so we have them?
I'll pull them up so
Okay.
in case people want to see them on the screen.
So the first one is 32.15.103.
They changed up this website.
Oh wow, they did.
They did. So it takes you about 7 steps to get where you need to go. Now, as opposed to 2 or 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
That looks the same. Okay.
Yep.
So 15.103 is the first one, certificates. And this one essentially says that a certificate can't be transferred without permission from the department. To paraphrase that.
I think you should, I think we should point out, item 2 is that the licensee, I think that point 2 is important, has a personal and non-delegable responsibility to operate and maintain the market in accordance with the law. So meaning licensees can't sublet, for lack of a better term, their certificate to another individual.
Correct.
Or a group of individuals, because some markets are owned by more than one person.
Okay. Just next.
You get approval to do that, but you can't do it without it.
Essentially, right. So the next one is 104. So the owner must immediately notify the department of any intent to change ownership. And if they are going to change ownership, they are required, we do have to hold a public hearing.
Doesn't say intent up there though. It just says notify the Department of Livestock and any changes.
Correct.
It doesn't say intent, so does that mean?
There's more
I
procedures,
got
so
it,
we'll,
yeah.
And I think that's it for that one, 105. All right, so this one gets into a little more detail on the actual process that we go through. So the request for changes has to be submitted by written petition, setting forth the facts of the changes and requesting department approval. And so then there are required attachments to that petition that would allow us to meet our obligation of assessing the viability of the new market owner. And the number 4 is kind of the other key point there, and we went through a sort of a similar process with a few months ago, but the hearing, it follows the MAPA procedures.
You mean the hearing that we had with BLS?
Correct.
And Headwaters?
Correct, so somewhat similar process there.
But
So as far as the status right now with this particular change in ownership, we received a request from the current owners as well as the buyer. They're in the process of getting us all of the supplementary information, and so I can't give you an exact timeline for when that will be received, and maybe Justin's here today, so maybe he can talk a little bit more about exactly how long that's going to take on his end. As soon as we receive everything, then we can go ahead and set a date for the hearing. We have to give at least 10 days notice, so there's a 10-day window there between when we've received everything, we set the hearing, and then at that point, obviously we would hold the hearing. If the other point that the board I guess needs to make a decision on, there's 2 things today. One would be to appoint a hearings officer to preside over the hearing. Rob Stutz has offered his services for that role. And then the other point would be the board can kind of go one of 2 directions here. The hearings officer can just preside over the hearing, collect the information, summarize it, and present it. Or alternatively, the board could also request him to make a recommendation based on the results and the content of that.
Can I make a point, Leslie? I just want to call attention to statute too, because this, people who worked through this before will go back to that. So we talked about the rules, but one of the statutes that I think is important here is we're talking about a transfer certificate. So as far as that hearing goes, and the scope of that hearing is if you were bringing forth a brand new market that hadn't existed before, you're going to start a commission company. Part of your burden is to certify public convenience and necessity for that to exist. So we're talking about transfer of a certificate and an existing market. So the determination or the evaluation of this statute is that when it's an existing market, one of the burdens that the person receiving or the transfer certificate, they don't have to again prove public necessity and convenience for the market. That was already proved in the establishment of that market previous. Now I just want to point that out because there's people familiar and they'll say, so if somebody wants to raise an argument in hearing about whether or not a market in Missoula is necessary, that's not really germane to this situation. I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you. I think that's kind of just the rundown of what we have in rule. For the most part, I hopefully didn't skip anything and confuse you guys, but
Then I'll make a motion that we ask Rob to be the hearings examiner and to make a recommendation as to his findings.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
One of the things I would ask Leslie, and sorry I'm asking you this question in a public forum, but I've been out of pocket the last 2 days. I know one of the legal determinations we were looking for is that initial letter from the owners and whether it had complied with the fact of having all the owners signed off, or did the people who signed off have the authority without getting signatures from other people? Have you gotten an answer from Rob on that?
Yes, so we will require that all of the owners account for signatures, whether that's through the structure of the company, to provide documentation to show why they need to sign, or if there's been deaths, then who has legal authority to sign on behalf, etc. So all of that will be accounted for and presented as part of the hearing.
You almost have a situation, and to help the board understand it, something that we deal with often, and more often than we deal with these situations, is I liken it to the transfer of a brand, and where if there are multiple parties and some of them are deceased, you have to sort of get permission from essentially the estates or whoever has the authority for those estates, even though they may be out of country, whatever the case may be, but there's that similar situation there where you have to do that before you can transfer the brand. Same here with transfer of the certificate. Everybody who has a right to that, not just maybe the original living owners, if that makes sense. And so I just wanted to point that out. That's why that's why I asked that question.
So Mr. Chairman,
Sue?
these people know what they're missing and what they need to get sent to you.
Mr. Chair, yes, I think they're just in the process of working back and forth and making sure that everything's accounted for. There's a variety of steps with USDA, packers and stockyards, and Secretary of State. I mean, there's just kind of a series of things, but
things that have to happen.
Yeah, but they're in the process of working through all that, I think. So. Yep.
Thank you. Anything else for Leslie? Mr. Graham, you want to address everybody?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Being you're here, we might as well have something to say. You usually do.
Yeah, and then I get out the door quick for you.
Yeah, I
get
know
after.
you do.
Yeah. Justin's here, and would like to introduce him, Justin Mahler, and he's the one that's interested in purchasing the market, and knows that this isn't a public hearing today. Just wants to introduce himself to you and go from there. And Laura Hughes and Leslie have been just great in sending information out to him, and they've been copying me, which isn't important, but they've been good help. I want to point that out. That staff is working at it. And of course, with a name like Leslie, she's got to be a pretty good person.
So we just send the bill to you for all their work? then?
Yeah, just send it to Mike and he'll handle it later.
But Justin?
Justin, you wanna?
Mr. Chairman,
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate the opportunity to give me a few minutes to introduce myself. My name is Justin Mahler. I do have a partner in this venture. His name's Rob Horlocker, but he was not able to attend today. But we both reside in Stevensville. I've got 4 kids. My wife and I moved up to Stevensville about 4 years ago, and we see this as an opportunity to revitalize the market in Missoula, and think there's good things to be had there. So wanted to introduce myself. I also have a concern regarding the public hearing. I've been working extensively with Laura Hughes on some of these procedures that were just explained to you, and several of the items that are required for me come post-closing that I could provide. Surety bonds, registration with PNS, some of those things that won't be in place necessarily before we close. The chicken and egg scenario that I have is that my closings contingent upon approval from the Board of Livestock, so that I have some confidence that I will be able to operate going forward. And so I wanted to bring that to your attention, see if there's any suggestions. I'm open to whatever solution we can do to go forward with that, but that is a concern I have. We're set to close August 22nd. I think that's going to be pushed back a little bit due to some other circumstances, but we're really trying to time the transfer prior to the fall run. And the first big sale in Missoula is September 6th, so that's kind of our drop dead date. So I don't know what options might be available there. I'm happy to work with the board in any way I can to facilitate that.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think, number one, is you get all the information that's required in as quickly as you can. And if there are pieces like the one you just mentioned that you can't provide because there's timely issues that you need approval here before there, it's easy for the hearings officer to approve the transfer conditioned upon you receiving that bonding and presented with a certain number of days post the hearing. And so that you don't wind up with a chicken and egg situation. Okay, now the other issue though, your closure, which I assume is your acquisition of the marketplace, you're still going to have to go through the hearing process, and the sellers are going to have to let you do it.
Correct.
Otherwise, they don't have a sale, so there's nothing to close. And one of the questions you're going to get answered, right, relative to your closure process, is who the owners are. Because you want to make sure when you receive it that the people that are selling it to you have the authority. Right? So that's incumbent upon the data that you have to provide here. So hopefully they want to expedite it, they can get you that information, those authorities and stuff right away, so you can include that. Otherwise, we need at least 10 days hearing after you give 10 days notice after you give the information. And that's probably something you can't avoid.
Not necessarily looking to avoid that. I just wanted
I'm
to make
saying,
sure we were on the same page here.
You may run into a situation that it gets you up against your closing date, and 10 days is the 10 days. So the other things can be a part of an approval conditioned upon you providing them.
Okay.
And then your problem is that you better have the bond laying in the bleachers.
Correct.
And you better have the other stuff at the federal level, because that's also part of your financial obligation.
And we would have all that teed up, I just wouldn't have that finalized, so
Right.
that's our plan. Well, that would be very helpful if we could do that based upon approval within a certain time.
Well, some financial requirements you'll have to have
That-
to hear.
Correct, and that'll all be submitted to Laura here very shortly. So.
Yeah.
Very good. Well, welcome.
Thank you. I
Hope
appreciate
you like our world. Yes.
Is it 10 working days for the hearing, or 10 calendar days?
It doesn't say.
Calendar
It doesn't
days.
say, but you usually try to use working days.
So
Because
what
that way it includes holidays, that's why I bring it up.
Right. So one of the points for the board is that, yes, there'll be, once we get the notification squared away, we will be extremely timely in we've got to give the 10-day notice, but we'll try to get the hearing on the docket work with Rob as the hearings officer. Obviously, he'll need some time to compile the information from the hearing. He won't have it all the day the hearing takes place. He'll need some time to process through that and form a recommendation. The thing I would put the board on notice for, of course, it's at your discretion, and later today we'll talk about timing of meetings. But the board may choose, I'm just putting it out there as an option, may choose to be prepared that once Rob is ready with a recommendation to public notice, even if it's a conference call. I know you don't like to do business on conference call, but basically a single item agenda with public comment to take care of this in case the next time this group can get together is not until late September. But those are options that are before that the board has at its disposal. So, but I would say, I don't want there to be an assumption that we'll have a hearing one day and Rob will be ready with a recommendation the next. And then of course we do have public notice procedures for the board's conversation that will have to be adhered to. So there will be some time after the hearing before the matter can be taken up again by the board.
Mm-hmm. The only other comment I would make to you is I assume you're represented by legal counsel, and I know from personal experience in prior life that there may be another alternative if you get pushed up against the blade of the fall run to work out an agreement that may be simpler than the transfer of ownership for a short period of time with the current sellers.
That was a question I had based on what you commented earlier about the subletting of that license. Is that something you're referencing there? I mean, that direction, or what do you think?
No, not really. I'll let your legal counsel deal with that. I mean, there's been other people who have, hired managers or hired and then paid them accordingly to what they're worth and things like that for a sale or whatever
period of time. Okay.
So we don't have any authority to grant a partial anything.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the time. Thank you very much.
Anything else, board? Everybody's good? Thank you very much.
Let me just ask, is the current owner, is there I guess there's is there an inheritance issue, or is there a...
Yeah, there's several owners in that structure. Two of them are in estates. So one of the estates has been an issue in terms of determining who has the signing authority in that.
I was going to say, if you get in a timing issue, you might look for other options before you get there.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. You got anything else, Les? You can't be done.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Wow. Time for my daily nap.
Oh, mine too.
Mr. Chairman, if before John and Leslie, I wanted to sometime today publicly acknowledge the passing of J.D. Lynch, who for a long, long time was in the legislative hallways. A shorter period of time, he was in one of the chairs and pushing the buttons. But he was a person who crossed the aisle and worked with ag a lot. And we miss him.
I didn't know that.
Mr. Chairman, I'll tell you a really quick story. One time, Mr. Lynch, we had him come and speak to the Ag Coalition dinner we have every year during the session, and there were a few people in the Ag Coalitions were questioning me about having a Democrat come. Well, when he got up and started speaking, that lasted probably 35 seconds, and we were roaring in the aisles for the next hour. And that's just the way. That's just the kind of a guy he was. A great, great, great guy.
One of the good ones from Butte.
Really, really missing. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Oh, agenda. Where are we? Millennium.
Did John need to?
Where are you at, John? What's your time?
I've got to go after lunch to another meeting, but I don't have, the only thing I would say is to tell you that Kelsey did have her baby. I bat second string. Kelsey usually takes care of the Department of Livestock stuff. She had a baby on July 5th, a little girl. Her name's Porter Lane. I can't remember the last name, but at any rate, she'll be back to work on the 16th of August, and you can expect her probably at the next meeting. So.
All right.
Good. Nice.
just one thing I would mention about the Missoula Livestock Exchange, how important that one is. There's so many small producers in that area that, you know, there isn't a lot of contracting and a lot of other things. That's about their only means of marketing without going somewhere else. So that's an extremely important exchange to have going, and we encourage you to, and Mike, I know Will and Leslie, to expedite that and make sure we can keep that viable.
And he's young, that's even better.
Well, that's good. I thought you came here with but you're just filling in.
I'm filling in for Kelsey.
We're glad you're here, though.
Yeah, nice to have you
And Les,
show
too.
up.
You know, you're around.
Do you want to comment about the financial meeting?
Oh, yeah, probably a good time because John, Les, others. So now that we've gotten through year-end close, somewhere here in the near future, we'd like to get together with some industry stakeholders as we have in the past to talk about not only the current financial situation, but sort of where we're headed for the next biennium, and make sure that that we at least have those representing our industry organizations well in the know and what current status and future status for the department is. So we'll be reaching out to gather a time. That the meetings that took place before included stock growers, Farm Bureau. I don't know if Les was involved from a livestock market standpoint or not. I think you may have been there as a previous agency manager, but still.
He was a committee member.
Yeah, committee member.
Yeah.
And you know, we had who else? Montana Farmers Union was represented. So several organizations. I think
Tim Gill was there.
Montana. Yeah. So we'll try to pull a group like that together again and sort of. And I know from a John standpoint, thinking about lobbying, particularly where we're headed with the next budget, I'm sure you want to know what we're planning to do, to know what you need to either defend or fight against, one or the other. So it can maybe be informative from that standpoint.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mike, we can be so much more helpful if we know what's going on. And it's been apprised of, an hour or two, so I appreciate that.
Can't imagine.
Mr. Youngberg was in charge of the lifeboat.
I will have to say, since I picked on Les as a former agency manager, when he called me the other day, he's laughing because he knows what I'm saying. When he called me the other day to talk about the market, ownership change and operation change, statutes and rules that we were going through. So I was going through those with Les, and I told him, I said, I noticed at the bottom of every one of these, they were all passed in about 77, 79. I said, if only I could find the guy who was in charge of brands and markets, then I'd give him a good talking to.
I know who he was.
And where I was standing at the other end of the phone, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I couldn't reply. So I called him later. Mr. Chairman, one thing about that budget thing, and John's probably the expert on that up here, is that we can get so much more done prior to the session starting.
Yes.
With some people. And so that's so helpful that you're doing that, because there are some avenues we can take before the gavel falls to start the session and have some things.
When people have time to listen, right?
To take advantage of the two of you being here, we do have an issue that you might not have caught up to that's fairly precise and unfortunate in a way. But you recall 2 sessions ago, you were both involved in helping us get, and other members of the industry, permission to increase the salaries of our department up to that 80% study level, conditioned upon us increasing per capita. And you were also both involved in leading the charge dealing with the increase in per capita that we created, and then we increased the salaries. So we all concurred as to asking for it. We finally got it in a footnote. We executed on it, and somehow that process, at the time of the snapshot before last legislature, those increases weren't put in place. So as a result of that, it wasn't in the snapshot, and we didn't catch up to the problem collectively as a board until last December. So it fell off the toboggan, that incremental $400,000 of salary funds. And so there will be a discussion about whether that the industry should be aware of and chime in on as to whether or not there should be a process under House Bill 3, because we're suffering under it now. So, we made it through last year, but we might not this year, so House Bill 3 would give us that backtrack. So that's something we'll have to, will be incremental, and I didn't know whether either one of you are aware of that.
Just
And
recently was made aware of it, but.
So that'll be an issue. Yeah.
We were aware of it.
And your advice as to House Bill 3, it's been a while since I've been messing with it, and Mike never has, and probably the rest of the board never has either. And maybe that's not the best. I did go to on the advice of Senator Brown, we did go to the fiscal analyst and verify the fact that it was off there. And there's other ways to solve the problem too, like going towards the governor's office to try to deal with it in that regard ahead of time. But for the second year of the biennium that we're now in, that is an issue for us. And as you know, House Bill 3 can take care of this second year because it was unintended and it's unfortunate it occurred. But we haven't contacted any legislators about it, other than Senator Brown.
Just take a look at that. Too.
Yeah. We'll see what we can do.
And it's about 400,000, I think.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Last point, Mr. Chairman, sake for Les and John's sake of being here, members of the public. He's about to be sort of on the stage, but and so there's not the opportunity to have that conversation. But please, when you're in town, get an opportunity to get to know Brian Simonson, who's our newly hired Deputy Executive Officer and Chief Financial Officer for the department. So we'll begin to see his face a lot more.
All right. Biennium.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, 2021 biennium budgeting. Let me just take a step back here to say what we're engaged in today is not exactly how it's being done in other agencies. However, we need board approval before we can put things in the budget, so we're doing it this way. So what we're coming forward with today, I'll talk about process, was asking the division leads to go through and determine what increases they may need to the base budget that we will have looking at in the next biennium. This is minus, as John said, this is minus personnel cost issues because we've gone through a snapshot. So for the next biennium, we have gotten those issues captured in the snapshot. That doesn't help for this fiscal year, but it helps for the 2021 biennium. So you won't see those increases in here. But these are incremental personnel, capital type increases that we're foreseeing in the next biennium, or operational expense increases. So we went through a process without having each division put together the list, do their division prioritization, and submit that. Now the secondary thing that myself and Brian, I'll actually give Brian credit because he took the lead on that, was looking at it from a little different standpoint. So what you'll see is you won't see it by division. Actually, we decided to do our prioritization by fund type because as you look at it, if there's an item that may be number 45 on the list, but it's in a fund type that we have at our disposal, it may be number 45 on the list, but there's funding for it. Whereas we may have a general fund item that's a number 1 priority, but we may not get general fund or additional general fund. So what you'll see is we'll walk through it by fund type: the general fund, the per capita, and then the state special, the ones that would be funded. And I think everything ended up under per capita at first with brands because of the mixture of way funds are there. So I think it's pretty much two major categories, which is general fund and per capita. The other thing we've done, which Evan and Brian will go through a little bit more, and I would ask them maybe to do that here at the head of the conversation, is to do, and I think I've got that document a little further down, was to do an analysis of, all right, what if we did everything that is on this list, what would that look like to the budget going forward based on where we're currently at with our revenues and with our current ongoing expenses that'll be a part of the base budget. The other factor we did add in is that while we have those things captured in snapshot for the salary increases, from an authority standpoint, we still have to account for the fact that we will be using up additional authority to pay for it. And so we put that factor in so that you would, when you looked at that spreadsheet, you would see the impact with that included. So we don't make that oversight and double down on ourselves and create a problem for the next biennium. And really, they did an outlook that went far beyond 2021, but by then we'll be preparing for another budget. So really the important impacts are the 2020 and the 2021 year. Let me see it, just so you can see. I see people looking through their documents, but I'll show you the document I'm talking about.
Yeah, I didn't see this.
It's this document here, and I don't know, did we have that in the packet?
Yes.
Okay. And so you can see if we did everything on our list, we would be dipping into our fund balances by $419 in 2020. We'd be dipping into our fund balances by $281 in 2021. So you can do the math there. It's roughly a total of reducing fund balance, money in the bank, by $700,000 if we did everything that's on the list in the amount. So the thing that I would open up for the board as we begin to talk about these items, one, there's folks here from the various areas to defend these. There's also obviously room to negotiate these items or say, well, you want that much, but maybe you can make do with less. The spreadsheet that has the actual descriptions of the items is the spreadsheet I put together, wanting people to, one, identify the fund source, identify what the costs were going to be in 2020 and 2021. A designation of, are you asking, is this a one-time only thing, or is this going to be ongoing in future years of the budget? It's going to be an ongoing obligation we have to fund, and whether that priority that they put forward was going to increase FTEs. The other point of order I'd make, just so you understand why it's there, is there's a couple of things like on the general fund that have cross-throughs for them. I kind of wanted to give an idea of some things that we actually had talked about, so you know that we had talked about them at a department level, but we had made the decision these are items we would not bring to the board. And you can see on this one in particular too was CWD testing. As I began to talk about the general fund request, because we don't know that FWP wants us to do that. If FWP wants us to do that, then they can help provide a funding source. We didn't feel like that was a branch we were going to step out on, because it doesn't really drive things in our lab. So that's why we crossed that one off. And then we crossed off the FT funding for 2 inspectors because this is the 2 inspectors we were given by the legislature, but not given the budget authority to pay for them. We did confirm with the governor's office that because those 2 positions were in our slate currently, they were active, even though we hadn't filled them, the snapshot would catch them at 83% of market midpoint, which is about where we're going to hire anyway. So we didn't need to request that as an additional budget item because the snapshot had captured it. Now that does not mean that because those 2 positions we currently still do not have funding for, those 2 positions will be vacant on January 1st. That does not mean they may not be sucked up by the legislature and taken away, but we don't need to ask for additional funding for them at this time.
And we have that in writing.
Yeah.
If they're going to give us those 2 back with funding.
Well,
I mean, that they're in the snapshot.
Right. Any open position, so the instructions on snapshot was any vacant position that was there, existing and active, would be captured at 83% of market midpoint as the placeholder until it was filled. But we were also given the cautionary guidance from the governor's office that obviously there's legislative intent to want to take some of those back.
Right.
And they did ask us, and it's a conversation we're having and not really prepared for today because we're still doing that analysis. Just like we deal with this every time, we were asked to look at our proposals and see, one, if there was a way we could trade some existing FTEs for additional FTEs we would require, or if there were FTEs that we were willing to let go, because obviously they're looking for negotiating room. And so there's still analysis that's taking place on that. Otherwise, all vacant positions, we do have to be prepared to provide an adequate defense for those vacant positions and why they need to remain. But that's no different than what's happened to everybody, to my knowledge.
Well, the only difference is that other bienniums you had the vacancy savings, and the vacancy savings were identified by vacant positions. And so that has gone, and so fundamentally these are all FTEs that you need. The only argument against that is in meets where they haven't been implemented, but we didn't get the authority to implement.
Right.
So then the question is, can you back that up? So it's different, but it's so the vacancy. What you're saying is you get the FTE and you get the authority based upon 83.
Yeah.
Okay.
And probably what would happen with vacant FTEs, and I'll say it was a learning experience, I think, for Brian. He didn't have to deal with that in university. It dawned on him after a meeting with the budget staff across the street that there was a potential that we would have vacant FTEs sucked up and still have applied a percentage of vacancy savings, which is a very likely scenario. You would vacant positions would be taken, and that authority would be taken away, but then there would be an additional percentage factor, like there was last time, applied for vacancy savings, which is a bit of a double dip. But if that's how the negotiations work out, as we've done this biennium, we have to figure out how to manage through it.
Well, but the only difference is previously we were allowed the 4% vacancy savings across the board, and then they decided to take it. As opposed to this is they want you to earn so much money by managing your vacancy savings,
exactly.
Which is what we've done to try to get through this budget year because of the shortage already. So let me go back to your question or your statement, or unless you're still going through this.
No, I'm at this point. I'm ready to entertain questions, and then once we get through maybe some general questions, begin to delve into the detail of these documents.
Okay, Mr. Chairman. So your cash, the cash available accounts, based upon the programmatic spending you have here, is diminished. Is it diminished below the targeted level the board set?
And that's a question. Have you done that analysis to say if we
yet.
So assuming, and let me rephrase the question for Evan, so I think he'll get where I think you're headed. Assuming you approved everything on this list, and we took those negative hits in each year of the biennium, would the fund balance left be in accordance with the board's directive for a targeted fund balance?
Right.
Now, did I rephrase it correct?
Yep.
Mr. Chairman.
I don't know is okay.
Yeah, I haven't done that analysis, but we do have enough fund balance to cover those first 2 years.
Well, I'm sure of that, but I don't want to get back into the hysterical mess that we had before. We don't have any fund balance.
Right.
And so we set a target, and a reminder that when we set those targets, we didn't set them quite as high as we talked about doing. So in other words, there still may be need for some headroom in the cash available targets that we have not set yet. So if it's coming close to diminishing, that's a key item that the board needs to deal with. Second thing is, I see in the list that you've got capital included and washed into the budget. Have we done anything with regards to a look at what we've talked about is projected capital over time expenditures for this part of the budgets? I would assume that hasn't happened because of all the stuff going on in here.
It is one of the first tasks that's been given to Brian in his new role, is to try and formulate that department-wide capital plan.
Okay.
To make sure we've got, I would say that managers have managed. So on the IT side, we have an IT inventory and a retirement schedule for all IT hardware items.
But we haven't been following it.
But we haven't been always following it. I think in brands, we've got so there's classes where we're very good on vehicles, with the exception of, when you have a year like you have and they suspend leasing any new vehicles,
Right.
you're kind of hung up until they lift that restriction. That was part of the budget negotiations for special session statewide. So I think we're pretty good across the department in terms of vehicles. Where we probably need a lot more work is in areas such as the lab. And you'll see some of that in here where they have some items that they're looking at.
Let me bootstrap on that very issue. The example I was going to use is the incinerator, because we went through a process saying we have this huge cost. And my attitude about it is, if we have the capital plan, that amount of money should be incremental to the cash availability, so that in a rainy day capital fund, as opposed to just cash there, it's designated for capital, so that you have a rationale for having that cash available on the capital side. And I think going into this session, that's probably going to be fairly important.
And as we talk about fund balances and bank balances and capital funds, because it's conversations we've been having, and it's just good, I think, to lay that out for the board, because you'll get asked questions in the public. You'll get asked questions by legislators that will go through you as opposed to through us. There's always, at this time of year, and there will be as we head to the legislature, concerns about our bank balance. Because if you looked at our bank balance today, we pretty much have our whole budget in the bank, but that's not taking into account that some of that money's hung up statutorily in unearned income and can only be dispersed on a set schedule. The other thing that inflates our bank balance that we always have to be aware of is we've just come through the collection period. So we already have all of this year's revenue, but we have not yet realized all of this year's expense. So we're always sort of a year ahead on the revenue side. And so those are two things in particular. So if you look at our bank balance and say Department of Livestock has $14 million in the bank, maybe only 5 or 6 million of that is liquid funds. The rest of it's tied up in other operational details.
And my other question was, have we looked at the revenue expectations for the biennium, and based upon any experience we had in 18, what we might look at in 19, considering the fall run, et cetera, brands, fees? I'm assuming we're still on the way up versus on the way down, but I'm not sure of that anymore.
Yeah.
And so does the revenue project, do we have a revenue guesstimate yet? We're going to have one by October, I know. But
For brands fees, no.
for brands fees or per capita?
The per capita is shown in that one blue sheet that we just looked at a few minutes ago, going forward, just based upon.
But did you use our current, or did you forecast something?
Yeah, using the current numbers.
Just an incremental 10% or something, or what?
With no fee increase.
No increase. No increase in revenue or no decrease in revenue on either brands or per capita, straight across. Okay.
And I think those are important points, because one of the things we have to consider is, there's always report. There's rumors and then there's facts. There's rumors of a lot of cattle moving and the herd scaling back. There are facts. More cattle on feed. It's been that way for every month. I think every month of the last 10 has set a record of cattle on feed, which would say and that's a nationwide, not a Montana, but that would say, wow, the herd expansion is beginning to head the other way. And so factors such as tariffs and other things that are out in the atmosphere, it's hard to gauge what that's going to do to change how cattle are moving in Montana. But I do also always like to point out that not that they're significant numbers to us, but as I always pointed out, folks get worried about that. But if we reduce the cattle inventory paying per capita by 100,000, that would be about a $229,000 hit to the department. So it takes a substantial herd retraction to make a significant difference to the department. But it's not something that we should not be paying attention to.
And what did we assume with regards to, I saw the DSA numbers, but I don't know, is that incremental? I mean, what's the expense expectation relative to DSA management based upon our expansion? Do we have one? How did you manage that? We can wait till you get to your part, but.
So the $100,000 would be for the expansion, and that's based upon what we know for cattle numbers in that area and what the anticipated or the average cost per test is.
Okay.
Yeah, and I would say, and obviously all these numbers are incremental to current budget. So if today we're spending, and I'm pulling a number, I could get the exact number, but for sake of time, I'll pull out a number out of the air. But if we're spending $816,000 on DSA today, if the increase that you see up on the screen were proposed, that means we're going to be spending $1.1 million on DSA, or have authority to spend that much on DSA in 2020 and 2021, if everything were approved and went through the legislature.
Yeah, but this is probably getting ahead of where later on we'll find out, but I think it's pertinent here. This is the first time, I think, in the DSA where we have sort of come to the end of the year and we spend most of the DSA funds. There was nothing general fund available. Maybe there was some, but almost nothing available on a general fund basis to transfer elsewhere.
Correct.
So we have no headroom in the last biennium. So the incremental is a big deal because you have no cushion. So my question then is, should we be considering an additional cushion because now we've lost it?
And I think that's built into this.
Is that what the 200,000 is?
Yeah.
So that's in which?
That's in item 1 here, where the estimation from the animal health group is $100,000 to handle the current expansion, but then they're requesting an additional $200,000 to be able to address future expansions if they hit us in that biennium.
Because didn't they take about that much away during the last session? Was it
They took
quite
10%, so it was roughly about 80,000.
I thought it was over that.
What we have consistently done over the last couple of years with our DSA funding is we have the general fund for the DSA, and then we also have the federal umbrella agreement. And pretty consistently over, I think, the last 2, maybe 3 years, we have been transferring testing costs for the DSA onto that federal cooperative agreement. And so what this would do is if we get the full $300,000, that should account for all of our testing that we think will happen in the DSA. It doesn't account necessarily for growth over the next biennium, but that would allow the umbrella to again kind of be that cushion for testing beyond what we're budgeting for.
Okay, so then have you increased then FTEs also?
Under general fund for the DSA?
Yes.
We have not.
Okay, my thought is that, all this increase is going on and you got a cash issue, but sooner or later you're going to have an FTE issue. So that's why I wanted clarification of this section, because it seems to me if you do all this and you spend all that, you will have had to probably hire some extra help. And so I don't know where that fits in your planning process, but somewhere along the line you'll be up against it. So if this is all for testing, it could be earmarked for testing as you go into the budget cycle. And if it isn't testing, you can't use it. So whether or not you use that $200,000 for testing, you might want to change your language and talk about it for expenses necessary to manage that, so that you have a broader scope rather than just testing.
However, I'd say if we don't ask for an FTE now, we won't be able to add one during the biennium from a House Bill 2 standpoint. This stuff that's in House Bill 2.
If it's funded under the general fund, you could probably get permission from the governor, if it's there for the operation in DSA, to hire somebody, because you'll end up being in an emergency situation.
Right.
So you could do it. But if it's labeled only for testing, then they probably can't let you.
Or back on the federal cooperative agreement, we have the ability to do a modified position that's based on availability grant. Unfortunately, though, we put our umbrella grant exists in House Bill 2 as well, which limits or restricts us a little bit.
Yeah, anyway.
Nina?
In the Meat and Poultry Inspection Bureau, I don't see any.
Well, can we just, as opposed to skipping down, can we just go through them?
Oh, you're just doing one.
Yeah, as opposed to, that way we'll stay focused. John kind of led us into the conversation on the first item, which is additional funding for DSA. You know, not from the staff perspective what they want, but I see two potential decisions there, which is, well, three potential decisions. One is, well, we don't even try. That's one decision. A second decision is, you know, we maybe should try to do the heavy lift to get this expansion covered, but we really, you know, don't want to put the cushion in, or the additional, or be prepared for the addition. Or a third option of, you know, the board is approving of us to try to fight through the legislative process to handle both the DSA expansion and additional needs and operations of the program. So that's how I couch the decision that we sort of need moving forward.
Are you talking about rolling that position into the, is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm talking about approving that we're going to try to get additional general fund for the designated surveillance area.
Incremental 300,000 from the general
above what
fund
we're
to the
spending
DSA.
today.
Well, yeah.
And, you know, and
well, I would move that we, Chairman, I would move that we go after both, because they're the, and I'll speak to it after anybody else agrees. Second. The reason I do is that it's an educational process, if nothing else, relative to those who receive that request of the issues dealing with the DSA. And I think the numbers are real and can be supported by the industry.
Board, anybody else?
And we are, Tawny, are we going to increase the DSA after January 1st, or we still have to make that decision?
Mr. Chair, Mrs. Lockus, based upon discussions at the last board meeting, we did proceed with the comment period. The comment period ends August 17th, and at that time we would compile the comments, bring it back to you, and could potentially implement that expansion prior to January 1.
Yeah, we opted not to do the January. We opted to go forward with it.
And this proposal is about next biennium, so we still have unaddressed needs for this fiscal year.
Yeah. So you still have the issue of, okay, so you expanded it, it could cost you another 100,000. Where are you going to get the money? I got an answer to that, but I don't think we need it right now.
Not at all. Any more discussion? Do you want to have a motion on each one? Is that what your thoughts were?
Yeah, we can. I mean, because I'm assuming there'll be some things here where you might not want to approve. It'd be good to have a record of that, unless someone disagrees with me.
Are you with us good enough?
Yep,
All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Because some of these,
Well,
I'm assuming
what's
will be
the
rather
motion?
quick.
To agree to go forward for the $300,000.
The number one right there.
Number one.
Number
Well,
one.
I just asked that because when she writes it out, sometimes
All she has to
we
do
say,
is, we
we'll
approve
do that,
priority
and
number
don't
one.
give her
Yeah.
verbiage.
Okay, number two.
Yeah, so number two is, so we didn't have to account for the salary of those two new folks, but if we turn those FTs on and put them to work in the next biennium, they'll need vehicles. And so it's an additional request for 2 leased vehicles in meat and poultry. $14,000 for the lease. You can see that it's not one time only. It'll be an ongoing expense. Does not have an FTE impact, but it comes out of general fund, obviously because it's in the meat and poultry bureau. And I need to ask the question to Brian or Evan, or Marty maybe. I see 14,000. I'm assuming that's our share. There's not a state, or we need the authority even for the federal money. So this would be $7,000 of general fund and $7,000 of federal in each year. Am I interpreting that correct?
I don't have no answer either.
It might be your side of the match for the biennium.
Yeah, that's what I want, and we maybe need to clarify that.
They have the leased vehicles over here at 7,000, or at 6,000 something, I think.
Yeah.
For 4, it comes out a little over 6,000, so I just assume when I read that.
So what we're doing is requesting the whole general fund. That's a request without assuming federal match then, because 2 vehicles would be roughly $14,000 in each year. $7,000 a year is the lease agreement.
I have a question before we take a motion on this. Do all our inspectors have to have a state vehicle? Are some of them just in the same place all the time where they could go back and forth 3 miles or 4 miles or something? Or is that just something we've done all the time?
Well, you would pay mileage regardless because they're home based. They don't have an office that they travel from. So when they leave home in the morning, if they were in a personal vehicle, you'd be paying mileage.
I realize that, but I'm talking
the mileage rates are pretty high these days on the
I'm just talking about logistics. Are there some inspectors? I mean, I know there's some that travel great distances and they got to have a vehicle. Do they live right there where they, or 10 miles from where they inspect? And is it cheaper to do it that way than give them a vehicle?
Evan knows.
I don't.
We used to. I don't know where we're at.
Oh, I'm just curious.
We did it one time in the Stevensville area. I know, but
I'm not sure if they have several different plants that they inspect.
We're talking about leased vehicles, whether we lease used company vehicles or do we pay much leasing money to individuals for their own vehicles?
Mr. Chairman, board members. Yes, the leased vehicles are required to travel to multiple establishments, and on occasion when the leased vehicle's in for repairs, PM1 or PM2, then we reimburse the employees.
What's PM1 or PM2?
They're 2 different levels of service that the vehicles get. Oil changes, tire rotation, that type of thing. So once they go in for that service, employees occasionally will get reimbursed for using their own vehicle because they do have multiple plants that they need to drive to. We have one individual who does not have a leased vehicle because she has one establishment and she's a part-time FTE, a half-time FTE, and she does not travel throughout the state, but when she does, there is a reimbursement for her to use her personal vehicle.
So there's not.
That answers your question.
Yeah, thanks.
Is there a motion on 2?
I move we okay number 2.
Sue Brown. Is there a second? Second. Discussion?
Who seconded that?
Lila. If we're going to do it, we have to have vehicles. All in favor?
Aye.
Number 3.
Yeah, so in number 3, there's some laptops, printers, IT equipment for meat and poultry bureau and inspection personnel. As you can see, they're replacing federal loaner computers that we received from FSIS, and to replace some items that are ready for cycling out. As you can see here, we're told that the FSIS loaners, if they were to fail, we would not get additional hardware from FSIS. The other thing that's in this equipment cost that's increasing the equipment line is 3 fat analyzers that they use that are up for replacement. As you can see, the age on them are close to 15 years on the current group that we have. All those items together is $19,700. You can see that yes, it's a one-time only, and it only has a one-time effect in the first year of the biennium. When you make the capital purchase, you would not make a second purchase in the next year, and of course does not have an FTE impact.
Motion.
I move that we approve number 3.
Second.
Second.
Discussion.
Question. Okay, the first thing says that we, loaner computers were sent to us from FIS to replace non-functioning department. Then it says we have to purchase them from FSIS, so which is it? Both?
Yeah.
So we have to purchase them, and when they fail, they're not gonna send us enough.
Originally, they sent them to us.
If we get authority to
Free of
buy,
charge.
if we get authority to buy them, we gotta buy them from SIS program.
So that's why you have these items that are outside of our normal IT replacement schedule,
Right.
because we have to use federal equipment. That's per our cooperative agreement with them.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, that was quick. All right, told you it'd go quicker. And remember, as we go down these lists, we are getting further. We're getting to items that, from a staff level and from a
That's
management
important.
level, we're prioritized lower. I'm sure you get that, but I just wanted to make sure you know that. Then, of course, for meat and poultry is increased sampling costs. They've experienced increased laboratory materials costing. The public health lab that they have to use for that has raised prices, just as we've raised prices in our lab. And so you can see the new federal requirements has increased the number of samples that are being taken. And so you can see they currently are doing about 692 tests at the public health lab per year. And of course, that's an ongoing expense because of changes in federal rules and regulations. We're required to do that sampling and testing. Cost on that is $15,866 each year of the biennium. Not a one-time only expense and not an FTE, no FTE impact.
Motion board,
I move that we approve number 4.
second,
Second.
discussion. Lila?
No.
I have one. This is suggesting that costs have increased for materials costs, costs of conducting a test at some incremental level, right? At the public health lab. So I would ask that the public health be put in there so they're not confusing with our lab.
Right.
Because we still have to do our cost study, do we not?
Yes.
And so I'm assuming that our cost study is going to tell us, if this is happening, that our cost studies are going to have to show an increase that's at least equivalent to or higher than the one we're experiencing here, unless there is a demonstration that volume, which we said wasn't the case because they're fixed costs, that volume offset it. And so I just caution us here to make sure we know what that number is, because that's the root of it, right? Your costs went up how much per test, and how come yours didn't go up, or did yours go up that much? Why not?
Yep.
It's a catch-22 for you.
Where is this public lab?
Mr. Chairman, board members, the public health lab is across the street over here,
So
the
it's the one
Department
here.
of Public
Okay.
Health and Human Services.
Yeah, that ought to be, because I think you're right.
That's
We
a
did not-
gotcha, and it's not a lot of money, but
It's
it's
not our
a
lab.
bigger issue.
It's a bigger issue.
Yeah, one of the things, and getting a feel from that, but it's something we probably should look into, and I'm looking back towards Dr. Zalusti. So on our agreement with Health and Human Services on rabies testing, is there money changing hands, or are we getting something else out of that agreement?
I'm not aware of my changing hands
Yeah.
for that testing, so that would be a Dr. Smith question.
Right. Well,
or
we
the
should
status.
find the answer to that, because where I'm going with that is, because we probably have looked at these things within silos, but if we're doing lab work at VDL for DPHHS, and DPHHS is doing lab work for us, is there a way that we combine the agreements and say, we do this for you, you do this for us, if there's some sort of agreement there in numbers? Like now, if we're, or offsetting that. I mean, it's just it doesn't really have a budgetary impact, but what I'm looking at is the thing of we have a agreement with DPHHS going this way, and we have another one coming back this way.
Well, let me put in a different view.
Yeah.
If you had the additional incremental public health lab tests at your lab, would you have to have additional space in the new building? And if so, does your capital program contemplate expenditures for the new lab building that the legislatures don't know? But at some point, you know, they're going to ask that question too.
Yeah, because if for some reason I was trying to remember and I can't remember now exactly what the numbers are, but if it's a wash, then we should probably, you know, do a more holistic agreement with DPHHS.
Yeah, I agree.
And not,
Or not.
Yeah, as opposed to throwing money back and forth at each other.
Or just get all of theirs.
Yeah.
Well, that's the key, because we're now in business.
They might fight for
right?
that.
All in favor?
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. I thought you were taking
Aye. Passed.
Okay, that's all the general fund request. Obviously, those are probably the heavier lift when it comes to the legislature. Now we're into.
Hold on a minute. You still got our lab's general fund.
Yes.
That's down the list.
Well,
No, but
I just wanted to make sure he said it was all the general fund requests, because you got it by category, right?
All the increase, right.
Well, we're not asking for any increase in our own lab from the general fund because costs have gone up?
Well, it's a good question. We don't have the full-on cost analysis, which we should have, that would probably tell us that based on, you know, how we did it last time.
Well, I don't know whether anybody will raise it, but on one hand, you're asking for $200,000 and $100,000 for more tests. That's going to be revenue into the lab, right? Because each one of those tests is $10 and $12, $260, whatever the number is on a total basis going in the door. That's increased revenue. You got a cost study coming down the pike that we have to finish. So the question is whether the increased revenue is going to offset the cost. And if it doesn't, then we should be asking for more money, right? And then you got the milk issue. That's being offset by general fund public health dollars, right? So that the fees don't increase in the dairy industry, because that's why we put it into public health. So I would encourage you to take a look at that and see.
Yeah,
I can't imagine that, well, you know, somebody gave me a number the other day, I didn't hardly believe it. They talked about how many pounds of milk there are in the state 15 years ago versus now, and it's a huge increase in pounds, not necessarily producers.
Exactly.
But I don't know what the tests are. But I would hate to be caught here or not.
And while we're talking about, before we switch gears, while we're talking to state special revenue, I mean, those are things and those are factors that are harder to gauge, but they are influencers and drivers for particular areas of our department. So, for example, one of the things we have to contemplate, we've heard multiple opinions about actions the Board of Milk Control may take and what impact that may have. The reality is it probably will not significantly impact it could actually increase, if anything, but it wouldn't decrease the amount of fluid milk that is produced in the state of Montana, but it certainly could have an impact on the number of producers, and because of the caps we have in place, we would still have the amount, but we could see decreased revenues because there's producers reaching those caps. Now, you would hope that would be offset by the fact that fewer producers, fewer points of inspection would reduce costs, but we have found over time that it doesn't necessarily always equally translate that way.
Well, and the other thing is, remember the audit says move a fixed percentage of your authorized into per capita. So you could argue with what you're presenting now is that you're increasing the amount of, you're willing to increase the amount of money that you're going to spend out of per capita for the lab because you have not increased the general fund request. And there's other arguments that I don't want to get into about whether you should or whether you shouldn't, but at least there ought to be a clear decision by the staff as to whether or not you want any more general fund at the lab.
And I think, as I'm looking down the list, I remember thinking about this. I would say hold on to that point when we get to priority number 5 on the per capita list, because it's going to jump out at you when we get there. It'll jump out at you maybe something we didn't, I'm admitting that we didn't think about in our prioritization, and it'll dovetail into your point.
Okay.
Just saying that, I already see it on the list.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, yeah.
Okay.
So per capita fee is the fund class that we're talking about now. Once again, staff prioritization, maybe not the same as board prioritization, and we'll see.
Can I ask?
Yeah.
I think this is an important question to ask before you start. Do the increases you have here require us to increase per capita?
We don't believe so today.
Correct.
We've still got to have that conversation in September about what the board wants to do. We don't think this would drive per capita needs up.
So we approve everything, it should not increase our per capita requirement.
Right, unless we see other scenarios or factors. So the number one, and part of it is, I'll say that because I think for anybody listening, but I can see some confusion on board members' faces, is remember that for the last 2 years of the biennium, where we were collecting 4.8, 4.9 million of per capita, our budget only had 3.5 million roughly of authority. So we had almost $1.5 million of clearance between collection and authority. However, we did, like I said, but that wasn't counting in that we did the salary increase and some other things.
Right. 500,000 out of the
Right. So there's a figure there that we could. So what I'm saying is, in short, is there's a figure by which we could increase expenses and still not touching what our collection rate is. If that makes sense. So item number one, staff priority we bring to you because it has come up at multiple meetings here. It has come up in many conversations that I've had with the public, and that is funding for predator control. We are statutorily obligated to spend a minimum of $350,000 per capita fee each year on predator control, which we use to pay for our wildlife services cooperative agreement, then doing helicopter maintenance and doing that work on our behalf. This proposal would be adding an additional $150,000 per capita, increasing the total that we would use for that to $500,000 to hopefully alleviate some of those concerns. As I say, there's a dichotomy of choices. You could do less. If you didn't approve everything on this list, you could do more, or you could say we're fine where we are with what we're spending today. But that was our number one priority, and that's the number that we pegged it at, was taking that from 350 to 500,000. There is some rhyme and reason to that number based on all the information we've had available to us that Mr. Stiber has presented to us in the past. Unfortunately, no one from Wildlife Services is able to be here today because of another meeting. Otherwise they might be able to directly inform the board whether they thought that would be, if that would meet the sort of increased needs that they have expressed in the past.
I move approval number one.
Is there a second?
Second.
I'm just wondering.
Discussion?
Here's my issue about that. I think we need to increase it, but I don't know why and how much. I don't want to just increase it and say, here's a whole bunch of cash that we're going to go spend and you can have it.
Right.
I think that we ought to be presented with a rationale that says we need an increase and this is why we need it and we need this much.
And I think if we kept these two things separate, so we have the statutory obligation, right? The statutory appropriation. You have to.
This is incremental to that.
But this is incremental to that. And usually, I will say, Wildlife Services is very good. And Evan can maybe speak to this, or Deanna could step in and speak to it. She deals with it probably more than any of us does, who works on cooperative agreements. I would say that they're extremely good about giving a very detailed work plan and providing information back to that work plan to justify the expense. Would that be an inaccurate statement?
Yeah.
They give a very detailed amount on their expenses, yes.
I mean, that's just a huge increase, 150 grand when we're spending 300 to go from 300 to 450.
How much of the 350 is 350, right?
Yes.
How much of that is taken out for us to pay our insurance and stuff? Because they don't get that 350.
Right, we presented that last month.
Correct, it was about $21,000.
Oh, 21.
And then
I thought it was
also-
And this would increase the county share as well. We would give them their share. The counties that don't participate, we would give them their share per capita back. It would increase the share of their per capita that they're receiving back for their county programs. And so that would just like they
Why would it increase? Because they get back on the amount per capita they pay into the program.
You could.
This shouldn't have any effect on that.
It should, yeah, and I hadn't thought about that direction, but I think it's a valid point to say they have a right to their share of the statutorily required funds, but anything the board decides above and beyond that, they don't necessarily have a right to that refund. I mean, you could make that argument.
I think Stiver would gladly, because when I talked to him way back earlier in the year about the cost incurred by redoing motor engines or whatever you call it, the helicopter and blades and stuff. I mean, it was pretty significant, and he was going to get that. I don't know that I ever got that. I mean, he was going to get the total of all those costs.
I'm hesitant at that level, I guess. One time only, no. So that means we're going to continue.
Yeah.
We're going to continue at that level. I agree with John as far as that amount. It looks like it's, and I don't question he needs it. I'm not making that question whatsoever. I'm just stating that, you're going to continue with this thing.
Well, I think you get to a
lot of
point,
money.
and sorry now, I just want to make this, I think you're going to get to a point where, and this is something we've talked about, that I do think there's a tipping point that if further increases are needed into the future, if you get to a point where you're spending $1 million on the predator control function, we're actually back, if we've got that much authority and that much money, the question would be, should we get back in the business of doing it ourselves as opposed to contracting it out? And I know we may not want to do that, but it's, it is difficult.
We're getting close to doing it now with all the counties that are doing it.
Right, it's getting difficult if you're giving 10 or 20% of your revenue to a cooperating agency. If it ever reached that level, that would be really hard to justify. Right now, we would be at about 10 to 11% of our generated revenue for per capita being spent for predator control, but with the concept of the majority of that funding going to a cooperator, basically contracting out that work.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'd be in favor of $50,000 a year without knowing what their plan is, but 150, it seems like we're...
Or you make it one time only.
But that isn't fair to him. The one time only to him that's a disservice in my mind. Okay. If you do that one time only, then he's got a little boost.
Then I withdraw my motion. Right? Can I do that?
You can do that.
And we can figure out a different amount then if we want to.
I know.
Well, going back to some of the presentations that both Craig and excuse me, John Stiver have given us, it seems to me that the money that we give to them basically goes to the maintenance of the department helicopters, which comes back to other discussions about capital funding. And so this is labeled wildlife services or predator. If it's, are we giving it to wildlife services, or are we doing a capital expense for predator control? And I think to me they're two different things. Wildlife services actually is doing the maintenance because federally they are required to do so. I think that's correct. But in effect, this is a capital expense for our equipment.
Capital expense.
Okay, but that's what it's being used for.
Well, there's money, of the money we give them, some is being used for maintenance.
Then we probably
That's a part of the total budget.
Then we probably need a breakdown from them. For instance, did you tell us blades for the helicopter were 80,000. I think that's what he said.
Too bad he's not here, because if we need to
Yeah, I
get
think
this
that's
done-
what
And we can
he
get,
said.
I mean, there's also the option for the board to do some conditional approvals upon getting with Wildlife Services and getting some more concrete data. The thing I would say there, and I brought it up at a past board meeting, and I've let it lie because John Scully gave me an ugly look the day I said it. And he should have. He
That's
should
the
have.
way I look every day.
No, you see, because he knew. I think he knew where I was going, which is now you're starting to get into a deeper conversation. Because if we begin to say, the question that I asked Wildlife Services in an earlier meeting, maybe a year ago, it's been a while ago, was what value would they assign to the use of those helicopters that we're not reimbursed for? So if they use them for grizzly work, that's not part of our cooperative agreement. If they use them for wolf work, that's not part of our cooperative agreement. And you can be careful where if you begin to define the relationship to that detail, then I think the legitimate thing for us to do is to begin to ask the question of, well, how do you reimburse us for when you use them for items that because there's certainly a cost to the federal government if they had to go out and procure those machines because we no longer provided them. And I don't know that we want to get into that detailed a relationship, or if it's to either party's advantage to get to that detailed a relationship. Does that make sense?
It does, but
Yeah, because it could get grounded.
Yeah.
But at 150,000 increase, I think the discussion's closed. I mean, because you can contract out a lot of fixed airplanes.
When did we start the agreement with Wildlife Services?
It would have been more than 20 years, or about 20 years ago, when the department chose to no longer have pilots on staff. And if you've seen John's presentation, I know all of you probably have. I think he's presented here at the board meeting. One of the slides, and I think this is where we came up with numbers, and at least I did. I can't speak for and Brian's too new to do more than ask a lot of very detailed questions, which are usually good questions about it. But I'm responding to the fact of, and I think this is the thing that the public has responded most to is, wow, okay, 10 years ago, you were receiving 10, 11% of the per capita was not necessarily but being spent on predator control. So let's take, because we would have to do it if we didn't have a cooperator. So 10 to 11% of per capita was being spent on our predator control mission. And over time, as per capita fee collections have gone up, and we've never increased, or that statutory appropriation has always stayed pretty static, that now it's down to 6, 7%. And so it's sort of a rebalancing of getting back to spending the amount on predator control that we would in the past. That's the rationale we give today. I'm not saying it's a good rationale. It's just that's kind of the information we've been responding to. But if we need more detailed information than that from Wildlife Services to find out what the right figure is, I don't think you would find anyone from a staff perspective that would say, no, we probably shouldn't do some more work on that.
Mr. Chairman.
I'll move.
Oh, you were going to do it. I was just
Go
going
ahead.
to. I make a motion that we hold on this one
Table.
until number one under. Anyway, that we hold on this one until we get more definitive answers from Wildlife Services.
Well, we got a problem.
Yeah.
Well, I'll see if there's a second.
We got a calendar.
Oh, how fast
To go in.
Oh, it's gotta
go
Yesterday.
Yeah, we'll be loading this stuff in later this month. And that's why I'm saying there could be some conditional approval
What if
up to
we,
a certain amount based on.
How do you
further
feel, like
information.
50 or 75,000?
I'm good at 75,000.
Okay, I'll move 75,000.
Okay.
Well,
Let me
motion.
withdraw my motion.
Well, it died for lack of
Yeah, it
second.
did.
Oh, it died. My motion died. Okay, there you go.
So I'll move 75,000.
Second.
Second by Lila. Discussion.
Yeah, now that we've talked through this a little bit, we're going to have to be careful so we're not backfilling every federal dollar they want to cut and think we're going to backfill it.
I agree.
Because at that point, we do go back into business ourselves.
The board's gonna have to reassess it
Yeah.
sometime if that happens, to figure out how we're
Well-
gonna do it, so
Yeah.
that the public knows we're gonna continue just exactly what it's gonna look like.
Right.
And I guess I should say, I never really said why, and I think it was more from my force than anyone else's as to why this was staff priority number one. I should point out that I also have a preemptive strategy in that I really don't want anyone going to the legislature and changing the statutory appropriation. So if we can find a way to do it ourselves and make that agreement, not just wildlife services, but with our constituency,
That's the issue.
it's better to do it that way than to have them go to the legislature and now we're statutorily obligated to spend a certain
And
amount.
remember, we have had constituents here asking to have been increased. They were in the legislature last time, in the hallways.
Yeah.
And the cap got removed and clarified, so your point is right on the money.
Yeah. Sometimes I don't like to tell all my strategy, but I'll tell some.
No, I agree.
Okay, so the motion's on the floor, there's a second. 75,000, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Number two.
Number two, which may, as I said, that's why I joked when I saw that one there, and I said staff priorities, maybe not board priorities, and we'll see as discussion goes. Obviously, we had a conversation this morning about, and Nine had asked for some information on what we're spending on legal with agency legal services. Certainly, I do not propose that having in-house counsel would alleviate all that need when we go to litigation. We'll still be working either with risk and tort defense or potentially agency legal services, because your in-house counsel is not necessarily going to go be the one to defend you in a Core-Mark lawsuit, for example. But what in-house counsel could do and how it could defray some of those costs is the legal counsel that's being, here's a clear example, the legal counsel being provided to Leslie today through my direction on how to navigate this market sale is the type of thing that we would have the in-house counsel do. The trade-off there is the in-house counsel would my look at things is we can hire pretty decent in-house counsel in this town, maybe because there's a glut of attorneys. No offense, John Scully, but for $35 to $40 an hour, that plus benefits, that consultation could be provided to Leslie, as opposed to paying $106 an hour the agency legal services for those very routine items that come up that are not really they would be litigation items if you don't handle them well, but just advising on the process is not necessarily a litigation type of situation. So that's why we propose it. I'm not proposing that it completely wipes away external legal bills because of how state process works, but I would perceive that there could be a lot of items that we would be able to deal with in-house as opposed to doing them at a higher rate, and that's why we request that. I've tagged it, obviously it's an FTE impact and it's not one time only. I've tagged salary and benefits at about $100,000 a year. That's with the assumption of hiring that person in the $35 to $40 an hour range, which is I look around at other in-house counsel around the state, and I've looked at agency legal services. Unfortunately I've been around enough now to know names and know who's good, and to say, okay, if we could get that type of person at that rate of pay, I think we would be sitting in a good position. So there's the defense of the item, and I'll leave it to the board's discretion.
Is there a motion?
What question?
Well, let's go to discussion. Let's see if we can get it on the floor. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion that we not approve the attorney and approve the rest of the items.
What?
Well, in that number two, you have replace equipment.
Oh, no, three.
That's three.
Sorry.
That's three.
Well, I thought number three was managers of bison.
What list do you?
Whoa, where are we here, John?
I'm looking at the screen.
Three is in purple.
Two.
The first one in purple.
Two is
in gray.
Attorney.
Okay, three is all the purple?
Yeah.
Except for four?
Yeah.
Right. Two.
Exactly.
Okay, then I would.
Take it all back.
Okay.
And I'm not gonna move to, I'm not
I won't
gonna
either.
vote to approve the attorney. So I'll just let it sit there. Unless you want a motion to deny it.
Yeah.
I'll move we not hire an attorney.
Is there a second?
Yeah.
Discussion?
Who seconded
Me.
Lila, discussion? You're not gonna
I
let
think-
John get away with that, are you?
Well, I
Make a
think that
motion and then
I'll
no
explain
discussion?
why I'm opposed to it.
Yeah, I know, yep.
Which I assume is what you want. I think we've had a rush of legal issues based upon the meat activity that we've taken place. Before that, it was Cormark, which would have been handled by an in-house counsel anyway. There are some day-to-day activities that could be helpful for Mike, I'm sure, but I don't think it's a full-time job. And so I just don't favor having a full-time legal counsel. I
And we
think the
brought
other
that-
issue is because we wind up in any tort defense having to use the tort counsel of the state, which we had to. We wound up having 3 attorneys the last time, 2 of which were outside the department anyway. I mean, all 3 outside the department, but if you count Rob as assigned to us. So I just think our goal is to get rid of the meat issues over time, and as opposed to just hiring somebody. And a part of the pressing, by not hiring somebody, it pushes you to get rid of and improve your process, as opposed to being comfortable with it. And that's why
And I would say, as I pointed out, and this is not a defense or a detraction from the statement or the action that's on the floor. It's just saying, and what I'm hearing is, what I'm hearing is the board being comfortable, because one of the things that I will say created some issues for the department was the lack of use of legal counsel. In other words, so here's, as I gave that example. So that, if the decision is up to me whether I accept a letter, that this letter's appropriate or not, is something that's a little far afield for me. And so my preference has been, yes, it's going to cost us $50 if it takes them a half hour to look at it. My determination as a staffer has been, ask Rob, is this good enough, and get the answer. And all I'm saying is I'm fine as long as, sometimes I worry that the board might be worried about the expense of that, but if that's not a concern.
Well, you're worried about it, but you don't ask that question every day, 5 times, 6 times, 8 times a day.
It comes in buckets.
You've been very good about it, I think.
Well, I agree with John on it. I think as we move forward, hopefully we clean up some of this stuff. We drop some of the legal issues that keep popping into our face, and hopefully we wouldn't have to incur that cost.
And if we'd have spent a little more money with ALS preventative, some of those issues would have never arisen.
There you go.
Yeah, I agree. All in favor of John's motion?
Aye.
You get him staying?
I don't remember what it was.
It was not to hire.
We got to get
not
the
to
lunch.
hire.
Must be lunchtime.
I'm kind of
always
a
break.
She just wrote down
a note to herself. Didn't say anything. Doesn't matter.
And Mr. Chair, if you're losing people, you are always
Yes.
welcome to break the meeting
Let's
for
break.
lunch and come back.
I think
Let's
probably
keep
that's
going a
what I-
minute.
No, let's eat.
Let's mark that down, John, so you don't start out on number something or other.
Yeah, I just gotta get.
We can do things behind time, we just can't do them ahead of time. so.
At first I thought having the attorney with a gun was what he would have.
So you got 7 minutes.
And I
That's
have
the best kind of attorney.
I have an issue to go back on an old business, and I don't know where you want to handle it.
Can I help you?
But the motion we made at the last meeting about the counties that were going to be in.
We're gonna recess for lunch. Can we hit the
Yeah, somebody
switch
needs to turn us off.
before Lila?
Some of them are.
No, I'm going to bring it.
You are on.
We're on number 3.
Let me get fired up here.
I think this is a good idea.
I'm really glad you got the vests in there.
Yes, number 3, so some law enforcement equipment, and Leslie is here to talk to it if she needs to. So we've got to replace some of our handguns, and it's not to exceed 10 years on those, so we've timed out. Some are 10 years old, the ones we're talking about. And our ballistic vest, again, they have a recommended replacement rate of 5 years. So you can
Can't
see
believe it's been 5 years.
Don't you have some people that don't have them?
No, they all have.
No, we were able to purchase vests.
I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I just wonder if the people recommending these not to exceed 10 years and not to exceed 5 years, if they're the actual salesmen of these items.
Yeah. My guns are
Because
older than
we have very old guns at my house, and the older the
They
better.
work.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Chair, Ms. Brown, the recommendation comes from our armorer, so he is actually trained in safety and maintenance of firearms and retention schedules, that sort of thing. So
Does it come from, I didn't hear you.
our armorer,
Who's that?
Who's an armorer?
Armorer?
yes,
Armorer.
Who is that?
Dan Beauty.
Dan Beauty off our staff.
Oh, okay.
He's in charge of our armory.
Yes.
Maybe that's a better way to say
Armorer.
it.
Armorer.
What do you say to people who ask the question, how often do these weapons get fired?
Well, they are required by law to be qualified twice a year, so they have to pass a qualification twice a year minimally. And then they're also required to maintain their skills enough to pass the qualification, so they should be practicing on a regular basis. So they're issued practice ammo and duty ammo. The duty ammo obviously is for when they're...
So how many rounds go through? Any idea?
I'd have to
Okay.
ask. I don't know.
Somebody's probably going to ask somebody.
One of the things I'd point out about the replacement rates, which I know we've talked about before, that Dan is looking at, sort of some universal standards in the law enforcement community. Always important to talk about risk the other way, which is if someone had a situation that they needed their firearm and it didn't work and it was older than 10 years, that could be problematic. Or if there was, knock on wood, someone had a situation where someone needed their vest and it didn't work and it was over 5 years, there could be some liability concerns.
Nina?
Leslie, I know also from past discussions they use shotguns, and I don't see shotguns on here. Are those all up to date?
They are. They were just replaced last year.
Let me ask you a process question here. So, we have this list, right? And I've got handguns and hoo-ha on 3, and then I got some more stuff on 4, and I got some more stuff on 5. And what you're really doing, in the end, is arriving at a cumulative number that is going to grant you authority.
Right.
And what we're really doing is we're really approving a line item budget. And so the question is, do we really want to be in the business of approving a line item budget? Or should we be approving an amount of money that is going to come into brands as a part of their expenditures to properly operate their organization? Because their priorities might change.
And if I can provide some commentary, I think, once again, we may be on the top of one of those tipping points where I think as a staff, we feel like we need to provide that detail because that's what's been necessary in the past. And maybe we've arrived at a point where, the board may not feel that that detail is necessary because you have some confidence in that we're asking for the right things. I don't know if I'm misinterpreting that or not.
No, I think you are. I guess the problem I have with it is that, we wind up hiring some managers to manage the system here. And unless we're opposed to something that you might work on, we ought not probably itemize everything down to the dollar.
Yeah.
Because then you're on an itemized budget, so you come in here and then you're going to, then is the next step to say, okay, we got the authority for all this stuff in here, And the legislature usually doesn't go through every one of these authorities. They're not gonna do that.
They did last time. But
Well, they did, but that's not gonna happen again.
Right.
And even once they got through it, we were so efficient in the first part that they finally said, okay, let's go to page 12.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so I'm just acting as a matter of process, whether or not we want to be in the, 4 years ago, we didn't even get a look at the budget before it actually got here, right? There's some stuff you might not want, but if you're required to turn in guns every 10 years, that's a requirement. Right? I don't know,
Are these not things, Mr. Chairman, that are should be part of the budget ongoing? That you decide how you're going to pay for within your budget?
But I think as a board, we established the protocol here, and we haven't changed it. And this is what we ask from our people, our personnel, and we haven't done anything to tell them that, no, you run this thing.
I'm okay with it.
I mean, I'm not opposed to this, but I do know it takes a lot of time.
Okay, when we got vests last time, did we, and it was after I came on the board, so I'm surprised they're up again.
Well, that's why
We didn't know anything about it. We knew we needed them, but it wasn't a special line item.
All right, I'm sorry I asked the question.
No, and I'd say it's about, I guess, maybe where I was thinking you were going to is that if you thought by doing the line item approval the way we're doing it, that in some way someone reviewed that, let's say tomorrow some benefactor said, here you go, here's some brand new vests, and we go, oh, that's great, we got all of our vests. If we're locked in because of the board proceeding to saying, well, no, you can't spend that money on something else because you said you were going to spend it on vests, right? I mean, I don't know if that's where you're going.
That's exactly
what he was talking about.
And so somebody who's taking that off expects
we've got capital expenditures commingled in here, which is fine.
Yeah, and operational help.
All right, I'm sorry I asked the question. Sorry I didn't let it shut up. You can say that'll be good.
Is there a motion?
I move we okayed number 3.
Second?
Third.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. So continuing on, this is also in the enforcement area within brands. They have some leased vehicles that are up. We've actually pushed some of them. Some folks a little further. Well,
these are owned vehicles.
These are owned vehicles.
Yes.
And we're converting to leases.
Correct.
Right. Okay. We've been as owned vehicles that expired. We've gone to the lease. So this will be 4 vehicles we're surplusing, which we don't get the money from. Right. Well, it depends. I think we used to, but I think it got questioned during the last legislative session whether we should.
It's not
but these would be four vehicles to replace aging vehicles in our fleet.
I was going to ask how many more owned vehicles we have.
These are the last 4 in the investigator program. There are quite a few in the markets that we own, but those are very low mileage, so they tend to last us a little longer. We recycle them into the markets after we use them in districts.
And are we, Mr. Chairman, are we pretty much obligated to lease now via the governor?
That was the direction or the order of some years past before I started. I would also make the argument that I've been in favor of leases because I've seen better asset management with it is probably the kindest way to say it. That has come from having leased vehicles. In other words, we take care of state property better when you're having to bring it in somewhere and get it inspected every couple of months than if it's just out there and we basically see it when somebody drives it here or turns it back in. There's been some issues with some of those vehicles and so I just think it's also, I think, created some opportunities for us in asset management. I know there's always the argument about whether it's the better financial decision to lease versus own. I know that's always.
Didn't they ask us that last legislative session?
Yeah.
When you and I were in there, they say, how come you're leasing vehicles? Why don't you own them?
Yeah, and from the same standpoint, I think the issue we said too is that leases actually force you to manage your inventory better. Because with an owned vehicle, you have the tendency to say, well, we can push it another 20 miles, 20,000 miles, 30,000 miles, One of the things folks around here have heard me said that I cringe just because I care about that stuff. Probably I shouldn't, but every time we are putting a transmission in a vehicle with 190,000 miles on it, it gives me the heebie-jeebies because we should just be getting rid of it. And lease just forces you into that, right? So you get to the expiration of lease and you have to take action and you make sure that you, and it's a safety aspect too. You've got people in newer vehicles and you don't, but you do have that temptation. And I think that was another one of the things that come out legislature-wise is that with some of the owned vehicles, so we would take an owned vehicle out of the district with an investigator, and we'd say, well, we'll put it at the market because we can, they don't drive much at the market. We can stretch it a little further for people with, I won't name names, but for people with eagle eyes who look at surplus auctions a lot, they question why you're not surplusing that vehicle when it has its maximum value. And we've been getting all the good out of everything we could, and leasing just kind of forces you to roll that fleet over appropriately.
So, Mr. Chairman, Mike, does the maintenance on it have to be done by a state agency?
In most cases.
Or certified?
Certified.
Yeah, if
That's
there's one
certain
near.
places.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
If you're far away, you can go
I've never
locally,
leased a
but
vehicle because I could never get them miles on it.
Well, like tire repair, you can go around A&A's. The
Oh,
FWP
yeah.
will do that for A&A. or
Yeah.
the FWP. Anyway, a motion?
Oh, sorry.
I move we okay number 4.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, who is the second?
Lila, Sue had the motion.
Mr. Chairman, on number 5, that's another one, just like the last one, where heavily used equipment just needs replaced. I think that one's a no-brainer.
I was just going to
I
point
don't
out, I mentioned number 5 earlier, and so I'm going to do it, if I'm teeing up Mr. Scully, I am, but I think this gets into the question he asked earlier, so I wanted to call it out. So you see that we're replacing some equipment in the lab. We have it on the per capita list. So the question always isn't some of this, especially when you talk about the serology section, isn't some of this equipment being used in a way that speaks to our general fund expenditures versus our per capita? So we're increasing our per capita here and not increasing our general fund. I just wanted to point out, right, wrong, or indifferent, that I think that kind of speaks to the question that was being asked earlier.
Yeah.
And I noticed it as I looked here and read, and I thought, yeah, that's some work we haven't done to part and parcel that out and say, should general fund be picking up some of this capital expense in the lab if it's in sections of the lab where we've devoted the majority of the general fund?
Can we change it to general fund?
Well, we don't know the answer.
Yeah, but that's the problem.
Well, there's.
So I'll move that we
Can-
approve. Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Just a minute. Did we vote on the vehicle one?
Yes, we did.
No.
One second, okay.
Mhm. And this was Sue, Lila, maybe
Who seconded?
Nina.
Nina.
Item 6, I'll provide a little commentary on, and then and then see if Dr. Zalewski or anybody has anything to add. So this is, it's probably been a little bit more than a year ago we came with the concept of converting one of our open FTEs at the time to put someone in place that would primarily address the emergency preparedness business continuity activities. It's and I'll say that I've seen some things in the last couple of weeks even that have brought this back to the bear when I was at a meeting where I got to understand what some other states are doing in this area and particularly in this region of the country that are quite further ahead than we are because they have someone who's devoted to it, someone who's not only doing the planning, building the relationship, making sure the agency connections are there, but also doing beyond what's required. So we had our FMD exercise. I'll give an example from Idaho, where Idaho and Utah worked together through their staffs and did their own emergency exercises because they have a lot of cross between their borders. And it's because they have enough staff devoted to be able to do that. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, and Dr. Zalewski can correct me here, the problem with this item is I still think the option for doing it within our current slate of FTEs is still there unless there's a different plan, as opposed to requesting as an incremental increase, doing it as a repurposing of an FTE, so it wouldn't add an FTE to the department. So there's a couple of options there if the board was so inclined to approve us moving forward with that concept.
Could you clarify that statement? I didn't.
Yeah, that's.
I don't get it either.
Yeah, so what Mike is saying, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, is that we in fact have FTEs available in the department funded by cooperative agreement, by a federal cooperative agreement that we could use. So we could create, or we could fill this position without actually going through EPP. Having said that, so there's basically a couple different avenues for you to go if you chose to create this position, which would be either created out of existing FTEs that we had that we kind of vetted with you last year, or make a new position because of the kind of newly kind of articulated and defined need based on FMD planning and that kind of thing. One caveat that I wanted to share with you is that the emergency planning that we've had that's been able to take us this far already, that was done by Dr. Kalizak, who's no longer in that position. So it's because she took the EIAO position for the meat folks. So we are not in any position to
Say
make.
that again. What happened?
Dr. Kalizak successfully applied for the EIAO position in the Meat and Poultry Bureau. And so therefore that function however, while she was with Animal Health and working on brucellosis, she was making significant efforts for emergency preparedness. Now that she's vacated, now that position is no longer filled, we're pretty much in a standstill for preparedness of any kind of significant, if there's any kind of a significant task to be done, it's not going to get done at this point because of lack of staff.
Mm-hmm. John doesn't understand.
Well, I just didn't.
So let me go a little slower.
I mean, the person who just ran the program now left the program to go to meats.
So Dr. Kalizak,
Yeah.
she, as you're aware, she's been working with Dr. Liska as a brucellosis compliance technician.
Yeah, and she sort of ran the emergency stuff.
Correct. And also as part of those duties, we've assigned her or asked her to do emergency preparedness duties.
Right.
So she was doing both of those things, brucellosis compliance, testing and reimbursements, and she was doing emergency preparedness because we asked her to do that, and she was capable and found that in her time. She has moved over to meat and poultry inspection, and therefore we have now a vacancy that will come to you to fill as a brucellosis compliance technician, because now that position is vacant. All of those things coming together, I'm trying to say that the capacity, that whatever capacity we did have for emergency preparedness 2 weeks ago with Dr. Kalizak in that position is no longer available. So now we're in a more pressing need to maintain or build on that capacity than we were even previously.
Unless we're lucky and find another room.
Correct.
Does this need to be a veterinarian?
Yes.
I'll say it. So there are emergency preparedness duties that can be done by a non-veterinarian. Having said that, there are several or many of those are done by a veterinarian best because they understand the disease transmission, they understand epidemiology and surveillance, and what would take place in the case of a real event. So, yeah, I mean, you could do it. I would say it's imperfect. The other benefit of a veterinarian is that I've mentioned to the board before is that there are duties that exceed Dr. Szymanski's capacity related to animal health, disease, and administration of the Animal Health Bureau.
She doesn't agree to that, does
No.
There's stuff that isn't being
I'm
done
just
right
joking.
now. Yeah. No.
So we're already in
I
it. Yeah.
But my issue is the meats job, is that a required veterinary position by classification and title?
Preferred. It was in things of qualified degree areas. Yeah, it's not a established veterinary position. But what's different about Dr. Kalizak than the other veterinarians we have sitting in the room, I think, is different. Is that she not only has a a DVM, but she has a master's in public health as well. So she falls more on the sanitarian side.
Mr. Chair and Marty, my only concern about that, responsible for emergency preparedness and disease control duties. So I guess the disease control duties would allow her to be somebody who's not just you can spend 3 months on emergency preparedness and be done, and then after that she'll be helping you. Well, you can wait 10 years for an emergency. That's all I'm saying. And so that person would then take over all the responsibilities that Emily was doing.
So if I can clarify that, Sue, I appreciate the question, but unfortunately, emergency preparedness is not something that you prepare for once and you're done. And in fact, it's a real time suck in the way that there's always something that you could be doing. And then once you're completed a certain amount of planning, then you go back and you're making sure that it's current, that you exercise it or whatever. So in fact, many agencies have a full-time emergency preparedness. I view this emergency preparedness position as being able to do the planning, kind of straddle the fence about being able to do the critical planning, do animal health disease work, and then be able to kind of balance those two duties based on priorities and current events. But absolutely, emergency preparedness is not something that we basically can check a few boxes and then say, well, now we're done.
I get that, but not full-time. I don't see it as a full-time position.
I'll just tell you that there is a lot of work to be done that's undone. So.
I get that.
None?
Well, and I'm kind of sitting there with Sue. Emily had a position, and she was dealing with diseases and so forth and so on. And it almost, and then you had come to us and asked for a new FTE for emergency preparedness. And this almost looks like you've taken the two positions and combined them. That's how it reads, is that you've combined the two positions, or that you're asking to fill the one position here and you're leaving the other position empty. Because we had two different positions you were talking about.
Yeah,
So
one's a completely different job.
The position that Emily Kalizak had for the Department of Livestock was what we call our brucellosis compliance technician.
Correct.
That is a position that is not required to be a veterinary position. It does reimbursements, the compliance assessment for the DSA. Having Emily in that position, she was capable of doing additional work, and so we were somewhat taking advantage of her skill set. And that's why she was able to also do the emergency preparedness work in addition to the brucellosis program. What our previous ask had been was to repurpose the third bison position that was no longer filled and to restructure that into a veterinary position. So we would still have the brucellosis compliance position, and then we would also add a veterinarian to the staff. That veterinarian in the previous request would have been doing emergency preparedness work. Also under our umbrella agreement, we have avian influenza surveillance, we have zoonotic work, we have some emergency preparedness. So they would have been doing all of that. This request now, we will still have the brucellosis compliance position that we're going to request to have filled this afternoon. And then this is, again, creating a fourth veterinarian, but instead of doing it with a repurposed bison position on a cooperative agreement, we're requesting per capita fees to create that position.
Which brings up, I still go back to two questions. Number one, this is actually a new FTE, the way I'm looking at it.
This is a new FTE.
Okay, which is marked as such. But then Dr. Zalewski talked about cooperative funding. Is that correct?
We still have one FTE approved for cooperative agreement funding that has sat vacant for the last year and a half.
So that's where, okay, so how much cooperative funding would be put into this program?
Right. So the reason we're bringing it this way is I
Wait.
have to remind the history of it. We brought that proposal a year ago and the board rejected it.
Right.
So that's why we're bringing it back. But if you're more comfortable doing it the other way at this present time, that's an option that's available.
Okay, now, I'll go ahead and, okay, you're asking for 100,000 in per capita fees. And if there's cooperative funding, how much does that add to the 100,000?
It would not add to the 100,000. That being said, we could bill, I think, up to 20 to 25% of that position's time to cooperative agreements, the same as I do for mine and Dr. Zaleski does for his. So that kind of helps offset our budget. But I don't think that you can spend more than 20% of the salary with cooperative agreement funds before you start looking at cutting the original source.
But you're saying also, as I understand it, that if we don't do this one, you could do it through cooperative funding.
Yeah, so the concept...
So why would we not do it through cooperative funding and do it through per capita?
Well, I think that's, once again, we're reacting to the fact that the board had once rejected that proposal. And now, at that time, there may not, I do have to be fair in that and say, that was pretty fresh after the position became vacant, and maybe there was not, maybe you wanted to see how things would go before you realize, are we going to end up needing 2 instead of 1, because you're going to come back and say you have to hire that position. But it is a cooperative agreement. It come out of Bison, and actually, you always have a little bit of difference in financing, but it's minimal. And part of it is because the original position snapshotted was a Bison manager position at that time, and we didn't have much. Because that person at one time was a division administrator, you didn't have much difference in salary between the two. So that actually, I would think that I'm gonna maybe go on a limb, and because I haven't consulted, but we brought it that way a year ago because that's actually our preference. Is that our preference?
I think we'd be more assured of being able to fill it successfully and fill it successfully quickly, because we don't have to wait for the legislative process. So absolutely, I mean, a bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush, and so we have the money and we have the FTE. That would be our preference, is to use what we have available currently.
Yeah, but there's a third reason that hasn't been put out here, and it could be that the board just didn't want to hire that other position.
I get it.
And so we're going around Kelly's barn to come in another door.
We need a vet at the lab as well, correct?
Yeah, but those are existing positions. It's not anything new to what we already have.
Well, I'm a proponent, so I'll speak to it. I think we've asked Animal Health to enlarge their duties all the way around the line. And certainly, preparedness to me as a livestock producer is kind of number one, because if you can jump on these things fast enough and have a plan, you can deal with it. I have no objection whatsoever to this.
And I'll give a staff non-veterinary view, because I'm not particularly beholden to the veterinary profession or growing it, but I've had enough experience behind me now to see and look at what some other states are doing that are comparable to us. Some states that are comparable to us, they have actually a lot smaller livestock inventory than we have, and the capabilities they have to serve their industry versus what we have. I look across the border and I see South Dakota with multiple TB quarantine herds and things of that nature, and I do question. I have no doubt that we would do everything we could to marshal the resources to turn it on if we needed it, but if that were to happen in Montana, we're not prepared for that today, as we sit. And the question is, there's always a chicken and the egg. Do you wait for the crisis and then do it, or do you staff up ahead of what you feel may be coming your direction?
Plus, we have brucellosis management. They don't.
That's true.
So, Mr. Chairman, we're hiring someone to do the brucellosis stuff and hiring someone to do emergency preparedness. So we're hiring 2 positions where we have 1.
Correct.
So what'd you do last time when you readjusted all the divisions? You put more weight onto this animal health because Marty's overseeing quite a bit more than. But anyway, it has an effect on that.
Actually, we didn't do it on the legislature.
No, legislature did it, but it happened to that department.
And from an FTE, from a head count standpoint, if you went the route of using the vacant position that is there today in animal health, paid for by cooperative agreement funds, you actually are net 0 on your head count because you're just using that position differently than you've used it in the past. It's only if you go through the EPP route we proposed and keep that other position would it be 2 instead of 1. It's because you would still have that other FTE. So doing it the way we proposed it a year ago would not increase our head count. It would keep our head count the same.
Mr. Chairman, I would request we set this aside for the moment and come back to it later.
Can do that. Let's move on. Number 7.
So here's a big hitter. Well, and
That's a big hitter.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a chicken and an egg conversation, and we debated whether to have it or not, but I think we got to have it. At least have the conversation. We're still working to pull together, a more comprehensive IT plan. Dan Olson had the opportunity to sit with Computer Aids, the company that provides USA Herds, and look at a system called Safe Inspect that has some benefits, and it's through the same company, same programming. There's some potential there to solve the milk and egg IT issue that we have talked about in the past, and you've looked at funding proposals for going back as long as 2 years ago. There's some uses for that system within the Meat and Poultry Bureau. I believe there are also some potential uses for it within brands. We have the issues with, we've talked about in the past with current software systems that we have in both labs and brands, and whether we're on the right course with that. And this is why I want to say it's a chicken or an egg, which is we can put together a plan, but if we have no money to fund the plan, then what we have is a plan. But right now we're at the point in time where we can address the funding, even though we don't have a concrete plan to apply to the funding. So once again, it's one of those things of an operational, it's a request to be able to, just for this biennium, to have funding to pursue that, and if we end up having to replace systems, that we've already accounted for that within our budget. Obviously, if we don't, or those costs aren't incurred, then we wouldn't spend them. But if you put together plans and start talking about replacing systems and doing the cost to do so, if you don't have it within your authority, you'll be stuck. And so that's why we looked at this as a one-time only for each year of the biennium. It's a total of $1.3 million. But that puts us in position, I think, to be able to do whatever we may need to do within there, and not be stuck knowing we need to do something, but really have no financing to do it. Now, whether that's the right number, whether it should be a lower number, that's all debatable. That's just as we were looking at it, those are the numbers that we pegged to be prepared. The board certainly could not approve anything or could approve some lesser amount. It's once again, all that is to the discretion of the board.
Does this include pads?
Yes, this will be looking at VADs, looking at Fort Supply, looking at everything we have, and seeing if we need to start pursuing any sort of replacement or for those systems that we're prepared to do so, because we know, that's one of the problems is the initial cost on these things is what hits you hard. Not as much the ongoing cost, but the initial upfront cost.
Does this also include equipment? Software.
Yeah, this is looking at
software and hard drives.
Software. Yeah.
Hard drives.
No, that would be hardware. That's not software.
Yeah, just software. Okay.
guess I have a hard time figuring out how you go to the legislature and ask for this money and not have a plan, because if I were there, I'd say, well, you know what, when you get a plan, come on back. I mean, I'm just doing the devil's advocate because, you know, we've not been what should be known to know what the heck well, I don't know if we don't know what we want or do know what we want, but we got a lot of stuff that doesn't necessarily talk, and I don't understand that either, but we really need, to me, to have a plan before we go ask for the money. But I understand where you're coming from. Or if you don't have the money, you can't do anything with a plan. But I think we've been trying to figure out a plan.
That's why it's chicken and egg.
Well, here's the problem, though. That we've had this egg in an incubator for a long time. And it was how many months ago? 3 meetings ago? I stayed after and put an outline of how to get to a plan after we fiddled with it for another 4 or 5 months previous to that. I guess I'm just not willing to do it without a plan, because I don't think creating a plan takes you that long, and we have not been willing to do it for some reason. I think I know what the reason is, but I'll keep it to myself, and I'll find out someday whether it's true or not. This notion, however, $1.3 million without a plan is not something. Well, I don't think we should be doing without it. And I think you can get an IT plan for this department. It may not be perfect, but it'll give you a background, I'll bet you, within 3 days. And I said that 9 months ago. 2 years ago, we had 2 IT people, and the board let it go, and it wasn't your issue. And we hired 3. So now we've had 3 full-time IT people, and they've all been, as far as I remember, around here. And in the old days, one of them was down in, 2 years ago, one of them was down in Bozeman. So, and we've had the issue of driving back and forth. But short of a plan for $1.3 million, I don't think you can ask the legislature for that with a straight face. I really don't. And it's not that we're not capable, we are capable. For some reason, we don't want to do it. And it doesn't have to be perfect, as I said before. But to go for $1.3 million, I can't do it.
Well, I would say we don't have to go to the legislature until January.
Yeah.
So you're not legislating it today. I would just make sure that that's on the table.
Well, but on the other hand, I am if I allow it to go by without a plan.
So maybe it can be
Now,
brought
there's a
up
way to
next
do it, maybe,
month with
to
a
say
plan.
that if we have a plan that can be approved prior to like September 30th or October 1st or something, but it's going to be in the request in a week.
So it won't be transferred to the legislature by then.
No, but it'll be in our request. It's, course is on. But we approved it. I just can't do it without a plan. And I don't think the plan's that hard.
Is there a motion?
Well, Mr. Chairman, you just need to have costs, how much things cost. Like if you have to replace all the inspection, meat and poultry equipment, how much is it per piece?
No, it's a
software program. Right, but everyone would have to have access to it, and you pay per person, right?
I think it's really important. I've felt that way a long time.
So, just knowing,
We just haven't been willing to do it.
like how much the milk and egg would be, how much the...
No, you want a program that integrates, I think is the whole point of this thing, isn't it? Which we
Right.
haven't had.
And you need to include training in the whole thing, in that 650 or whatever it is. Because it's one thing having a program and it's another thing being able to use it.
Well, I guess a question for you, Mike, is, we've asked for it. John sat here 3 meetings ago. Is there some particular reason why a plan has not been put on the table? Even a tentative plan?
Well, I mean, part of it is it's useless to do a plan with no money. I mean, you can come up and say, we need to do this, and we'll do it 5 years from now. I get that you need to have something more solid But it goes back to what was said earlier, that you sort of need some operating space to be able to know that you can actually follow through on what you're going to do. I think we can have it. I think we have it put together. We're at the point now of, and I disagree and have disagreed with John, that it's not as simplistic as has been pointed out, because the business analysis portion and finding out exactly, what you need. A list of inventory and itemization to me is not looking at saying what's the business analysis of what we're doing, what are the connecting points we need to have, how is brands data being used to interface with animal health, how is the lab data being used to interface with both, what is the system by which we are going to migrate towards getting records in from inspections at a higher clip, or do that in a way that is more seamless and doesn't require the data entry, doesn't require those things. What's the technology we put out there? How do we train the
Mike, I put all that on that outline to them 2 months ago, including focus groups for functionality and interface and needs and assessments, hardware and software, adaptation, education as an outline for the plan. To my knowledge, it's gone nowhere. And we spent an hour and a half doing it.
Take a picture?
Huh?
Yeah, we
Did you take a picture?
I don't know whether it did
Is
or not,
is that the plan?
But it's not a plan, it was an outline to get to.
How to get to the plan.
And I think that's very important, everything you listed. I don't think there's any doubt about it.
Yeah, and it's not going to be done without a heavy lift. Otherwise, we will be content with what we got. I mean, because that's what you have to suffer through until you get that formalized. And that's why we said. I mean, I totally put it out there and say it is very much a chicken or egg conversation, and it's an uncomfortable conversation. But this is the time we have to make the decision. And as someone taught me a long time ago, indecision is a decision.
That's right.
Yeah.
But in January, we brought a constituent in that had a software program and asked the questions, and he even visited, I think, with, at least he said so when he was here. Wasn't that January when he came to demonstrate what he saw out there? That's what.
And I know
how many months ago was that?
Yeah, it's just been the last week, 2 weeks, that we had the session with computer aids about Safe Inspect and seeing what types of capabilities that have and how it might apply to the work that we're doing in other areas. Because I think we started, I don't know, what was it when I first got here? There was we were talking about $250,000 to have a local company build from scratch a milk and egg system, right?
Yeah.
And part of this conversation with Safe
And
Inspect
then we found out it was
about,
going to cost more than the $60,000 we allocated.
Yeah. Well, yeah, there was $60,000 allocated, but it was going to cost $250,000 to actually do
Yeah, but
it.
again, we didn't have a plan, so we allocated $60,000 on the chicken and egg basis. Turned out to be $250,000, and we couldn't do it.
Couldn't do it.
So, I don't know.
Can I ask a question, Mike? If we would do this and one of these entities loses their computer system, could they go in then and use the money to piecemeal what they need? See, that's my biggest fear. If we don't have a kind of a comprehensive plan, that we start picking away at this money and we still don't have anything. I guess that's my biggest concern. And I'm not John's caliber where I can figure any of it out, but to me, the fact that we can't use some things today that we should be able to use, that we can't go into our system and know how many cattle somebody shipped, to know if they're paying their legal per capita, to me is nonsense. And to me, that's so basic, So I guess my thing is, if we're not going to bring it all together, to me, it's another waste of money.
Well, I think that's part of what we want to do with data integration, right? Is to be able to, what I term as metadata, be able to use the metadata, the power of information we have from all of our things, whether it be the brands, who owns brands, who's paying per capita, who's on that list, who's getting bills, so on and so forth, and being able to leverage and quickly be able to leverage that data across multiple areas to answer some of those questions. Because one of the things I'd like to pursue, and I'll put out there today, is that I've said within the department, is I would love to be able to take a all of the brand owners, because I think that's one of, particularly for cattle and horses, it's not going to get to other species, but that's one of the most expansive lists of data that we have. And if you could take that and cross-reference it with Department of Revenue, right? And you could send a reporting form to every brand owner, and that's fine. We could have a bunch of them send us back and say, I haven't owned cattle in 30 years, I don't ever intend to. That's fine. But it would be notification that, it's pretty reasonable if someone has a brand that there's a potential they have livestock. So unless they are just owning the brand for the sake of owning the brand, we probably should see that individual on our per capita roll. And that's just an example of one project with better data integration and more power. And I hesitate to say that because it's not as much about processing power, but it's about being able to pull that information out and cross-reference it and import it, export it in ways that it can be used.
Absolutely.
And so I think that's where we're trying to get to. And I think this request was put there as sort of saying it is. It's a bit of a of a swag in that, okay, if we can get to what we want to pursue, we want to have the resources to be able to pursue it. I guess what I'd say is if we find out, I don't know that many here at the board would agree with this or think this is what's going to happen, but if at the end of things we found out we were fine just the way we were, then we would just stay the way we were. We wouldn't spend the money just to spend the money. I know that's always a fear. Like I said,
If you found that out, you'd be a magician.
Right.
That'd be great.
Well,
It ain't gonna happen.
I'm saying, but I also understand the other side, which is difficult to say, because that's, I know people have heard that many times before, saying, well, you say you're not going to spend the money if you don't need to, but once I give it to you, it's kind of hard for me to assess that you didn't just go do it or just spend it on other things.
Mr. Chairman, Mike, do you have programs in mind that, like, have you heard from other states, things that work together and?
Yeah, we've been talking about that. I mean, one of the things I think, once again, we still deal with the fact that we're a small market jobber, for the lack of better terms, and so you're going to find good and bad that work for different things. I mean, for example, you have computer aids. Their product for labs is called USA LIMS. It's not LIMS like we used to have LIMS. It's different. And you'll have people say, well, at Texas A&M they're moving away from labs. Yeah, but Texas A&M isn't the same type of lab we are. Their capacity's not the same. That doesn't mean it's not going to work for us. There's pros and cons. There's pros and cons to everything you do, and there's also higher order things if we're talking about data integration. I try to avoid saying it in a public meeting, but that's one of the things we're looking at right now. And if I ruin our negotiating power, I'll ruin it. But that's one of the reasons we're in these conversations with computer aid, because it may be that computer aid can serve almost all of our needs, and then we wouldn't be worried about data integration and communication back and forth because we're using similar products across all areas. But what that means is a lot of upfront cost replacing, unfortunately, the sunk investments we've already made in other things.
Yeah, but we had this discussion in February about renewing that you're referring to.
Yeah.
That's my time goes by.
As I look at this, I realize this does not deal with brands. This only deals with, we have the lab and the milk lab and the meat and poultry. So brands and all the discussion we've had on brands.
Inspection information.
Inspection of brands and getting the per capita information pulled together, etc. would be on top of this. Is that correct?
No, I don't. I just think that's what was plugged in there because it's coming from other agencies. I think brands is part of that conversation. Brands has to be.
It says inspection information. That's brands.
I mean, in the end, it'd have to.
Right on
We
the
probably
front
just
page.
didn't ask Leslie if she wanted to be added as a slash. That's probably what that represents. We didn't. We talked to the other areas because particularly we were talking about safe inspect. We were talking a lot about milk and egg in that one because of the data need it's also a processing issue too, of being able to search and look at and catalog information in a quick way. So I think that's where the conversation started, and you begin to see the dovetails and the connection points between the different areas, and you go, wow, okay, that process, while we're talking about it in this context of milk and egg, that looks a lot like what we're doing in other areas of the department, and could we use this same technology to do that? I think part of this is not just the software, but I do think dealing with the bigger the bigger challenge of what we do to get inspection data into the system and sort of begin to reduce at least some of those temp costs and other things that we have. In 2018, to be dealing with 1.5 million pieces of paper is probably not. The sooner we can begin to get away from that, the better we're going to be.
What about this idea? What if you wind up on 7, rather than putting an amount on it, as you send it in, put a question mark on it, subject to a final plan to be presented, so you got it teed up. Because the legislature is the one that's going to approve it anyway, not.
They'd probably rather see it that way.
And it's all incremental.
With an amount and no plan. Yeah. Yeah, they'd rather, not having a plan and trying to go is just, to me, a non-starter. Having been there, they wouldn't look, well, at least, when I was in, tax, you wouldn't look at it. So.
At least you're putting people on notice that we have to have it, and maybe that's an additional incentive to get a plan done.
Well, the governor, that goes to the governor, right?
But yeah, we're talking about, and that's what I'm saying. I never intended, and I know that's the lead, I never intended that we would show up on January 1st with no better explanation than what we have today.
That's good.
If so, we'd just be like, pull that decision package, we're done.
But I think it's hard for a board to approve that.
But it's a pill that some boards are going to swallow, whether it's our board or the next board.
They better swallow with a plan.
But on the other hand, you can put a question mark up there and go ahead and move it through. But somewhere along the line, this is going to have to happen. If we don't move now,
this whole
then
board's
it's
been
not
on
going to
that
happen.
page for 2 years.
Well, I realize that, but just to defend what Mike said about it, how do you go forward to set up some sort of a plan without having the money sitting there to go forward?
The plan doesn't cost you money. Consultants may.
Consultants
others might. But an outline isn't going to cost you money as to how you're going to proceed. And your plan relative to form and function are different. What do you want in brands? Do we have a list of what they want in functionality? Do we have a list of what the lab wants in functionality? Have we had focus groups to identify what milk and egg needs in functionality so we know what we want to cross-reference, per capita or other? I don't know. Haven't seen it. But we ought to be asking the people that have to deal with it every day, and they ought to tell us what form and function do they need in the future. I don't know. I've never seen one plan yet that didn't have that.
So we'll put a question mark on it?
I don't know. I'm just saying, trying to look for a
Mr. Chairman,
solution.
I move that we okay number 7 without the amount, just a question mark, and come back with more information later.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? What does that mean to you, Mike, with a question mark?
Well, we'll see what if we can put it in that way, we will. If they say no, then the answer is no, and we'll be done.
Okay.
I would like to see us at another meeting before January put a number on there with more information.
Well, let's put this in total perspective, right?
Yeah.
2 sessions ago, we went to the legislature and we came out of the House with no budget, 0. Okay, and so the legislature and the industry put the whole budget in place. And so last session, you did a marvelous job of putting together your individual groups. When was the worst time you had dealing with that budget proposal? I'm going to say, and you can correct me, was between December 15th and January 8th or 9th. And so I can't understand why we couldn't gather up a proposal that would have some meat on the bones that we could do it in the same way. We got a whole budget funded in the department with the help of the industry. Explain that industry, they really know that we need it. I mean, they've been talking about it for 2 years. They'll support it. They can get a legislator to put it in there. So if we give the governor the heads up that we've got a problem, our plan's not going to be done until October or whatever it is, that'll work. I mean, this isn't, I mean, to walk out of here and suggest, well, hell, we didn't get $600 million, so therefore we'll just go onesie twosie some more. I mean,
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is,
I mean, we as a group can
who
try to
holds
make
the
it happen.
cards? Who holds the cards? So if the governor's office says, well, if the governor's office says for the executive budget, yeah, we're not, if you can't give us an amount, don't put it in the savers, and once savers or IBARs or whatever, which one we're using, once it's locked down, it's locked down. From an executive budget standpoint, I mean, I wouldn't talk about it in this room. Somebody wants to go do some maneuvering, they can, but from an executive budget standpoint, your budget is then zero for that item.
Yeah, I understand that. But the executive budget isn't the one that's passed by the legislature. The legislative budget's passed. And I've never seen a session yet where it's the same.
Oh, no, it's not.
Well, then, it would
All in
seem-
favor?
Aye.
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 So, Mike, we have some sort of plan by the October meeting?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I will do it. We'll
Absolutely.
be-
Otherwise, we pull it.
Well, it's already pulled.
Number
This is
8.
point.
No, it's not.
Well,
Well, let's be clear, so it's not.
when it
there's
zeroes
no
out in the
confusion.
system, it won't put it in there. Let's put it that way. I guess that's how you say it. When they enter, is it savers?
IBARs.
IBARs, they probably won't even show up if there's no amount in it.
Yeah, make sure you're comfortable with that, because it isn't gonna be in there. It's gonna be, they're gonna give them notice, but when it comes out, it won't be in the executive budget.
But we're gonna revisit it again
Well,
before.
we'll take initiative
budget
on
time.
our own,
Right.
or through somebody in an ag committee or the industry that's listening to this discussion to help us.
Mr. Chairman, we have 8.
And by the way, the governor didn't help us put the budget together last time. He didn't.
We have 8 and we have 14, which kind of go together. And it's temporary staff for brands.
Well, they're different. One's,
Well, they're a
one's
little-
dealing with re-record and one's not associated with re-record.
But they're still temporary.
Number 8.
Do you wanna move that we do those, okay, those two?
We have a, oh,
Go
are we
ahead.
on date? Don't we have a position sitting in brands unfilled? If we don't do whatever this, remodifying this position is, do we not have an empty
Are
position?
you on 8?
Yeah, I guess I am, because she's going to 8 about brands. We have a position that you want to re-modify, right? That we could have a person in there now, right?
But that's an existing position, so I would say, not favoring this is saying that we can handle re-record with our current staffing, with our current slate of FTEs, without any problems, without any hiccups, that we're not gonna need any additional financing if we need a temporary to help us dig out, keep things moving. So this is about dealing with the headache of re-record and getting it and keeping it moving.
Can I make
Unless
a
I'm saying
comment?
it wrong.
I don't, the order got actually flipped, the number 8 and 14 are flip-flopped because.
These are temporary, they're
You're-
not FTEs.
Wait a
Hold on a
minute.
minute.
You mean as in
Come on
importance?
No, not in important, well, kind of.
They're flip-flopped.
So, the
priority.
ones at the end, and I'm looking to Brian because we kind of discussed this as a group. The ones at the end were items that weren't really optional. We have never gone through re-record without at least
Correct.
3 temps. We get to realize that revenue that year, so we always have hired temps to get through that process.
Right.
It's a tremendous uptick in volume of workload because it's re-record. So those got flip-flopped because those last few were just things that we have to do them.
What got flip-flopped? I guess I'm having a hard time what you're talking about.
14 and 8.
You mean as far as the FTE or as far as
As
the
far as
pay?
the order on the chart, the last 14, 15, and
All the way through 17.
yeah, 14 through the end were supposed to just be things that we just kind of have to do. They weren't at the bottom of the list because they were low priorities. They were at the bottom of the list because they weren't really
So
points
you
of
want to
discussion.
substitute the verbiage in 14 for 8?
Yes.
And 8 for...
Just flip-flop 8 and 14.
Mr. Chairman, Leslie, haven't we had temps in there for a couple of years?
So, and I can explain 14, the content of 14, but that's completely separate from the re-record discussion.
The number 8's the re-record.
Well, where I'm going,
Now, let me get this straight before I have to straighten you.
So, I guess whichever one you want to discuss first is fine. So do you want to discuss 8, or do you want to discuss re-record or temp first? They're completely separate things.
Well, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
There is no argument that you need additional staff during re-recording.
So which one?
Okay, so I move we accept...
She doesn't want that.
8 and 14.
I don't care which one's first, I just wanted to clarify that.
She wants them both.
Yeah, I got that.
Well, that's what
we want everything.
Yeah, well, no, I mean...
I would move that we approve 8.
Second.
14 and...
This is
No,
just,
I'll
this is
take
the
that
re-record
as a
one.
side. Re-record's a slam
Is there a
dunk.
second?
Thank you.
Second.
We can come back.
Discussion?
We'll come back to 4.
Sue, all in favor?
Aye.
So is this,
8.
this is for 8?
Yes, ma'am.
So we go to 14?
8 that was swapped with
Who put
14?
these
No, just 8 as is.
Who put these in order?
Way it
They're
is.
ordered by priority.
I know.
I just did it at 8
But who did
as
that?
is.
We did management.
Okay.
Staff.
Okay, and Sue seconded.
Do you want
Yeah,
to
it's
do
a- it's
14?
No, but there's a reason they're in order.
They were supposed to be priority, but Leslie just said that from 8 all the way down,
No,
No.
from 14 down.
from 14 down, is that correct?
Well, she
Are
just-
things they have to have, no matter what.
She just said 8 and 14 are swapped in relative to priority. But the fact of the matter is, 8 is required anyway, so whether
Right.
it's a priority or not, you're gonna have to do it for re-record.
Number 9.
You need the help.
Are you going to vote on that?
We did.
We did.
Yeah, that was the
Last, I'm sorry.
I don't-
thought you caught that part.
I don't know what conversation, I think the public information officer request stands for itself. It's been recommended by the executive branch that we add it, but it's board's discretion whether they want to or not.
Discussion.
And as I should point out, it's been proposed by the executive that at a minimum we share part of ags if we don't have the ability to have one for ourselves.
Well, we had a hard time finding enough to do for a public information officer that was here while I was on the board. Didn't have anything to do.
Because there was one.
He had tons to do.
Found something for him to do, he wouldn't do it.
That's not the point. We had things for him to do.
You can have
I'd
a
rather
public,
have 2 lawyers.
yeah, you can have a public information officer and give it to the press that Sue's all worried about. And what that public information officer gives out isn't worth 2 cents with it, because they'll just print what they feel like. I mean, I'm sorry, I just think it's I'm not willing to put money into a public, that's my stance.
Mr. Chairman, I did mention this morning that is something that I think is necessary, but I'm not certain that our department heads can't do that.
When was the last year we had one?
About 4 years ago, 3 years ago.
Oh. Has to be over 4, yeah.
And we had to, and then that whole thing was eliminated, that position was eliminated in the legislature, as I recall it.
And I don't know, my understanding of it, or what I'd always been told, and I could be wrong, was that it was RIF, not by the legislature, but by the board.
Well, it was, depending how you look at it. Let me put it this way, the FTE wasn't in the budget.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Hunka, is there a possibility of sharing it with Ed? Why? We don't share anything with Ed.
Do you want to step in there?
Pardon me?
Careful what you step in.
I have to be honest, we do utilize Ag's PO. We have to on certain things. We had to have a PO for the FMD exercise. We had to have somebody because everybody else who's on this staff had another role who couldn't be briefing the press on a daily basis. And now that's a temporary thing. I'm just saying. So there are times when we have to, and our instructions as an agency not to have a PIO, if we didn't partner and use AGS from time to time, we would have, the governor's office would be in charge of our public relations. And that's who we can go to the governor's office and they will write press releases and handle those things for us as they have capacity to do it. But otherwise, there are occasions where you have no choice but to work with another agency who has someone with the media contacts with the things that you need because you're busy doing the technical work that has to be done in that particular situation.
So it was recommended by the executive branch?
It's, as I said, that came with, there's been a high recommendation that the department needs a PIO just based on how much controversial.
How much bad press we've been getting.
Yeah, or just press we get in general, and maybe an assumption that we don't deal with it well.
Mr. Chairman, make
yes.
Just for context, and please just take that with all your other considerations, but the suggestion was made that the division heads would do the public communication. What I'll just tell you is that we spent, that the division heads or that the bureau chiefs do the communication during a crisis. What I'll tell you is that their entire, we spent about a day and a half working on just a public records request from the media for a recent meat issue, where there are substantive issues to deal with, decisions that need to be made, where we don't have the time or ability to either have a social media presence or be able to speak with the media in any manner that would be effective. We don't do West Nile virus press releases. We don't, it just came to my attention that our most recent public health alert is not on our website. I'll take that as my oversight. Having said that, those are the things that a PIO would be doing and we don't do. So I recognize that, those are tough decisions, but I just wanted to provide a little bit of context for that there is a vacuum in capability or in duties that are just not being done, and that's okay. I mean, I'm just providing the context.
I'd rather give you $50,000 to hire somebody than do the FTE.
What? Contract.
Yeah. I'd rather do that than hire an FTE and then figure out what they got to do all day until you demonstrate the need for it.
It's a conversation that has been explored. We'd have to check on some HR things because sometimes there's issues in state government of contracting something that you could hire. We'd have to make sure, but we have internally in the past, I've had that conversation. I've come across people who've worked in the media and have hung out a shingle, and I've questioned in the past whether you could, put that person on a retainer for a certain amount of time during the year and be able to kick out some, some of the more routine, the press release, those things. Still, I think we have an issue whether you would assign it to the attorney position we didn't approve or whether you would assign it to a PIO. Public records request and records management is an issue for this organization. And I know it's easy to say, well, you got staff, but there's a reason why I think you have to be to run for county attorney. I think you have to be in the bar, right? They don't want any jackhole becoming county attorney, right?
Right.
And the thing is that you're always, when you ask for that, and I know it's in fits and starts sometimes, but when you do that, you are asking someone to operate outside of their expertise, which means they're occasionally not going to do it well. I'm the same way. There's some things that I've learned through my career, through experience, but it is not my expertise, and there'll be some times that you will miss something when you do it that way. And so contracting with a professional, it would still leave some needs unmet that we have within the department. We're working through those today. We're doing our best to handle those today. And I always give the caveat on any of these sort of requests that, if the leadership of this department, which is sitting around this table vested in the board, is okay with our level of performance in that area, but if you think there's holes in our level of performance, then there's other things we need to do other than try to find someone who is skilled at 3 things. It's hard to find someone skilled in all 3. So I think contracting is an option. I don't know that it'll take care of, or we'd be able to assign them everything that we would need because they don't have access to that information, but it at least would take some of that burden and pressure off, so maybe we could do a better job with the things that are left.
But if you have a big crisis management issue, somebody hired full-time here isn't going to handle it anyway.
Well, you don't know that.
Well, you pretty well do. The full-time crisis management for the press in a state entity isn't going to come out of one department.
Mike, no, I lost my train of thought. Would this person handle the request that Marty's talking about?
It's what I would assign to them. It would be one of the tasks I'd assign to be the person who receives and deals with all public records requests to make sure they're handled consistently. And just like a public records request I received, which was a public records request for a public records request. So you got to have somebody who's got a repository of everything we've done and how we've responded. Now I've been doing that. And so that's where it helps me. I have somebody I can delegate that task to. But that would be one of their things. Not just, and I think there's lots of room for us to be a lot more communicative with the public than we are. You run across it every day where people say, well, I didn't know about this, I didn't know about that, and you're like, nobody here had time to write a press release, sorry. I mean, we just don't. And unfortunately, then that means sometimes things get heard about word of mouth, and that's maybe not the best way you want it getting around. But they do more than just what I think you typically think of.
As a priority, you want an attorney, then a staff veterinarian, then a public information officer, right?
Well, yeah, I think that was it. I mean, I understand the reasonings that were given for the attorney. I think we're well served by I will say this, we don't have the counterpart of an agency legal services for public information officer. I think the answer to that would be, you take some of your money and you go over to ag and you split a position with it. And that's how that's your agency legal services. There's not that function, right? And I think on the attorney position, we put it high priority, but once again, I think the board, and it's okay, that's not a challenge to it, the board has a different set of priorities that says, we're okay spending a little more on some of these activities than we should, because we see it not being very consistent. So that's why the public information was lower than was a lower priority than the attorney. I certainly would put the public information officer in my eyes, and I'm going to speak from my eyes. I mean, I would not sacrifice the ability to be prepared for crisis over somebody to talk about the crisis. That's why the PIO falls lower than somebody who's actually helping us provide the critical technical response as opposed to the handling of the media in that situation.
Can the attorney and the public information officer be the same person?
It's possible. It's possible.
Usually not.
Usually not, because they won't let anything out, right?
Well, because they're not willing to say stuff press-wise.
Yes.
What's he gonna look like, attorney/public officer, made this statement, something.
You do that all the time in public policy. Companies do it all the time. You have lawyers that do public policy and make statements to the press.
Right.
It happens all the time.
Yeah.
But I would imagine somebody hired here full-time would not be somebody that would have a background in dealing with public forums.
And I think you all know
Press.
my propensity for equity and paying the right amount for what's done. The other thing is you got to pay a certain salary to get an attorney, and if you said half their job was as a PIO, you're really overpaying for the PIO work at the end of the day.
And the end you won't get
And you may not get the efficacy or the quality that you want out of it.
either one.
Mr. Chairman, I think that at least a half-time PIO would be an awesome idea, because I keep talking about public people having a better image of the Department of Livestock, and bi-weekly newsletters, the press releases that go out about the good things happening, and just general information. I think, besides dealing with these crises, that kind of thing would be really positive. And a half-time person at least would help with that.
Yeah, and I hadn't thought about that, but that's another option that's there. I could misread the market, but I think I think in Helena there's probably people around that are not looking for full-time employment but have these skills.
I don't want to be in a position of defending that. If you go, if I say, well, we'll do a half-time, and we'll share it with Department of Ag. That means they got a full-time person that's not full work either.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
All right? And so you walk into that door and it gets slammed right in your nose. You say, oh, you're going to go share with them. Well, they're FTE now. You mean has that much spare time than you have your job?
Yeah.
So I'd rather pay some bucks, see if it works or not, see what the demand is, compare it to a full-time person, and
Just do it halftime, you mean?
or half-time, or half-time, or allocating a certain amount of money for it, so it's a half-time or contract or something else. I'd rather do it that way.
It'd be worth trying.
So I need a motion here. We worked this thing through 7 times from
I
Sunday.
tried to get you out of all of earlier.
Yeah, I wrote it down, contract for 55.
No, I'm talking about the whole list.
Yeah,
I know that, but that.
Yeah, but
Would've
now
been
it turns
better.
out that
That
would've
didn't
been a
sound
good
like
idea.
you, John.
I hate to
No.
You'd have backed on that 650,000.
So,
I accepted some. One ahead.
I need a motion here.
I would like to move that we go with number 9 as a half-time position at 40,000. Or is that something that could be pulled?
I'll second it.
Discussion? Will that work? You want to try it?
or can we do it as?
I'll give you the alternative, or contract.
Or contract.
Either one.
Or contract. Can we put
I like
that in
that.
there?
I'll do that.
You second it?
Yeah.
So, or contract. Part-time or contract?
Because that gives you the option to see if there's.
And I think they're looking spending about half the
$50,000.
Huh?
Or $40,000.
Well, I don't know.
We
what-
could put 50.
Do you want to put a financial figure in?
Put 50,000.
Yeah,
we have to.
Yeah.
Yeah, put 50,000.
Maybe we try to find a full-time person for 50,000. We could give it a shot.
You might be, you never know. You never know.
Somebody
Now that
takes,
you got a budget, all that pressure's off. You gotta do it.
somebody takes the job.
Okay, everybody knows where we're at, let's vote. All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
All right, number 10, hematology analyzer. It's another capital request, aging piece of equipment in the lab. Repairs, they said still may be possible, but it's a $115,000 piece of equipment. They're exploring some lease options, but obviously if we end up having to buy one, we need to establish the budget authority. And so this is a request to establish that budget authority if we had to or if we don't have a cheaper option of getting a new piece of equipment.
Mr. Chairman, I move we accept number 10.
Second.
Discussion?
Is this their highest price capital replacement item, highest priority?
No. Yeah, they were asked for their, look, Dr. Zaluski, he worked with Dr. Smith on that. But this is the-
Incinerator.
And the volume is,
For
it
hematology.
says up here that it's the highest, what does it say, highest volume test in this section.
But that doesn't, what's the section?
In ClinPath.
In
Oh,
ClinPath.
ClinPath.
What does that mean, Doc?
That means that in a ClinPath lab, this test that this unit would do is the most common or popular test.
I know, but are we
What's
talking
the
about
test?
3 or 3,000 or 30,000 or?
I'd have to look at the cost analysis or at the metrics. I don't know what those numbers are for those samples.
It's
Because the
several thousand.
next question, right, is it's an enterprise fund now. And are your prices high enough to cover the cost of your operation?
No, because this is in ClinPath.
I'm just asking you.
Yeah, so that was, and some will come back around this fall when we talk about lab pricing, which may make this request a moot point. You know, at one point we did make a recommendation to close that section of lab based on the fact that we really can't, market-wise, we're limited from charging what it takes to replace cost, and we're having per capita fee and general funds subsidize an area that's hard to make a justification for either one of those fund types to subsidize.
Can you send this off to another lab? In Bozeman, probably?
Well, that's why we're not getting a lot of business, because there's plenty of other labs that do
That's why I'm asking why, yeah.
Yeah, I think if people knew we were passing it through, they'd just deal with that lab. They wouldn't come to us.
But that was one of the issues we had when they talked about closing it, right? Or didn't it get closed for 2 days,
Yeah.
3 days?
Well, yeah, there was, because we didn't have staffing.
We didn't like that.
Remember, and I'll reset the conversation a bit, just real quickly. The issue with ClinPath is this is because this is mostly a machine-driven activity. So there are labs out there, private labs out there that do a high volume of this testing, and there is some economy of scale to it. So they make a profit doing it when you do a certain number of tests, and that's all you do, and you're specialized in just doing that. The other thing that's been a factor here is this equipment, $115,000. I think some of this equipment is within the reach of some of our, especially dog, animal, small vet clinics. It's within reach, and many have decided to buy their own machine and do it in-house, and so we've lost a lot of business that way too.
So
we'll have to have that conversation again next month. I think is when we plan to begin talking about lab pricing and what we see there. But I think the same issues that existed with ClinPath a year ago, they haven't gone away. The board made a decision at that time, just to remind you, the board made a decision at that time that it wasn't the right time to be looking at shutting a section lab down, and it was unclear whether closing that section lab would harm any other revenue streams. And so it was decided to continue the status quo.
So as part of this question, is this diagnostic lab a clinical pathologist that they want to hire on this other section?
No, it's not.
It says a vet pathologist,
Yeah,
but I don't know
that's
what
like
that
Dr.
means.
Marshall or Dr. Smith.
Okay.
I'm cutting up dead stuff.
Okay.
Sorry to be blunt.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to know
Yeah.
how the connection was. Thank you.
Yeah.
So there's a motion that's been seconded, correct? Another motion? We've discussed it, all in favor?
All right.
Aye.
Aye.
You with us?
I move we adopt 10, or 11.
Second.
Discussion.
11, yeah.
Discussion, all in favor?
Aye. I I move we adopt 12.
Yeah, the,
And 13.
12 is attaches on to number 7? Is that the
Well-
hardware for 7?
no, it's, as you know, we constantly been dealing with slow, internet speeds at the lab, which causes some issues, and our IT staff have been down there a lot, working through that, consulting with the provider in the area. Once again, it's part of the thing of dealing with the infrastructure there. In other words, it's a university building, but the network speed that we need is not adequate, but so we have to do the work to get the network speed up to where it needs to be. I don't know if there was a deeper explanation on this. I'm looking back at Ryan and Evan to see from Dan if there was an explanation on what's the actual hardware that is needed to increase that. Is it with the server or?
I believe it's just a switch, very expensive
But it's a-
switch.
But it's an
Very
ongoing
expensive
expense.
No,
No,
it
no.
drops to
I move
5,000
we
on
adopt 12.
a yearly.
But it's not one time only.
No, but it's 5,000.
One time only.
Maintain.
No, it isn't.
The big expense is one time only, and then you have
The big one.
ongoing maintenance.
The 5,000 probably is ongoing.
You're sure?
About a really great system.
Well, that's how it reads.
Has just
It reads in the first year,
Come
but the
out.
next
40,000 first year,
5,000, but
every
the
year
next
The lab's kind of
2 years, is it same way again, 40 and then 5?
No, 555. Once you get
Five.
to
Maintenance,
City of
that's
Bozeman's
what
really
it is.
whining about nobody adopting their new internet high-speed network, so maybe this is
Maybe this
a
will
rate deal.
Yeah.
get them going.
Who said no? But
City of Bozeman.
Oh.
They spent all this
It's in the
money to put
paper.
in their new high-speed internet, and now they don't have any customers.
I think there are lots of options, actually. I have a friend with 4 computers he's running in the middle of the country with some other new system that, you know, he's working with Washington.
So I lost my.
I made a motion.
You seconded.
Is this 12?
Nobody
Something like that.
Yes, it's 12.
All in favor?
Anyone second?
Was there a
I
second?
didn't second.
Nobody
I
seconded?
thought you.
Somebody.
Okay, I do.
You did second it, yeah. Discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
13.
I'll probably need some help. Obviously, it's a vet truck. Is that replacing one of our existing vet trucks?
Mr. Chair, Board, we have 2 trucks that are owned by Animal Health, one for Dr. Liska and one for myself, that have veterinary boxes in the back of them. We don't drive them on a daily basis, and the lifespan of them tends to be quite a bit longer. I predict that by the end of the next biennium, my truck will be due for replacement, and so we would just like to, instead of going to a lease vehicle for one that doesn't leave the lot every single day, to continue to go with an owned vehicle.
And is there a problem on leasing, and this is my question, sorry to the board, but is there a problem on leasing because of the modification that has to be made for the vet box? Is there any limitation there?
We did not look into that. I don't know. I would assume since you're able to put light bars and everything on them,
They
that,
don't like it, but.
that we would be able to put the veterinary box in the back. You have to hook into the coolant system on the truck, and then we have always put a second battery in them just because of the draw off of the box. So
The 25,000 seems
cooler.
light for a truck, sorry, I'm not asking.
Me too. I don't understand.
I thought that was just a
Because
lease.
recently, the local vet, I think, was like 60.
Yeah.
60,000.
I think I can check with Ray, but that's pretty consistent with, I think, the contract price that he's paid in the past.
Yeah. 25 grand.
Yeah.
That's a big deal.
I move we go with number 13.
So the governor's going to let us do
Okay.
that?
Is there a second?
Well, with the ones that you have to make, sometimes if you have to make modifications that MDT won't
Special.
approve, yeah.
Is there a second?
We didn't get a motion.
Yes, Sue made a motion.
Move we, okay, 13. It wasn't seconded though.
Wasn't seconded.
Did we just get a new box using
Yes.
some of the matching funds or something. And did we put one of those new boxes in one of the 2 existing vehicles?
They each have a box.
Correct, Mr. Chair, Mr. Scully. Both of the trucks have veterinary boxes in them. They were purchased using avian influenza funds, and I think those were over 2 years ago that the most recent one was purchased.
Exactly, because it was done since.
It's sort of a year-end deal, as I remember.
Yeah.
Correct.
It was the end of fiscal year 17, right? Or 16.
So how long are you keeping these vehicles for?
I have had mine, well, Dr. Liska has had his
09 maybe?
Since it was brand new, and I think I got mine maybe 2 years later. Mine spent a little bit of time in the field before it came to me.
How many miles you got now?
I think I'm sitting at 115.
So I need a second or it's gonna die.
I'll second.
All in
I just
favor?
don't understand why 25,000 so
Makes
low.
no sense.
Aye.
You want to buy repurposed vet trucks from now on.
It must mean the resale value is high.
All in favor?
And this is in 21. This is going to happen.
Where's
right?
my stick?
Right. And
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, it passed. I can't run this thing with that stick.
Hey, we're close to the end. So.
Here we go. 14.
Okay,
No, this is 8.
yes.
We did one.
All right.
No, we did not do it. So number 14 was number 8, and let me just kind of explain the reasoning behind this. So we have been hiring temps from West Staff, and we have mixed luck with that. Obviously, we've had some wonderful temps from there, so I don't mean to say that we haven't. However, this is more of an efficiency thing. I think having someone who's there on a little more permanent basis. Every time we have a turnover, we have to do a whole bunch more training with a new temp. And we pay an overhead of, I think, $3 or $4 an hour to the staffing agency, where this has been kind of a consistent need, while it's not hopefully a permanent need, because obviously our end goal is to reduce the amount of data entry that we're doing. So I don't want to lock into anything permanent, but I think this would be more effective use of our staff's time in training and that sort of thing, to use someone that we are actually hiring rather than just kind of the constant revolving door of temps from the staffing agency. So that's kind of the logic.
So now I see what you're saying. I want to make sure, because the footnote at the bottom, it said priorities 14 through 17 should be considered as non-discretionary. But the reality is 14 is discretionary.
Yes, 14 is supposed to be number 8.
Now I see why you were...
Brand's re-record is non-discretionary because we have to have the re-record temps. So just
help me with the language. 0.75 FTE, that's a temp.
correct. So 30 hours a week.
Only
it's not
for
an
a few
FTE
months?
though, right?
For 2 years.
It's not a full FT. If you
So you
bring it
should
on
call her
as
a temp.
the same person all year long, they're an employee.
Right?
Right? If which is replacing the hours we would have been paying West staff for a temp.
So you're either you don't have,
place of a
state doesn't
temp.
have short-term contract employees or a contract.
No, because you have to deal with workman's comp, so you
Yeah.
typically have to go
After.
through a staffing agency who grosses it up to pay for the workers' comp and those types.
You used to be able to have, I thought, short-term that meant 10 months or something.
Well,
and they weren't an
it's
employee.
based on hours, and you can turn those hours on and off as you need. So like in the markets, those people are short-term. They may be working 60 hours a week when they're on, but then there's 8-9 months a year they're not working for us at all.
Right.
So it's more about the total number of hours worked than it is what they're working per week, per day, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but they're not
So this.
I'm just hung up in the nomenclature, I guess.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, we could propose it as a short-term worker, but then we couldn't use 0.75 FTE because they have different restrictions on how many
Does it have
days.
to be less?
So a short-term worker can only work 90 days in a year. Doesn't matter if that day is 15 minutes or 10 hours.
Okay, got it.
So as a temporary status, that's a position type within the state. And then the 0.75
I have to
FTE.
have it.
So this proposal is to use it up to the full biennium, so that would be 2 years. That's what the full proposal is. Obviously, if we don't need it, we're not going to use it, but
And if we have success, I would say,
And-
tell me if
yeah.
I'm wrong, if we have success ever getting a better methodology of getting all these paper inspections
exactly.
In the system without having data enter every one of them, then it would be done at the end of biennium if we solve that problem.
So 2 years from now, when somebody else is sitting in this chair and they'll look at snapshot and go, oh, it's in there. You're gonna say, oh no, it was only temporary.
I would.
Yeah.
Maybe not the person who replaces me, but I would.
How can you, I don't know.
I think Leslie would attest, I would tell her, yeah, no,
You know,
don't count
you're
on
done.
that FTE. We're gonna take it back.
But you're paying a lot more money for this person than you are those temps you're trying to hire for re-record,
Not really.
right, or not?
Well,
If you're paying
Scroll
for,
back up to 8.
Yeah, let's look at the
15 an
numbers.
hour.
I think it's actually exactly the same.
No,
One's
it's
$15
Oh,
an
it's
hour. and the other's
50 cents
14.50.
difference.
yeah, but you're
14.50,
paying
I'm sorry.
benefits and everything on this person.
So, in the brands re-record includes also some contract temp through the staffing agency, just because we know that we're going to need that flexibility through the busy parts of the year. So that's why that one's kind of broken out into two types of employee. This one is just a 3/4 time person.
Aren't you only paying almost $7,800 or something for the temp you get for 9 months?
We spent, I think, trying to remember. Well, we haven't had that many hours of temp necessarily for the full. I'm trying to think if it was 15,000 per year.
I'm just saying, we're just.
Is what we've
and how-
already been
If this is a state employee, even though you say it's one time only, but it's a new FTE, how do you, when the thing goes away, how does this person know it goes away without
Yes.
any problems?
So I was hired as a temp during re-record, and there's an
Yeah,
end
that's what
date.
happened to you.
What?
Yeah, right.
So there's an end date to your employment, because you can't go more than, I think it's 24 months, and once you hit 24 months,
You're no
you're
longer
cut
a
off.
temp.
You can't have a temporary status person employed for more than 24 months.
Mr. Chairman.
Your motion.
I move we okay number 14.
Is there a second?
Well, I feel like the chicken and egg again.
Not me.
We're putting somebody in
For
place to
it,
do
yeah.
electronic inspection methods. And I don't know whether we have them or not.
We still are going to have to hire.
I'll support this chicken. It's cheap.
All in
Not
favor?
a chirpy
That's a second.
chicken.
It's kind of a weird second, but that's a second. All in discussion?
I thought there already was a second.
There plenty.
That was you.
That was you. All in favor?
Aye.
No.
Lila didn't want to do that.
Or,
Nope.
Okay.
it passed still, right?
Now
Yeah.
see on the next three, although I'm going to need Evan's explanation on 16 and 17. Now we're in the non-discretionary items. One, we need to put more authority in for paying Department of Revenue their 2% because per capita has been going up and the 2% we pay has been going up. And if it were to continue, then we would have to spend, we would not have the authority to pay the bill, if that makes sense, because the bill would be greater than the authority that was in the budget previously. And then 16 and 17 is where Evan will have to explain, but if you've got questions on 15, but 15 is just, that's a bill we have to pay and it's been going up, and so the authority needs to go up with it. And the bill's going up because we're collecting more money. So if the bill goes down, we won't spend all that authority.
I move 15, 16, and 17.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
You're off the
No,
hook,
no
man.
discussion.
There was, yeah, Evan understood what he was doing there, doing some audit compliance, but I didn't quite understand. I never had as many times as he.
So now the whole point
think
when
we should
get
go
through
back
these is
to
that when
anything?
we come in a month or so and per capita fees have to come up, go up to pay for all this.
No, we've said, that's why I asked the
I
question
know.
ahead of time. It wasn't necessary and we cut out
I hope.
we cut out $1 million of it already.
So we're back to 6 because you set it on the table.
Oh.
Nina?
I did, and
She may not want to bring it back to you.
I understand we need something there. I'm just not real comfortable how we went about it at all.
How come this wouldn't be a new FTE?
Well, it would through this methodology.
So this is incorrect now,
Says
where
no.
it says no.
Yes.
It should say yes.
It should say yes. That was a mistake. But there, as we said, if you do it the way it was originally proposed, then it's not even part of BPP. It's repurposing the current FTE.
And this isn't in here.
Right. So you can do it that way without even monkeying with this. This would just come off the list if you did it the other way.
Is that what your plan was?
Well, I also have a question about the fact of listening to Dr. Zalewski this morning, or whenever it was. It must have been, it was before lunch. And he, if I understood him correctly, says the person working with the emergency preparedness is going to be extremely busy with that, and yet this position asks for a person to deal with that as well as various and sundry diseases. And so from what he was saying this morning, are they going to be so busy with emergency services that they won't have time for anything else, and one will be brought back in to ask for someone else to deal with the other portion of that job description? And what does the job description actually say?
So if I may try to take a run at where I think the confusion is so Emily was in the DSA compliance tech position, which still exists. But obviously Dr. Kalizak has some skills and some education that's beyond that position.
Right.
She was willing to assist us and take on some additional work in business continuity as well as emergency preparedness as we were getting prepared for the FMD exercise. I would say as we were getting prepared for the FMD exercise, that's when you begin to learn all the things you're not doing that you probably should be doing for the sake of the industry, to be prepared to deal with a situation that arises. In that time, Dr. Kalizak applied for and attained the position of meat and poultry. There's a request later on the agenda to backfill the position she's leaving. There's no guarantee we're going to get someone like Dr. Kalizak, probably will not get someone like Dr. Kalizak for that position. It'll be more of a compliance tech. So they can do the compliance tech work for brucellosis, but they won't have the skills to take over this emergency preparedness. So the new position is picking up that plus taking it further than Dr. Kalizak was able to do because she was only doing it part-time. Does that help? You'll still have a full-time DSA compliance tech who, in an ideal world, is spending 100% of their time on DSA compliance activity.
So who's doing the disease control duties?
Well, you have Dr. Liska as the brucellosis vet working on brucellosis. You have Dr. Szymanski as a part of her role being a manager, but also working with that. Dr. Zalewski also has a role with disease management. What we're saying is, yes, as Sue pointed out, there will be some capacity on this person's plate. We don't think it's 50%. We don't think it's 40. It's probably more like 20. And with the 20%, they'll be able to assist Dr. Szymanski, Dr. Liska with other veterinary duties. But their primary focus is going to be on the emergency preparedness planning. And to add to that, I mean, one of the things that we really, I think, have underestimated is the amount of work it takes. So when we started talking about FMD and we started talking about disposing of 1,000 carcasses, you realize that the day you have a diagnosis is not the day to go talk to DEQ about how you bury 1,000 carcasses. Somebody in our department needs to be going and having that discussion with the appropriate regulators at DEQ about what they'll allow us to do in that situation, or executing on the national veterinary stockpile, making sure that request gets in, that we've got a good plan for when that gets delivered to Helena, Montana, that we can get it staged and delivered to the locations that it needs to be at. We went through a tabletop exercise on that, and we would get lots of help from other agencies, but there's still some capacity in this agency that we may not be able to turn on to do our part of that. It's those types of duties that through these planning exercises that we've learned that we're not well staffed for doing that, or we'd be trying to execute this the day a crisis happened. And I mean, yes, you can pull the plan out, but it just needs more life to it than that. So that's the purpose. So that person would still have a little bit of time to help deal with disease management as we need them to. That might be a little bit outside the context of an emergency crisis situation. But regardless, TB is part of our emergency preparedness, just as brucellosis or FMD or high-path avian influenza or any of those diseases that would require us to go into a quarantine, immediate management of that crisis, where we're trying to stop movement of animals, trying to depopulate herds, depopulate flocks, whatever we might be asked to do.
Mr. Chairman, what's the benefit of doing it this way, if any, compared to the other way?
Nothing. I think an oversight on our part was not thinking maybe we should just come back with the same request we did before, and maybe it's a different world now that we've been through some of this stuff and actually have some real data to support it. I think it was, we didn't, and Dr. Zalewski bailed, so Dr. Szymanski maybe can answer this, but I think it was, it didn't work that way, let's do it this way.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I guess maybe the only one thing that I would add to that is that doing it the way that was previously proposed does put a full-time classified position on cooperative agreement funds. And while USDA does seem to have maintained their commitment to continuing to provide those funds to us, if they went away, we would have to come up with a funding source for that position.
Yeah, and I don't see that as a problem. I'll point out to the board that sometimes I'm not in favor of that. Tony knows that. This time it doesn't really matter because the FT we're talking about was Rob Tierney, and he was a classified employee already on that cooperative agreement, so there's no change. He wasn't modified. We weren't going to turn that position off because the grant went away.
You might change the
fund source
or the job description.
Or the job description.
Or qualification.
Yeah.
Okay. I think you got to do it that way. So I think you got to do it the other way.
So I guess the question would be is do you want to entertain that day or come back a month from now?
No, I want to do it today.
Well, we can wait till animal health's up, or you can do it now. I don't care. Whatever.
I move that we okay this money, but maybe talk later or refine the definition of the job.
Did we have
Does that make sense?
Let me ask a question. Did we have a position description ready?
We do have a position description for this job. I think that one of the things that people are struggling with is kind of the division of how this position will spend their time between emergency preparedness and disease control, right? Is that one of the things that we're struggling with? And so I guess without going up into too much detail, before we restructured and we had the animal health division, kind of the workload for disease control duties was shared between Dr. Zalewski and myself, recognizing that Dr. Liska spends 98% of his time on brucellosis. Yeah. And so when Dr. Zalewski moved up into a division administrator position, that put largely all of the remaining disease control duties on my plate. And so that's rabies, that is tuberculosis, that's the alternative livestock program, trichomoniasis, any sort of equine disease that comes down the pipe. We had a large EIA investigation over the last year. We have had a lot of activity in the state over the last year or the last 4 years in regards to the incidence of yonis in our state. We have to maintain a traceability program. There was one other one that I was going to use as an example here. We have funding for avian influenza surveillance. We're supposed to have an NPIP program in our state.
What's that?
The National Poultry Improvement Plan. So that's where producers can certify their flocks that they're free of this disease so that they can move eggs and egg products across state lines.
I would move that we fund it in the other method.
Take it off this,
Well, would you withdraw your motion?
I can withdraw
You
my
did that
motion.
one?
Yes.
You gotta do that too.
Yeah,
I thought
I
that
just
was
think
what
it
she was
needs
doing. She needed a second.
funded.
No,
No, I never got a second.
that's not what she was doing.
Okay, now I'll start again. I move we fund it through the other method, not through per capita.
Which is taking the position we
Take it
already
off this
have,
thing,
it's open
basically.
and using it.
Taking it off this.
And the budget we already have.
Right.
Right.
Then we can wait till later in the day and do it, but this method would not
Let's do it now if we're gonna do it.
Second.
There's a second. We've discussed this quite a bit.
Well, this is good. This is one of the more important things we do.
That's right.
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
I apologize to you. Did you get any of that right up?
Of course she got it. She's concentrating on
It's
that
being
one.
recorded.
She's good at that.
So can I ask for a point of clarification? Would the board like to see the position description, or can we move forward with hiring the position?
As chair, I say move forward.
Don't you have to have it come
Probably
to?
both. You want to see it.
Yeah, it has to.
They've
Shouldn't
seen-
it come?
But it's
I
been
think they've-
approved.
you've
You
seen
still
it.
want to see it.
Huh?
You've seen it previously.
Yeah, we've seen it.
I'd say give it to them again.
Okay, we'll bring it back next month.
Or just give them a copy of it. Or send
Okay.
it to me and I'll send them a copy of it. Or I'll find it from last time and send them a copy of it.
So you scored.
The alternative methods pushing in different directions.
Now where are we?
Okay, George.
Poor
Let's
George,
rock and
he's
roll here.
sleeping.
We gotta move a little quick here. How's the dead animal program going?
That animal program is going good.
All right.
Well, we are paying out quite a few more this year than we were last year to date. And the sheet in your book, we were about $25,000 ahead of last year on payments. We've added another 13 heads since in the last week and a half, but we're down to where we're about $20,000 difference compared to a year ago. So we are kicking out more money. The mountain lion issue is where this is coming from and driven by. And I do have a couple of horse claims to pay out that will be potentially very high dollar, but I will be having my board review anything that's really high dollar. I have my board review and discuss to make that payment. Other than that, the stat sheet that you have, the one in your book isn't that much different than the one I would add to it. We've paid out 86 head now compared to when I provided that sheet to Donna, and we're up to 71, well, a bit rounded off, $72,000 in payments so far. I know that I was asked a question if we had money. We have that $200,000 a year statutory appropriate, plus the $100,000 we're able to carry over. So I started out the July 1st fiscal year doing a running tally, and I have just a little over $274,000 in that account to last till the end of June. That's it. How's that for quick?
It's hard.
Questions, boards? No, I know, slow it up.
I can't, if I talk like a sheep herder, I can slow it real slow.
Here's current
cattle-
sheets too.
The cattle, is that grizzly or wolf or?
We're running a little ahead on the wolves over the grizzlies currently. That usually makes a pretty big turnaround in the fall, where the grizzlies will go up. In calendar year 2017, 2/3 of the claims we paid out were for grizzly payments, 1/3 were for wolf. And if you want the current sheets, I'll just leave them on the corner for later.
You even made the headlines once because you overspent your budget by $8,000.
Well, I was actually over 20,000, but
I'm laughing.
when the reporter called me, it was I was just looking at calendar year, not state budget year. When you look at state budget year, it actually came out to 20,000.
Well, it was,
And the other thing is this, just this afternoon while you guys were in here going over the budget priorities, I did an interview with the Montana Standard, so there'll be another article coming out, and that was focused on loss prevention in the Big Hole Valley.
Good.
Nice.
Get rid of them.
Thank you, George.
The headline was noticeable.
I know.
I woke up one morning.
Evan! Okay, before we get there, we have just, gone around Kelly's barn a different way to get what we wanted a couple of meetings ago, in a different manner. And it is what it is. What isn't, though, what it is that we have been not advised what the incremental increase is over the existing FTE, and that's not included in the budget. So everybody left happy, but without giving us, again, the information relative to what the incremental expense is for change in job. It's not like I forgot what took place a month or two ago when this request was made to start with. We didn't get it then either. And so I had asked about that. So what is the incremental? What is the incremental expense? And is it included in our budget request somewhere? Because it's not now in the snapshot. So while we're happy campers, somebody needs to provide the information and put it in the budget. Whether that's Dr. Z, Brian, you, whatever, it ain't in there. Unless I misunderstand, because my understanding is you're using a vacant FTE whose job description is going to change, whose qualifications are going to change, and whose rate of pay has gone up. And that incremental increase ain't in here. So whatever it is, you better tell us what it is now, because this is going in the budget, or, in my opinion, you're stuck with the rate at which that vacant FTE is now being paid. Okay. No matter the exuberance over getting the position, we got a financial issue to deal with. So what is it?
Well, the deal is they're still going to need another vet, not this one with this characteristic.
But using an existing FTE.
Right, I understand that.
Existing FTE
but then
is
later
not
on
a veterinarian.
Today there's
So
going
what
to
was
be
that
a
position
new
getting? Because
FTE.
wasn't Emily getting more than?
No, this is, and remember, this is not the vacant position we were talking about, and I know exactly where John's going. Actually, the delay of not approving at the time that was before us was that the justification is there wasn't a difference because the person, without getting into too many specifics, but the person who held that position, that was the vice manager position at that time, had retired, but because they had previously been the brands administrator, they paid a much higher rate of pay than anyone else who would get that position. So at that time, it was budget neutral. But now that position's vacant and it was captured in the snapshot at the salary that you would have hired a new person, not the person you had in it. Right. So there is probably I will get the exact figures, but I'll take a guess that it's in the neighborhood of $15,000 to $20,000.
More.
Probably not more.
Well, what would be 30% of that salary? What are you going to hire a veterinarian for in that position? How much?
Mr. Scully, the rate would be probably anywhere between 35 to 42 an hour.
What's the gross dollar annual amount?
It's a lower band 7. It would be more in line with what Dr. Liska makes, whatever that is.
Yeah.
How much is that?
I could tell you in about, I would say mid-70s.
So the previous employee was not making the same rate in that FTE as it was classified.
Not as it was classified. The employee we had was.
Yeah. Because of his longevity. But if you go back to the classified rate, it's not the same rate. Right. So we need an incremental amount of money
Yeah, it would be.
Put in this budget consideration for that FTE.
And for a program manager position, and I think it was either a program manager or program specialist, the vice manager position, I'm trying to remember the classification. It would be about a $10,000 difference in salary.
Well, sooner or later, somebody better come up with a number and plug it in incremental to what you have right now, because it ain't in there.
So,
Approved or not approved.
with Rob, when he was the Brands division head, did that carry through even though you went to another? Does that
If
pay?
you hire him at that same salary, it does.
Okay, all right.
Now, we still have a bison manager, but it's at the lower rate
level,
but we never replaced that particular position.
That particular position had a job description that fits into the system to get classified,
Right.
for which it's not a requirement to be a veterinarian. And you add the veterinarian requirement to it, you got an incremental expense. So sooner
Then you
or
only
later,
get 83% of
somebody
that,
better
don't you?
talk
It's
it
not
out.
filled.
Of the
So,
market, yeah.
so it's only 83% of that.
Well, that's about, yeah.
That's what's in the snapshot.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah.
It's in the snapshot.
And then you got, it's 83% what it was.
Yeah, yeah.
Not what it's going to be. So that number has to be added. So while everybody celebrates, you bang the drum on that one and get a number.
All right.
Evan, on that note.
On that note.
Get a number.
And so therefore, we're gonna have to come back.
Yeah.
Approve it.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Evan Waters, Finance Accounting Bureau Chief. Can't believe it's been a year since I've been getting to do all of this, but it was a fast year. Kind of changed the order of the report this time. Reporting the revenues first. This is our year-to-year comparison along with our estimate, our budget, or revenue budget, or I can't even. Our revenue estimates. Brands come in a little bit over about $170,000 more than the prior year.
Sorry.
They ended up about $3 million with revenues, a little bit more than about $100,000 higher than the estimates. And the per capita fee, this is, we're showing about $500,000 or $500,000. Yeah, $5 million more than last year, and that's because of the audit. Where we
Have to show it.
Yeah, we have to show that revenue in the year we collected it. So we have 2 years recorded in 18 right now. That's at $9.7 million, where we was actually estimating about 4.8.
So we should have a footnote to that effect, because otherwise,
Yeah.
we're sticking our head in a.
Right down there on the very bottom.
I know, but
Where
it
is
doesn't.
I think it
You
does.
need a, well, connect the footnote activity to the number that's sitting in per capita, because otherwise you look at per capita revenue and it went up 5 million, it doubled. And so people don't read footnotes. So connect the footnote and just say it's an accounting issue, it's not a revenue issue, and it was required by the audit. Make it simple and put a big asterisk up there.
Okay.
So that they can identify with it. Somebody's going to read that and say, well, then let's reduce per capita.
Get all that money.
The animal health fees are running about the same as prior year, quite a bit more than our estimated revenues. These are the like trick tags and inspection books that the veterinarian office sends out to the vet. Milk inspection fees are running the same, quite a bit higher than our estimated revenue.
The new revenue I put in here that hasn't been in this report before is the egg grading, the Great Falls plant. This year is showing that they're bringing about $131,000 a year. I haven't looked back to see the prior years, but I think it's still running pretty close to the same. The diagnostic lab fees, while it's really close to last year, we still didn't hit that increase that we thought that we were going to do. We're short about $140,000 of our estimated revenue. And I haven't touched base with Dr. Smith to see if it's testing, number of tests are down, or what's happening.
So see that number.
Mr. Chairman.
Where does that show
Look,
up?
I'm sorry. This is the one where you have to look at the two lab fees together, the top lab fees, and the lab fees 02427. So actually, if you look at the totals for that, the light blue column, that's really where you got to look, because we switched to fund types. We went from state special revenue to the proprietary fund.
But shouldn't we be showing that?
Say that again. Go through that again. I'm
Okay.
sorry. I'm being really dense right
It's
now.
not showing up as a loss, is what's compared to budget.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Okay.
when you look at the totals for them both.
Yeah. I see what you're saying.
It doesn't jump out at you that it's a loss of budgeted revenue.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It says it's the same as last year almost, but we budgeted $140,000 more.
Mm-hmm.
And so in the expense side, it ought to show $140,000 whoops.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah, I got it now. I got to write myself a note because I may look at that again.
Everybody else okay?
I want to go back to Brand's local inspection, and you're down 30,000.
That might be.
Well, local inspections that we do are what we leave out of the market and go do, and so, you know.
So where's that, who's collecting, what's going on?
Yeah. So that's just, some of that money could be they got more local inspectors to do the work than they got, deputy inspectors, and they had to rely on us, especially as we've been understaffed at some places.
And you think that's a staffing?
Well, I mean, you'd have to look at the inspection data of the total number of inspections to interpret that data. You'd have to combine both that done by non-staff and staff, if I'm tracking where you want to go.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. I'm just curious.
So does that,
But I can see.
if the district guy goes out and inspects, is that where that revenue comes in?
Yes.
Or market inspector.
Or market.
Or not, right?
Our people.
Yeah.
Versus
Yeah.
our
staff, yeah.
contract.
Okay, let's go back to a question I asked at the beginning of this other exercise we just went through for fun. I asked about revenue projections, and you told me they were the same. So, what right now we're 200,000 in the hole.
We said they were the same for per capita.
Well, I asked you if revenue, I said grant fees, all of it, were our revenue assumptions in the budget proposition going forward, increase, decrease, wherever, you said they were the same. So based upon that, we're 140,000 in the lab short, and we're 30,000, so we're a couple 100,000 in the hole.
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Right
off the bat.
Well, not total, because if you look at all brands division revenue is
175.
up.
Huh?
All brands division revenue is up by 170.
Well, we could make it up somewhere else, but on this page, on revenue, we're down. If your revenue number was the same as it was for budgeted this year into the budget going forward, this is the page.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you may make up the gap somewhere else.
Yeah. So on the
just like we did this year, right?
Right.
Right now, for budget purposes, we're 175,000 in the hole. right?
On the lab, yes.
Yeah, on the revenue side.
Right, yes, yep.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely. Any questions on, more questions? So on the next section here, in order to close out the year, we had to do some transferring of authority. One of the first things we did at the of the last board meeting we had was to reduce the shielded egg grading authority and milk inspection authority. And this table here might be a little confusing, but the second two columns, those are the ones that show the reduction of the shielded egg and the milk inspection. That money there went into per capita. So we reduced the authority there and increased the per capita authority. And then that authority there too was also transferred into, some of that went into CSD and some went into brands to help cover
where
their...
does the general fund discovered by the governor sent to us, where did that fit?
Are you talking about the new one that's...
Is that all in 2000 in next year? It's
Yeah,
not
that's,
next year.
yeah, that'll be all 19.
So that doesn't fit for us at all for year end.
Correct. Yep. Yeah, not 18, so it'll be 2019.
Okay.
So this here is 2018's changes. So
How can it not affect us if it's year end money?
Yeah, why isn't it?
How can it not
They're
affect?
restoring authority for the next fiscal year.
So based upon year end revenue numbers, it's a restored authority going forward versus.
right, we got half of the money back, or half of the authority, right?
So theoretically, at the end of 19, there's still a pot of money there that has the other half, right? If the revenues remain the same,
right?
State level.
Maybe.
They're
If the revenues remain the same at state level, the pot would still be the same.
right.
So, is there any chance you get that to help offset the 400,000? No.
That's not the communications we've received. So
Okay.
that money might be going back to build up their like fire funds and that.
Okay.
That's
So let's just say, for argument purposes, to understand it, they found $20 at the end of the year in revenue they didn't expend.
mhm.
So they doled out 10 for the second year of the biennium.
Mhm.
Second year of the biennium is going to have the same revenue as the first, so there's going to be revenue at the end of that too that they didn't expect unless it goes down. So let's assume that it stays. They got another $20, right?
Mhm.
And we still only get 10 to get through the biennium.
Mhm.
That's
So
the way
what
it's
happened
working?
to the other 20?
Well, it's in a pot somewhere in the governor's office.
Hmm.
Do I understand it?
Well,
Because originally I thought you find the 10, you find $20 there, and I get 10 of it for last year and 10 for next year. But I don't.
No. So they took the 400, but that was for the biennium. So then we get the 200. They're keeping the 200. So when they give us that 200 back going forward,
They don't
they're not going
So we're still
to.
short 200.
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. 2018's.
But the reality is
The money's there.
the books are closed and
Yeah.
Yeah.
We didn't.
If-
We could have used it, but at the end of the day, we balanced the books
You balanced the books without it.
without.
mhm.
But when you did that, you moved general fund out of the diagnostic labs to meet to do it.
And
There's a
used.
possible question by somebody whether or
Yeah.
not that's appropriate, right? Somewhere down the road.
Oh, the-
Not appropriate, I shouldn't say
yeah.
that, wrong terminology.
Might
Good
be-
idea, maybe.
Yeah. The idea is, I agree, is be a tough one because we also having to use our diagnostic lab monies in order to fill that general fund money in the lab.
Right, so now what we're using is, we're down we're down in fees, right? And we just went down in general fund, transferred some.
And
Right.
put,
And so now it's all into capital again.
yeah, we used our savings. Yes.
So you did a really good job, you two, all of you, the whole team, managing this year's budget.
And I guess I would point out just for whatever you're, I mean, I get where you're going, which is saying you're down because on the revenue side because of those two particular things, but you know, the few years I've been here, there's always an ebb and flow. I mean, if you only look at your debits and never account for your credits, then yeah, it looks bad, but the reality is we're always, when it comes to local inspection, we're all, 1 year, 2 years ago, we were way up for some reason, and then this year we're down, and same things happen with market inspections. There's just a natural ebb and flow on those revenues, and now the lab one is maybe a little more concerning because it doesn't equate to our natural ebb and flow, unless, and I don't know that today, unless there was some reason that there would be less testing. What I'd love to do is on the cost analysis be able to understand a little bit more if that loss of revenue is across the board or if it's in one particular section. Yeah, within the lab. Because, for example, if that loss was in ClinPath, if most of it was there, it would make sense to me why it's there, right? But some other testing areas, I wouldn't. You know, that would be an indicator to me of more systemic problems.
But let me tell you the reason I bring it up, and I might as well say it out loud as opposed to experience it in January. And that is that we're now an enterprise. Somebody saw fit to make us an enterprise, and I don't think they did it so that we can spend the monies we collected, even though that was a benefit for us that we couldn't before. I think it's so that they don't have to put general fund money in the lab. So we wind up in a position where if we moved it over there, I guess we didn't need it, right? And now if it was $5 million, it'd be gone tomorrow. 200,000, maybe no big deal. But if we're going to be down on revenue again, and you don't get the general fund, now you're $500,000 in all,
right,
in the lab. And it's only because of what we've had to do. So we've got to put that in our thought process. And we don't have any unused fees to cover it in 19, right?
We're correct. I mean, really, yeah. I mean, it's almost, yeah.
Yeah, we're on the zip over there. That's why I bring it up. And, you know, somebody,
Which was one of the positives of getting the general fund back, that portion for the lab, because that'll help offset that a bit.
Yeah. But then if you overlay on top of that, your cost analysis that you're going to have to do, we're going to have to do as a department between September and October, then that's suggesting right off the top, your cost structure doesn't, your retail structure isn't covering your cost, and we already know that, but it makes it worse. It makes the bubble worse.
Correct.
So you have less headroom than you did before.
So this is the budget expense comparison report. This is one that is in the board packet all the time that we don't touch too much because we normally are looking at the projections. This here shows in that second column changes. This is adding $200,000 positive. That was the cash that we added in from the proprietary fund, the lab fees. You'll also see some positives and negatives. The negative on the shielded egg and the milk inspection. That was that authority I mentioned a minute ago that went into the per capita fee. You'll see a small decrease in the milk control, and so this milk control, our rent is now restricted. That they budget us X amount of dollars for rent, and we can't spend it on anything else. Like Chad moved over to the other building, and his rent went way down, so he had excess rent. But we can't use it. He can't use it anywhere else. When they did this for CSD, they actually didn't budget us enough. So I was able to take that authority and move it into CSDs, into per capita.
Oh, the rent?
The restricted, yep.
Oh,
Yep,
yeah.
yep.
Well, as long as you're keeping it in the right pot, right?
Yeah, I didn't want to take any of our
Yeah.
general operating and move it down there because we can't take that back, so.
So question for you, Evan. So we're looking at year-end, this sheet, year-end for the department. When we get all the way over to the end, I guess an important thing for future reference is the total down there of $341,190,000. And I guess you're going to get. I guess I'm getting ahead of you because you're going to talk about carry forward for next year.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
So
Yeah.
I think that's yes.
Yeah.
So we'll get into what is the carry forward we have available going into this fiscal year, which we can now add the general fund replacement back to, and that sort of gives us what we have above the authority in the budget or whatever that's
Yes.
that we were working with this year that tells us a lot of how we get through 19.
Yeah.
Okay, at the risk of getting in trouble here, some more.
Okay.
Year-end budget changes, 200,000.
Right. Went up to $200,000 because that was that cash and fund balance of the proprietary fund that we could add because we're not restricted. That is, we can spend all of our fund balance.
Right.
And so, yeah, okay, more
Then
questions.
you have a carry forward of 341.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you took 215,000 of general fund out of the lab and moved it to meat. If you had extra money, why did you move it?
At the program and the bureau.
Let me try to
level.
answer my own question. I just want to make sure we're protected going forward.
Mhm.
That's not necessarily general fund money.
No.
The 341.
No, no.
And meat is general fund dollars, right?
Correct, yep.
Okay.
If you look down at the bottom, there's $56,798 of that 341 is general fund.
Right. All I'm saying is, somebody asked the question, so how come you move general fund money over to meat? First answer is, meat is funded by general fund and matching.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So you have to have the general fund to match. It's
Right.
not per capita.
Correct, yeah.
Okay? And that may be statutory. I don't know. I hope so. We've had this discussion. But for someone to ask a question, you carried it forward and yet you used general fund. Well, that's why, right?
Right, yep.
Okay.
Yes, yep. We ended up in meat, even moving all that $215,000 over there with $10,000 of movement, just a little too much. But.
So next year, everything remains the same. We already have it covered because we got the retrieved money from the governor's office program, and that covers that 215 gap if it exists again.
Right, except...
or is it allocated for specific programs?
We're putting it back into where it came out of.
Okay, so therefore, it's going back into where?
It's going back to livestock loss, the lab, DSA, and meat, yes.
So out of the gross number, we get about 100,000 back for meat?
90, yep, 90,000. Not 90, 100.
Okay. So we still got to cover the 100,000 general fund for the end of 2000 fiscal year.
In the meat, correct, right. Yes, yep. Yep, if all expenses are stay pretty much the same, yes. With all the balancing at the end of the year, all of the changes, of course, all of the programs made their monies. So, well, they had to in order for the books to close. They all had to balance in order for them to process. So,
let's say that this year ends the same way. Mm-hmm. This year we're in now ends the same way, right?
Yep.
And where do we get the 100,000 for? We at the same place?
Yes. Potentially, yes. Again, we do,
unless we get it out of the animal health, right?
Right.
And there's no other place to get it, is there?
No, just those two places, just lab and DSA.
And always for just making sure the conversation's framed, all the general funds were in the same program, essentially.
Okay, so this dawned on me a little while ago, and I don't know why it took so long. Maybe you're already there. The $400,000 of funds that we were short, I'll call it that way, I don't mean to be accusatory, but we didn't have as a result of the pay increase. Some of that pay increase went to meats department, right?
Yes.
Which is general fund.
Right.
All right. So it's not all per capita. I've had it in my head discussion that it's all per capita and we have it funded. However, we don't. Right?
Right, yes.
So whatever portion that's in meats is not, we don't have the money for it. And that just dawned on me today.
Right.
It's general fund.
And it's a very minuscule amount.
Yeah.
I mean, are we talking 20,000 or
Yes.
2,000?
And actually, it got washed away because with the contract negotiations, the salary went above the 80% adjustment anyway. So you would have ended up.
Say that again.
So we adjusted them, and then they went into contract negotiation, and it went to a set 15.06, whatever it is an hour. That's above what the 80% mark was, because that's what got negotiated.
Okay.
So, of course, they wanted something like 19 or 20, they wanted
Right.
15.06. So we actually sort of washed that away in the contract negotiation, if that makes sense, because that expense, we went well beyond that anyway, in terms of what we got to pay.
Yeah, but I'm talking about from a recoverable standpoint, then we can't use the argument anymore, we have it all funded, if we don't, do we? And we have to say, except for $15,000 of general fund and meats.
Right.
Yeah, so forget the per capita. Right.
So we paid per capita for the rest of the 400,000. Then there's a portion in meats. How much is there in the DSA?
We didn't have any issues.
No salary issues there at all?
No, it was at 80% there. We didn't have to make an adjustment there. Animal health largely was not, except for a few positions that would be on per capita fee, so import office, that's where you had it on.
How about in the lab?
In the lab, not very much.
We didn't have anybody below, do we have anybody below?
Well, they had that wage appeal, and so that had brought them up.
Okay, so we had to go, but that's not what the legislature funded though.
So if I remember, and I do remember the conversations of trying to justify why we wanted it done last time through the EPP process, I can remember the negotiation, which we obviously know I was not successful in, but I laugh when I say that, but the negotiation was, they said, well, there's general fund in here. And I said, okay, forget that, because I was like, we can manage that 20,000,
Which
the rest of it we have paid for. So I even used that in negotiation and said, at least give us what's paid for, and we'll take care of the rest. But of course we didn't get it.
Yeah. So I guess kind of back to yours, we're not funded, so yeah, in the meat inspection with those wages, even though we had the bargaining agreements. It's just, I guess it kind of took that
for the
issue.
Ongoing budget, doesn't help 19. Once again, for the ongoing budget, Snapshot has treated that up at that point.
Yeah.
When's enough negotiation period?
We just got done, so it won't be until, what is this? This is 2018. We just signed the contract a few weeks ago, so it'll be 2020. It'll be, for whatever reason, it's mid-biennial. Which is a stinker, right?
Yeah.
Because
you would think it would line up with the biennial.
That's when they voted.
Yeah, that's right, because that's when they did.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
That's when they initiated their group.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Just want to point out one thing on page 5, I guess. This is a livestock loss board. It looks odd that we spent about every penny. ran them down to zero. You look at the operations. The reason for that is is with the last legislature, with that new fund, that 2125, where we had to transfer his excess of over $300,000 into the new one, he could use 10% of that switch to pay for operations. So that's how we got this one down to zero, ran everything out, except you see the 1594, which that is 2017's carry forward. So we saved that to use next year, since we get to use it all. So.
You're loaded now, George.
I can finally go back to my office. See you guys.
See you. Bye.
The other one that was kind of I did not catch on the last board or last report was the brands on page 15. I underestimated the projections by quite a bit, and we had to move about $140,000 into the brands division to cover it up. But if you look at the year-to-date comparisons, it was really close. So there's nothing that jumped out of the year-to-year comparisons. There's nothing that jumped out that would signal that it was wrong.
Yeah, actually, I mean, it's almost dead on, which is sometimes more troubling than it feels a little bit distance, but especially when you consider you had a statutory raise in there, and we captured the salaries from the real expenses capture, right? So you can see the whoops pretty easy there, that it's close to $200,000 in brands. Yep. That when we've been talking about this whole scenario, because you can see what the budget is of salaries at $1,956,000, and see that the real expense is about 2.14. So it's pretty close to $200,000 difference there, and that's with us managing for vacancy savings. If we'd have never managed for vacancy savings, the gap would be bigger, right?
And again, the per capita fee, that 80% in here, that would have easily have covered that, having to transfer that money into it. So.
Yes. Would you, for the record, identify what year-end budget changes mean?
Those are the BCDs that did at the end of the year to move the authority between funds and or programs or operating levels, moving up from personal services and operations.
So let me see if I track with you, and I'll help you work track. So what this document is saying is you moved $100,000 from operations to personal services, and then you moved an additional $142 of carry forward to make that. Is that
No,
right?
program transfer from animal health.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Program transfer, gotcha.
Yeah.
So we really didn't change the budget. We just managed it. Budget was the budget.
The bottom line on the page 1 or page 2 was what we managed to, I guess, is what we. So, my little print job didn't turn out. So, and the last section here is the part that our 2019 budget to the 2018 actuals to see where we are. Now, this also has our 2017 carry forward. In the 2018 estimated carry forward. So we have our 2019 budget in the first column. That's what we're going to get to work with. We're transferring gets carried forward $149,000 of 2017 carry forward. That's the amount that's left that we didn't spend in 2018. And then out of the rest of that, there's $114,000. So we had about almost $300,000 of monies of unused 2018 authority that we're going to carry forward. That makes sense?
So the 17 is spend it or lose it?
In 19, yes,
okay.
yep, right.
By the end of June.
Yep.
So are you saying now we don't need the 400,000?
Well, with a caveat that what's not been applied here is all the savings mitigations we executed during the year to make budgets. So
we can't make this time.
All the positions we left open for 4 or 5 months at a time, delayed purchasing decisions that we put off because we knew because we knew we had to make an issue. So, so what this tells me is that we've got to itemize out those mitigations, and whatever that number is north of $274,000 is a number we have to manage. Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, or ask for in House Bill 3.
Or ask for in House Bill 3.
I just want to make sure that we're not setting ourselves up and says, hey, you don't need it anymore.
Right,
You guys did such a great job, you don't need any money.
Well, I've never ruled out the possibility that it might not be necessary.
I know,
But the
I know
problem
you
is going to be the deadline for
Yeah.
taking action may be before we know. Does that
That's
make
right.
sense?
Oh, yeah.
Yep, yes.
No,
And,
we haven't ruled it out.
Right.
yes, and Mike, you are absolutely right. We didn't get the savings calculated in here,
And,
so.
yeah, once we do that, we need to know, and then we need to, I mean.
Well, it's going to eat up this money.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think unless the board gave me a different direction, I think my attitude towards it, which I'm going to do my best to make the budget without any help from anybody if I can. That's the way I prefer to do it.
Point out on that second to the right column, that's the adjusted 2018 actuals. And what that means is there's a couple, about 3 expenses that we had in 2018 that were one-time only, like the milk fee study. I pulled that out. Our the paying the 2% twice. I pulled one of those out. And then a small one was $14,000 one-time only equipment purchase. I pulled those.
How about our settlement?
That's not in this in here because we used stock and trade money.
Use what?
Stock and trade money.
It's stray money.
Straight money.
So stray money.
But the things that I think, as you're talking about the.
Are you talking?
Yes. Yeah.
Yep.
The stock and stray fund is what we had to use to pay the employee settlement too.
Yes. Yep.
No, I know, but I just want to make, I'm talking about the lawsuit settlement on that we just had.
Right. No, that one's still in here.
Which one?
Let's see here. I got to go back.
It was
The
in
meats
the
one.
budget. The other one out here.
The meats one.
Meats. I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, I think we used stock and
Mediated.
trade.
I think we used.
I
Yeah.
think we used stock and trade because we knew there was no.
I know, we talked about it, but I don't know whether we did.
What was that? 30,000.
Yeah.
That was 30,000.
Yeah,
that was
Yeah,
stock
our-
straight.
our
Yep.
portion.
Our share was.
Yep.
One of the things I say is as we sit here and have a chance to have a long view on things, John mentioned, I think there's multiple things here. It's not just the the salary situation, but and you haven't accounted for general fund back in here yet, have you?
Correct.
No.
So that makes that number even bigger. I mean, with getting general fund back for DSA, that goes a long way to helping mitigate the increased expense that'll come from expansion, although it'll only be a partial year as people get into it. Sometimes there's more in the first year. But I think we've had several things. If we're thinking about session, and I just want to put those things out there. So it's not just the salary. We've had the DSA expansion. That's certainly something that's outside of your control. The compliance with the audit of paying your per capita fee twice in the same year. There's that made us bleed down some carry forward that we could have used in 19.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's a number of, I think, reasons, I guess I wouldn't call them arguments, reasons that you say, well, we're going to try to hit budget if for some reason we're not, that we have some legitimate things that have happened to us that are outside of our control within the last 24 months or 18 months. So, I just want to put those out there that there's more than just a salary issue that's out there. However, I mean, I would say to the board, and right at this point, especially if we add $240,000 of general fund back in, which would actually make that number, if I'm reading this right, go to about 514. I mean, you guys know me. I'm always optimistic and reasonably confident, but I feel some confidence that we're going to manage through the storm, and whatever we need is not going to be major. In other words, we're not going to be asking anybody, I don't think we'll be asking anyone to give us $400,000 to make it through 19. I could be wrong on that, but I don't think that's going to be the case. Or allow us to use $400,000. It's not, they're not giving us the money. Right.
Anything else for Evan Board?
Well, thank you.
Great job. Great job. A lot of work.
And congratulations on the next couple of weeks.
Yeah,
Thank you.
congratulations. That's pretty
to the river.
exciting.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, enjoy.
So who's speaking for the lab?
Well, I'll start and Dr. Zalewski can finish. How about that? There's only one agenda item that they have, which is the request to hire a veterinary pathologist. So this is a currently existing position, same classification, same rate of pay. This is wrong?
I think, Mike, this is a veterinary pathologist, which is a new position. Veterinary microbiologist, which is a new position.
No, we did the microbiologist last month. Right. We've already approved that one.
Okay.
This is replacing Dr. Marshall.
My fault.
Am I correct on that?
Yes, you are correct.
Dr.
Yep.
Marshall's opinion is
Yep.
he's bleeding out his retirement. Is that an appropriate way to say that? He's probably bleeding out is not the right way to say it. When you're talking about a pathologist. Dr.
He's
Marshall
delayed his retirement.
is delayed his retirement and is working part-time. And so this is getting prepared to post and fill that pathologist position within the lab.
How come we didn't, when we did the other one last time, how come we didn't do them this advertising sort of at the same time?
Well, Dr. Marshall had not given us his intent at that time, so we didn't have a clear vision of when his exit was going to be.
I move we okay this position.
Is there a
for
second?
hiring. It's an existing position.
So it's second.
Discussion? It's a job that's already paid for, it's ongoing, we just need to replace this individual.
Yes, we're replacing a retirement.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Is this a big?
What's his
payout?
payout?
Yeah, I was going to say that's.
It's a veterinary band 7, so it's in that upper 70 range. And if I'm talking about annual salary, that's where that falls out. So similar positions in the department would be Dr. Smith's current position, Dr. Liska's position.
What's his longevity?
Yeah, his longevity.
All that, I mean, is
His
that
Dr. Marshall, I don't think had a lot. He was not. He retired, but he was in other places before getting there, right?
Yeah, I
South
don't know what his
Australian.
payout is.
His payout is actually minimal. He used a great deal of his time. He had some family issues back in Australia and some other things, and so I think his payout was very, very minimal compared to what we're used to seeing with retiring employees. Like a couple of $1,000.
Oh.
Compared to.
You're up.
I think that was
No,
back to my agenda.
Oh. Where's Tony?
It's 3 o'clock.
Yeah, I have, so I'll speak for Dr. Szymanski here. There's a request to hire the DSA compliance technician, which is, I believe, an administrative assistant, I think is how it was classified. But regardless, that's the position that we critically need to maintain the kind of quality control and ensure that the required testing, in fact, takes place. And so this person works closely or works in the brucellosis program with Dr. Liska.
So this is not the vet lab.
Correct. We have transitioned to the Animal Health Bureau.
Talk about the next page.
So this is for the...
Jumped over the administrative specialist for the lab.
You must have a
Where's
different,
that?
You must have
the old agenda.
Oh, you do if you printed it a couple days ago.
Yeah.
Well, So we don't have that
change that.
anymore?
Yeah.
That request was dropped.
No wonder I'm lost.
I had to throw mine away, yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Is this a new position?
No, this is the position that was just vacated by Dr. Kalizak.
And
She left us.
Correct.
She's
She
the
le-
chairman.
She left the one to go elsewhere, yeah, to go to meet.
Dr. Z is a farm team.
So this is just a replacement.
Correct.
Yeah, and this is a upper teens, if you're wondering about salary, upper teens per hour, $17, $18 an hour position.
I move to hire.
Byron made a motion to hire, is there a second? Sue raised her hand slowly. Make sure you're supposed
It's been a long day.
Discussion? Job's there, we've been filling it, yada, yada, yada. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, the same? You with us, Donna? Bison manager, we're gonna manage bison now?
So this is, and I'll take a little bit on this because Nina and I had a conversation, she was confused, so I'll make sure there's not confusion. So versus having 3 bison area people, we now have 2. One on the north side, one on the west side. Rob retired, Jeff Mount moved in to be the lead person of the 2 that we have. And then Jeff recently made a decision to retire after 20 years with Highway Patrol and 10 or so years with us. He was ready to do something else with his life, like hunt and fish and enjoy life. So he decided that it was a good time to exit. So that's what created this opening. One of the things that's a challenge is a lot of times we now have one person, Clay Vines, on the west side. I mean, we do anticipate it's not a, obviously there's a process has to ensue, but we assume or have good authority that Clay will be interested. So one of the things is that if Clay were to be hired, then you would immediately have another opening. So it doesn't reflect that way on the agenda, but sort of we've done with brands in the past, and with just like when you get ready for fall run, December will be here before you know it, and heavy bison time will be here before you know it. And so if for some reason we have an internal hire for the leader, we'll have a position to replace on one of the 2 sides. And so we just want to make sure we stay, since we have brought ourselves down to just having the 2, we want to make sure we don't have many gaps in having the 2. And I'll give an example from today of where it hurts when you only have one, is that when you have buffalo issues on the north side and the west side at the same time, it's kind of hard to be in both places. They're not exactly convenient to get to.
Is Jeff already gone?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, he retired at the end of last month.
Or the month now, June, yeah.
He's in a hunting camp somewhere. That's all we know.
We didn't know that last month.
So, can I make sure we understand? We had 3.
We had 3.
And we converted one of the empties to a different position.
Now.
Okay, now you've got another, one of the other 2 is vacant.
Right.
And who's going to move into this position?
Well, we don't know.
Third employee might?
No, the second, the other employee who's still there.
Yeah.
Will most likely apply. If we hire him, then we would still have an opening.
So the other end isn't a manager?
No, it's just a worker bee.
So the request is to fill the bison manager position, and if the current employee from the bison group, from the bison crew, is a successful applicant for the manager, we will immediately have a vacancy that we will need to backfill. So the request is to fill the bison manager position, and if there's an interior hire, to request to be able to post that position as well right off the bat, rather than wait for the board meeting, because we're under a bit of a time crunch and staffing crunch if we don't have the staff.
How long has this other guy been with the department?
Not very long. I mean, he's been with the department working with the program, but he's not been full-time with us.
Is it a public hire?
It is
an internal hire? Posting.
We'll post it externally.
And my attitude about that is you gotta hire the best person, whoever that is.
Yeah,
And you don't want to assume by our actions today, because somebody who might be a better person doesn't get the job, they whack you.
Yep.
So,
I feel like we should get the best
you wind up,
candidate.
You just hire them.
So you want 2 motions?
No.
No, just one, please. I mean,
One, you don't want the second one. So I'll just move to hire the bison manager, the open position, fill it.
Second.
Discussion. Will that fill you in? Yes, Nina.
Okay, I need to back up here a little bit. When Rob Turney retired, he was bison manager, correct?
Correct.
And as I recall, discussion in the meeting, that particular position was not refilled.
Correct. Well, we didn't get to 3 people in the bison program.
So that FTE sat there.
Correct.
Yep, we just filled it today.
So that's what you're trying to do now, is fill it?
No.
Or is that what you filled with the vet?
I filled it with a vet.
Right.
I feel like it would be more instructive for me to draw it out on the whiteboard, because it is a little confusing, but...
No, we get it.
No, I understand
Yeah.
perfectly.
Okay.
I understand perfectly.
All right.
Thank you.
No, I mean, just because it is confusing as far as how it all kind of, the timing and everything. So, Mr. Chair, do I understand that the motion is only to fill the bison manager, and that we should come back to the board if we have the internal hire?
So now you want...
You should come back to the board if you have another vacancy.
Okay, so if I may, just for the record, we have the Clay Vines, who is currently in the position. It's just not candidates. It is that individual is scheduled to attend post this September, and so if that individual is vacant, it starts vacancy. If he attends that training, we have nobody there in the bison program for several months.
You can't jeopardize the hire by already filling somebody in if you're going to post it publicly. This is an external posting for other applicants to apply for. You got to give external applicants an opportunity to get the job.
I agree. So I don't believe that the request to be able to backfill the position, should the internal candidate fill it, compromises
I think it does without a doubt. I think it assumes that it's going to happen. If I'm an external person trying to get the job, I wouldn't like that one bit. Because you've already assumed it's going to happen, so therefore...
I think it's a contingency rather than assumption, but that's perhaps...
What?
I think it's more of a contingency rather than an assumption. But
you can phrase it any way you want. I don't want to vote for it because I believe it jeopardizes your hiring process.
If you have nobody hanging out that can do this stuff, can you hire somebody who's been there before on a part-time basis?
Can you make it an internal hire, so it's not having to be posted externally?
Don't do that.
We could limit it to the Department of Livestock, but
if that's the person you want. But if you're going to make an external posting, everybody's got a right to get the job.
it's your prerogative. I'm happy with
Well,
it.
it's up to you. I mean, if you can do an internal hire, and that's the person you want, then I do that. If you want to take a chance to get somebody externally, then I wouldn't do the contingency. I think it traps you.
I am happy to do whatever the board's will is in this situation, and as any situation.
No, I'll rephrase. The issue is, I see the viewpoint, which is if you're going to do an internal hire and you're going to move someone into that position, then what you're really asking for is to backfill the other position. But it's the appearance of having, and I see that, it's the appearance of having, already posting both positions or being almost ready to put them right on back to an external candidate may be viewed as they already knew what they were going to do, so why did they waste my time? and maybe I have some sort of claim in that situation because I don't think I was fairly evaluated.
So the internal hire, as far as I understand, the internal hire can be limited to the Department of Livestock. And if that's the case, then we would wind up, then we wouldn't be able to know, in fact, that internal hire would come from the...
You can limit it as you can limit it all the way down to a work group. You have one person in a work group. If you limited it to that work group, there'd only be one person that could accept that job.
Sheila may have to weigh in on this, but my understanding was that if there's only one possible candidate for a work group, that it may not be a reasonable expectation of a.
You could limit it.
If you can't do an internal hire under the circumstances, then I'll go back to square one and say, therefore, you shouldn't do the other proposition, assuming because it's not fair to the outside candidate who's applying for the job.
But you can limit it. I just want to make sure that it's understood because I need the board to understand that, but also for all of our hiring managers to understand as well. As I get what you're saying there, but you can limit it to a bureau level. You can limit it to only the Animal Health Bureau. That is within policy. You can limit it to the division. It doesn't have to be only that. You can go sub-levels of Department of Livestock if that was your wish.
That's what I thought.
Why, if we're so short of bison employees, are we having somebody going to post-certification in the fall when we're the busiest?
We're actually the slowest during the fall, and that's why we're really after
December is
the fall.
when things begin to turn on. And so the reality is, actually, this was because an opening came up.
Plus, you have to get it scheduled ahead of time.
Yeah, I know.
So it's better than the alternative, which had been if he had not been able to get into this class, he'd probably been in the January class, and that's definitely the time you don't want you.
So he's not post-certified. How long has he been with us?
January 15th, I think.
Oh.
When did he apply to post, or when did you apply for him?
As soon as he got hired, we asked to get into the queue.
Mr. Chairman, Marty, I think that we can always, if you hire internally, we can always do a teleconference, 5 minutes to okay the next, situation, next hire.
Okay. I think we need to.
I think we.
If you want a manager, might be somebody out there that.
Well, you can always go back to John's first point, was try and hire the best man for the job.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, there are a lot of people out there listening to our discussion, and if they're looking at this and thinking, that's a position I could fill, and we don't give them an honest chance at applying for it, then are we shooting ourselves in the foot?
Yep. Right.
All in favor?
Aye.
Of what?
Of the
I made a motion to fill the vacancy.
Just the one vacancy.
To fill
the vacancy.
One vacancy.
Yep.
Which is a bison manager.
Passed. Did you get all
everyone?
That?
Yeah. Well, I did. I don't know.
As far as I could tell.
Yeah.
Everyone?
Yeah.
Arm changes.
A very small chunk of arm changes compared to what I brought before you last time. Mr. Chair, members of the board, all of these changes are in the EIA section of administrative rule. Most of these have come about following the large-scale EIA investigation that we had in Gallatin County over the last year, just in working with USDA, realizing that some of our regulations need a little bit of a sprucing up. So I'll just walk through them quickly. 32.3.1401 is the first one. In the definition of an exposed equid, currently we just have animals that have been in a herd or in close approximation of those animals. We would also like to add, or is determined by the state veterinarian to be otherwise at risk. This disease is spread primarily through biting insects, but it can also be spread through needles. And so depending on needle practices, it may not necessarily be horses that fall into that first category. On number 4, official EIA test report form. The USDA is really the one that produces these forms and approves them, and so we just want to include language that says that if you're not using the standard APHIS 1011 form, it has been approved both by our office and by USDA. On 5, USDA is currently updating their kind of standards as far as what description needs to be included on the submission form for a Coggins test or an EIA test for a horse. And they want to capture any permanent identification. So I've included that in our description and then pulled brands and tattoos over to the list of permanent markings that would be included on the description. Moving on to number 6, the official test for EIA, again, just clarifying how official tests other than the ELISA or the AGID are approved. They would again be approved by USDA, by the state veterinarian, and then they would be done at an approved lab.
And that, Mr. Chairman, question, is that a lab, federal lab somewhere?
To do EIA testing, you have to go through an application process with the USDA, and so they approve all of those laboratories. They can be kind of your NOLM lab, like our department, but you can also have private labs. So we have veterinary clinics around the state that are also approved labs.
Why would a state veterinarian not agree to send a test to a place where the USDA wanted it to go?
Such that we wouldn't need the state veterinarian in that list? Is that?
I just think it's curious. It says you had an or up there. I assume it's and now.
It's and now, and I can't tell you why it was or before.
One of these deals that or equals and means or.
That I don't know.
Well, they've gone through that kind of stuff.
They have gone through that, and I can't speak to that. I just know that I felt that and was more appropriate here than or. Number 7, a reactor. Previously it said just positive to an official test. We have 2 different tests that we use traditionally with EIA. One is the AGID, one is the ELISA, that's kind of a rapid screening test. Occasionally you will have animals that are positive on the ELISA and negative on the AGID. Those animals, while positive to the ELISA, are still not considered reactors. So we're clarifying that only AGID positive horses are reactors. In doing that clarification, we added number 8, the suspect, saying that a suspect is an animal that is positive on any of the official tests. So those would capture your ELISA positives, and that would say that there is additional testing that's required before we can fully classify those animals as either a reactor or negative. Moving on to the next rule, 32.
Oh, yes. Just before you get on to another topic. I just had a thought about item 6. I don't know if it explains it or not, of why you may want the and in there. And I don't know if that explains why the or was there. I don't think it does. But a USDA approved lab could be a lot of different labs. But is there scenarios when you're dealing with a managed disease like this that the state veterinarian may also want to have some direction, because we have an approved lab in Bozeman, right? So for timing or investigation purposes, the state veterinarian may choose to say not only a USDA lab, but it needs to go to MDOL specifically, because we need to have oversight over that process and test result. Is that a justification?
I think that is a good justification. Certainly with the trichomoniasis program, I have not run into that scenario in EIA, but with the trick program, we will stipulate which labs that they're allowed to submit to. So
somebody could say, well, your rule says a USDA lab, I want to send it to Ames, and you're saying, no, we need it in Bozeman so we can get the result faster, right? You could have that scenario.
The USDA guy comes back and says, you're not getting my signature because I want to send it to
Ames. Yeah, oh yeah.
32.3.1406, we're just changing the amount of time that must elapse. From 45 to 60 days, what this is trying to account for is the incubation period of the disease. So horses could have been exposed and they may not seroconvert. So we're trying to give them the maximum amount of time to seroconvert before we test them, so that we have a higher confidence that those animals are negative.
Sounds good.
Is there a motion?
Yep, I make that motion.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thanks, board.
Thank you. Oh.
Look who's here.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Emily Kalzik, with Meat and Poultry Inspection currently, but stepping into a previous role with Animal Health to give you the sort of final follow-up on the RMAR exercise, which is that 4-day foot and mouth disease exercise that we completed in May. You should have received, I believe, with your materials, a copy of our after-action review. And so I was going to step through some of the highlights of that review for you. This is a document that we wrote. Did it not?
When would we have received it?
Maybe last month.
I don't have it in my.
I think
That we wrote this?
Yeah. I thought we submitted it with our board materials.
I can go get copies for you.
Okay.
Is it on the screen?
No,
I can't read that fast.
I have it in the.
No, it's.
Unless.
I can't read that fast anyway.
No, it's not.
Okay. Okay, I apologize for that, not making that in there. Dr. Szymanski will get copies. I'll step through the beginning of it briefly while she's doing that, and then you can look through in more detail later. So this is a document that we wrote internally based on some standard format and standard protocol that are common to all emergency preparedness work that are put out by FEMA and that are national standards for how these documents look. So there are some things in it that are fairly formulaic and aren't specific to our exercise necessarily, but cover some of the basics of the exercise, and the layout is a standard format. The whole first part of the document talks about the sort of methodology for conducting the after-action review, walks through the specific written objectives we had going into the exercise, lists the specific tasks that either did or did not occur during the exercise based on those objectives as a way to evaluate whether we met the objectives of the exercise. After stepping through all of those, we developed a set of areas for improvement, and we had 4 major areas that we broke our specific tasks up into. One was planning, so the sort of efforts that went into preparation and planning for the exercise, whether we had the appropriate documents in place. Our second sort of major area was in training, where our people trained in the necessary activities to fulfill the objectives of the exercise. Resources, did we have the staff, equipment, and other things that we needed during the exercise. And then the last one is communication, looking at some of the ways we need to improve communication both before an event and during. So I don't know if you want me to start going through or if you want these in front of you at the same time. You can let me know.
Top 5, 3 or 4
Okay.
Of your priorities that you learned regardless of which section you're in.
Okay. So the first, starting with planning, is one of the bigger areas.
Oh, I have 2 copies. They're slow coming. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Eric just sent it to Mike, from what I understand.
Okay.
Here's the second one. I'll be back with a few more.
Right, and so our corrective action plan, which is what I was going to work through, is on page 16, Mike.
Okay, that's 41 pages, that's going to be a lot.
Yeah, we just think.
No. Yeah. There's a whole sort of executive summary at the beginning, and then it, yep. And then we want, it's a table on page 16.
Now,
I'm doing it, I'm going to make everybody.
who wrote this up?
We did.
Oh.
As animal health.
So this is a specific Montana.
Yep, and so we, as part of the follow-up activities to this exercise, we met with Montana Disaster and Emergency Services, DPHHS, Montana USDA, sort of all of the other agencies who participated in the exercise with us, got their feedback, and then took their comments, our comments, and used them to produce this document.
Is it similar to other states' documents?
I have not seen other states' documents yet. My understanding is that we were the first to turn ours in to the national organizers, and that coming up this winter, there should be a national level document that incorporates all of the participating states, but I have not seen those yet.
Okay.
All right, so this first one update the Montana Animal Health Emergency Management Plan. This is the overarching plan that we have to guide emergency response to an animal disease outbreak. This plan was written in 2007. A lot has changed in the way we think about and expect to respond to an animal disease outbreak since then. That was before avian influenza, before a lot of changes in the way people are thinking about the foot and mouth disease vaccine bank and some other things that have changed significantly. This is an important plan to update and then keep updated. Additionally, we discovered during the exercise there were lots of things we wrote on the fly that probably should be appendices or included in a plan like this. Things like draft language for a governor's declaration of emergency. Rather than wasting time writing it now, or in the case of an event, if you got it approved by lawyers and everyone ahead of time, you would have it and just be ready to go. The language for an initial press release, that you could just plug in the locations and specifics but have that sort of outreach ready to go. The actual wording for a stop movement order, would we really want to go statewide? Do we think we could limit it? And so some of those specifics, thinking about ahead of time and putting in this type of plan would save you a lot of time at the beginning of an event. That second one there, develop the Montana-specific secure food supply plans. The secure food supply plans are based on commodity, so there's a secure beef supply, secure pork supply, secure milk supply, secure poultry, secure egg supply. That these are generic resources that have been developed as cooperation between industry and academic and government groups. The push now is to take these plans back to states and make them work for your industry in your state. These are really the plans to take to our producers and our industry organizations, get their input, say here's what we think we're going to need to do during an event, here's what we think we're going to need to work with you on, and get their input on biosecurity plans, what type of movement permitting will work. And so these plans would really be the outreach and to start the conversation with industry about what emergency response would look like for Montana specifically.
I'd want to add to that because I've been a part of several other meetings. Some at the meeting I was in Spokane talking with Canadian representatives in other states. There's a lot of talk about, as more people are doing this planning, about zoning and how do you do this without killing an industry. And so, for example, if you have foot and mouth disease breaks out in Oregon and there's no traces to, which there probably wouldn't be, but let's say no traces to Nebraska, Colorado, Kansas, there's about 5 states you pull together, and that's about where 80% of the cattle in the country are produced. Yep. If you stop movement, you kill the industry, but if there's no valid reason to keep things from moving in that particular area of the country, you keep it moving so that the industry can stay alive. And so that's part of the secure food supply plan too, is understanding, do you need to do a nationwide stop movement? Do you, or can you begin to compartmentalize that based on risk? So that's a big piece. And so with Canada, the conversation we were having at Pinwar was about if one of these things broke out on either side of the border, about zoning. So for example, if you had a real problem in swine in Alberta, would you stop pigs going from Quebec to New York? There'd probably be no need to. They're 2,000 miles away from the vector of disease. And vice versa, U.S. going into Canada, would you stop the commerce on the eastern side of the country because of an issue happening on the western side of the country if there was no connection between those 2 points? So that's, just to add in, that is a very live conversation that's happening.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask you a question here? I feel like I'm getting trapped. Okay? And let me tell you why. Not intentionally on your part. But we're going to get through this, and there's going to be substantial amounts of work that are going to be recommended as a result of what's taking place here. Okay? And as a result of that, there's going to be substantial amounts of money required to do the work. I'm not in a position to know whether or not
it needs to get done or it doesn't need to get done. I take it on face value that it does. I don't have the money to do it. Okay? So what I'm wondering is, why, when there's multi-agency activity here, why at the end of an exercise like this that requires work, in addition to what you learn for us, or maybe it's all us, that we don't put a package together and say, we went through this process, and it requires support from the governor's office to fund in our budget to accomplish all these tasks that are now being advised that we are required to take, and put the funding with it, and the FTEs with it, and a time frame with it for accomplishment, and package it up and send it over to the governor's office and any other agency that participated, including the notion that you have to have somebody dealing with public relations, all the other things that have been talked about today. Because otherwise, it seems to me what we wind up in a position is we wind up with professionals telling us we've got a plan that needs to get developed with all kinds of other agencies, interfaces, and one for crisis management. And there isn't any money to get the job done, and it's supposedly something that benefits the whole state. So why wouldn't we change our process here and take whatever Dr. Kalzik has done, whatever animal health thinks we need to do, bundle that up in a bowl, ask the other people to do the same thing, put a price tag and FTEs on it, and send it to the governor for budget consideration as a separate line item budget for the legislature to approve.
I never saw it that way at all, John. What I saw was a somewhat, and I don't think you can do it statewide, but this is a federal issue. This is the country.
Well,
all the way across the board. So why do you go to the governor's office? Why don't you go to IFAS? What are we doing? I mean, I don't mind us doing
I'm
this.
just worried we're getting hoisted on and it's not your fault, I'm not pointing fingers, but the practical matter is, if you've got a task here and it's crisis oriented and it's important, it shouldn't be the
shouldn't be the new person we think we might hire, right?
That's one step. That's one step.
No, I'm just saying though, but this is a bigger thing
than it shouldn't be anybody.
You know, if that's what we're doing.
This is a federal issue. This is a state issue.
But it's just, the comment made earlier, the feds are downloading it into the states. So another one of, what's the old terminology? Unfunded mandate, almost. We got to go get this done, and all you states got to get it done. And it seems to me that if that's true, and I'm supportive of it, then it ought to get funded somewhere besides here.
But it is funded. Yeah. At Department of Emergency Services, it's funded. At DPHHS, it's funded. At DEQ, DNRC, it's funded. Because they have these crisis management personnel and plans in place as a part of, and for us it's ESF 11, we've been left in the state plan to have the responsibility and oversight over that. We haven't done it, and it's not the board's fault or staff's fault, it's just we've never spooled it up and begun to talk about it. But that obligation's been there for this department for a while. And I'll point out that the scary part to me is, so when I hear secure food supply plans, and I hear zoning, here's what I hear. If Montana stumbles and bumbles, we now have the mechanism to draw a box around you, and you can just die on the vine while the rest of the country moves on.
I think it's a bigger issue than.
And that's why there's some responsibility for us at the state level to make sure we're spooled up and prepared to have to deal with what happens inside our borders, so we can't get zoned out and put in that sort of a designation.
I'm still okay with that, but if somebody wants to put it all together and identify all the FTEs and time frames to put together all this proposition, then it'd be a fine idea to send it incrementally to the legislative process. And if the legislature fails to fund it, then, where are you?
Yeah, because I would say I do equate it back to the position that we were talking about earlier today, that when you see this organization point of contact, that person fills in that box.
Yeah, but this is beyond.
This is way beyond that person.
This whole task is way beyond.
Develop a system to create premise biosecurity plans.
Yeah, and so that gets back to what
Mr.
Chairman and Ms. Taylor that was what Mike was mentioning earlier about permitting and when can you start requiring or allowing movement, and having a biosecurity plan so that you know movements that you are allowing are low risk.
Okay, but let me make my point really clear. What's the cost of accomplishing all the things that are in your plan that you believe are required to get accomplished? And what's the time frame?
If I can speak to that. So, Mr. Chairman, the intent of this exercise is to highlight the gaps in preparedness, as you're aware, right? Maybe we should have painted a bigger picture here before we started. We have reviewed those gaps, and the process will be to see what the high nails are, basically what the high priority items are that take the least amount of effort, and prioritize them to do those first, and then basically start chipping away at some of these needs, recognizing, like I mentioned, that you're never going to be fully prepared. The intent of the position that we requested for the Animal Health Bureau is for somebody to start doing that work, and we felt like we could make headway in preparedness with that half an FTE. Could you do more with a full FTE? Yes, you could. We felt like that had the right balance of that being able to address these needs and the available resources.
All I'm saying, though, Doc, is if this is a critical path item, chipping away at it isn't what's required. It's go get it done, the whole thing. So put a plan together that says this is what it's going to take. It's going to take this many people hours to do it. We've got these kinds of this is the target, and here's what needs to be done.
And if that's your prerogative, then we're happy to come back with the board with another proposal of what it would take to have an aggressive schedule to try to do all these. I mean, absolutely, we're happy to comply in that regard.
I don't see how, because otherwise I think we're sitting here with you delivering information that's technical, professionally developed, and important in crisis management, and we're not going to have the tools to do it. And chipping away doesn't meet the standard of care necessary to adapt it, no matter which chip you take first.
We're looking at eating the whale one bite at a time.
I know, but I'm saying is if it's that important, then gather the whole community together and take care of the whale.
We will come back to you with a proposal if that's the board's wish.
Because there's other people here besides us, right?
Again, we're at your service. We're happy to do whatever you direct.
I would say that it's not. I would say it's the Animal Health Organization for the state of Montana who has been vested that responsibility under state law.
Okay.
It is us.
Okay, so if you believe it's a whole plan for animal health only, then I would package it as a whole plan incrementally to the budget for animal health only that has a time frame on it, an ending and a beginning, and an amount of money, and send it into the governor's office.
As a general fund item.
General fund, specific fund, matching funds, federal funds,
And
wherever they are.
And as far as as you look at those first three items, you talk about the biosecurity plans. That is an office function, working through that, talking to various people and understanding. The issue with not having someone chipping at that part of the rock today, which we do, we've dealt with that earlier, but if you don't have someone chipping at that part of the rock, the question is, as you say, when you try to put it to a federal standpoint, it's just the same as we deal with. So when things come across the border into the United States, the USDA officials at those borders are told your job is to enforce the laws of the United States, not state law. So if we have a higher bar for something coming out of British Columbia than USDA has, they're not going to enforce that at the border point because that's not their job. And I use that as an example because with the biosecurity plan, what's going to happen is if they zone out in some of these conversations is, okay, there's a problem in Montana. We're going to stop movement from Montana. However, this plan being in place, the biosecurity plan, the permitting plan, if we can work through and ahead of time and have the vested confidence in that, we may be able to get some stuff across the border. But without it done, it's like, I don't see a plan within your state. I can't trust anything from anywhere. And so you're stopped. You're done.
But that's as important today as it is tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
And so there's a sense of urgency to it. And if there's a sense of urgency to it, the best way to accomplish that is not with my little pick and shovel method, to steam shovel and get digging. And I package it up and send it across the aisle and find out where you can get funding for the total package. Or maybe it's a team of 5 people. I don't know. I don't know what it's going to take to get it done. I don't like to be in a position. I think if it's important, figure out a way to do it and take a swing at it.
That's what they did.
No, but
Here.
there's
it's the
but there's
perfect
no
time,
money
though, if
to
we
it.
want to try
It's
it.
just a requirement. We have this obligation now, and there's no way to solve it in a time frame.
In 6 months, there's going to be many states with this exact thing, and
Oh, I
the feds
agree.
are going to come up with their own checklists, and basically we're just going to
I don't know.
know who to call when, where, how,
So-
blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And who's doing what, right?
Yeah, so, Mr. Scully, Mr. Chairman, so I guess we can do a lot with some resources, right? I guess I would reject the suggestion that we can't do it, we can't make headway, we can't even make significant progress unless we ask for the moon
I'm not
or ask for the
suggesting
comprehensive
that.
enchilada.
I have yet to suggest that. And I'm not going to let you suggest that that is what I'm suggesting. I'm suggesting if it's important,
Do it.
get it done and get a time frame put in place and make it a project and put a project management plan together and get on with it. I'm not suggesting you can't make some headway. You already have, right?
Right.
In the scheme of things. So I'm not at all suggesting that. But I'm suggesting I don't want to be liable for half a loaf when it takes a whole loaf to get it done.
I think the entire industry is susceptible, liable to a greater impact for foot and mouth disease if we don't wind up working in this direction.
I don't
That's, I
disagree
think, the
with you.
liability, and
I
that's
agree.
what the liability that we're trying to address here.
But if I fail to adequately fund it and fail to get it done on time, then it's a personal choice that's made. And I'm not willing to sit here and not proceed based upon what we know.
So,
And chipping away at it, I don't think is adequate.
and
Now,
maybe-
chipping away may be the way you go about it in the project, but somewhere along the line, I want to shed that myself.
Well, in lieu of what I'm hearing, so we talked about the position earlier today, so that's there, so there's at least a person to work towards these items.
But let's go back to the question I asked that nobody's answered yet. How long and how much does it cost to get this thing done based upon what you recommend we get done?
And if I could finish my statement, the thing I was going to say is that what we need to do is come back and in lieu of maybe some other things that were in the plan that we previously approved, we should be able, maybe this is something we should be doing now through the EPP process and proposing. Because I can tell you, it's going to be a per capita fee expense. When you talk about foot and mouth disease, that's not, while that's an economic concern to people's bellies, it's an economic concern to communities. It is not a public health crisis. It's not transferable to people. So a lot of what we're working through here is going, well, maybe in other states they've figured out ways to do it, and maybe here we maybe still have enough credibility and pull with the policy and decision makers to get public taxpayer dollars to flow through that. But I do believe we have to be prepared to fund that from our industry the best that we can.
Yeah, see, I don't know whether other states have it funded by their industry or not. I have no idea who funds it everywhere else, and if it's already done. But that's all part of the puzzle palace that ought to get unwound here. And if it is, we ought to be telling the industry that that's what's important. Let's get it over with.
So, Mr. Chair, Mr. Scully, I guess maybe my thought on this is that, we have this one position. We know that that's not going to solve the problem. Get that position staffed, and then start looking at what some other states are doing. I think that Kansas is a really good example. Kansas has been working on emergency preparedness for maybe 5, 7, 10 years, somewhere in there. They do a full-scale exercise every year, and they're still learning what they need to do. And so I think that we can certainly bring together a plan for you at this point in time. I can't tell you how many people or how much money it's going to take, but that's something that we can, put as a deliverable to bring back to the board, maybe in the next 6 months as a package.
I think we ought to get it done ready for the legislature.
Yeah. That's what I would say.
If it's that important, then we ought to be submitting that whole incremental piece of the puzzle. Because think about it another way. If I'm the person that you hire, and there's no way I can get this done, I'm going to chip away at it, then that's a hell of a burden to put on a new hire. And you say, oh, you got this plan, when are you going to be done with it? Well, actually, I'm not. I can get to page 3, and we'll make some progress here, but really.
We can put something together.
And I think it's important, and I don't disagree with anything you say. How can I?
we'll get something put together.
Well, I think we ought to get it in the EPP.
Yeah, that's what we're on the same page. That's
Okay.
what I was saying. We should get in there, and I'm saying maybe, and I would say if we had to make a choice today, and this is where the progression of meetings goes, right? So if we had to make a choice today of whether we're going to spend money on IT or spend money on this, or we take some of that money we might have thought we would spend for IT, maybe some of it needs to go towards this. I don't know if those are choices that we need to make.
Well, I don't know how important this is to other people in the state of Montana. I would think public health, the governor's office and other would think this is fairly important. Maybe not. If they don't, they should.
I think DES is an example, you know, on the heels of the exercise, the feedback that we received from them was, wow, we had no idea. This is something we need to learn more about.
So they have to get brought up to steam too, right? And that's going to cost somebody something for them. And I'm not saying you have to have everybody sharpen pencil with everybody's exact cost, but there ought to be some notion of what this project entails. But if you got to submit something, then I'd make sure the governor knows how important this is, and it's going to come down coming down the pike.
Well, and what I was trying to get the point across earlier is that this is where we're behind. When I say the other agencies, I mean, when we did our exercises, we were doing the exercise on behalf of the responsibility of the Department of Livestock, and less than 10% of the people in the room work for the Department of Livestock.
Well, that's my point.
Because they have those people to turn on and plug in into our instant command structure. So the reality is for them, it's not a big ask for them, because they'd say, we're ready. We already did it in the exercise. We gave you these 10 bodies on that day when you needed them, and we will when it happens for real.
But we did it then too.
Yeah. What's that?
I said we did it then too. We have found things that we need to fix.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, we all did it, right? Whoever all was.
So it's us sort of catching up to the curve, is what I'm saying, at a state level.
I don't know.
Well, Marty,
You guys have all gone through it. I don't know.
Marty said it's going to be ongoing, keeping.
Yeah, well, if there's an
adding
outbreak
to
tomorrow,
it
I think
and
what
adding
John's
to
saying
it.
is right to the point. I mean, if we think there's one coming, it could be tomorrow, right?
It could be today.
It could have been yesterday.
That's right.
The sample could be sitting at the lab waiting to be tested right now.
That's right.
All my little sheepies are dead.
Not funny. You're old enough to
But I'm
know some of that happened a long
assuming
time
that a
ago.
project plan like that would say something like, you know, here's the project plan of things you got to get done, the time frame to do it. You got a time frame down the left axle and check marks across the top. You know, here are the priority items we've got to get done, a time frame to do it, and what's it going to cost over here to get it done, and how many personnel is it? Is it somebody other than us?
Yep.
And we ship it in as a package.
Yep. And
So, and
Mr.
further
Chairman,
down
Mr.
in-
Scully, that is typically the way a corrective action plan is meant to be read. You'll see there's a start date and an end date and a point of contact. And until this morning, now that we have an emergency preparedness position, we just didn't have staff to devote to it. And so, this is meant to be read like you're suggesting as a project list, to have someone responsible for each item. And I agree that there will be a significant amount of writing and work up front that maybe could benefit from a larger effort. The ongoing outreach that it takes to maintain these, you know, we have this much to do because we haven't kept them as up to date as we should, and so
Well, I want to be careful how we
developing
use that
a
language
schedule.
in case there's a crisis tomorrow.
Well, may I ask a question?
Yes, you may.
So, Emily, are you thinking then that you need a permanent team, or you need a permanent person with team members that come in as need be?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Bacchus, that would be a question for Dr. Szymanski and Dr. Zalewski, how they see this going forward.
You got to remember, she just moved to me.
We still get to see her.
She's got her own version of crisis management.
Mr. Chair, Mrs. Bacchus, So generally speaking, the structure that we use to respond to a large-scale incident is what they call the ICS system, that's modeled after what the Forest Service does to manage.
Yeah.
And they have an incident commander, which is the primary leader, and then there's 4 different divisions. We've shown you kind of that roughed up tree before. We don't have the staff at the Department of Livestock to flesh out our own fully developed tree.
I'll make that point.
Right.
Nor
So-
should we have everyone.
What we've been trying to do is decide what positions we want to staff, what's most appropriate for Dr. Zalewski, what's most appropriate for myself, what's most appropriate for Dr. Liska, and then look at what other agents, and from an emergency preparedness position, or borrowing from other divisions. When we did the exercise, we borrowed from brands, and there's no reason that we shouldn't be borrowing from meat inspection and milk and egg.
Well, and I guess that's what I'm asking. The position that we voted on earlier, that would be the position, and the others would be borrowed from? Or
That position
are you
would be
looking at
plugged.
multiple positions?
No, that position would be plugged into the tree in a specific spot. We would be borrowing from other agencies. We would be borrowing from other divisions. We would be borrowing from USDA.
Yeah, well, I would say the thing that was a bit of a false positive that we got to be careful of in the exercise that occurred is that we were the index state. And as being the index state, that automatically triggered USDA to send a team that they have spooled up in here to assist us. If the outbreak was in North Dakota and we were tracing, and maybe it was in about 3 other states, and all the USDA teams were committed to the states with it on the ground, we would be doing it without USDA. That's what I meant earlier about, USDA is going to say, now this is your problem. We're committed over here where the disease actually is. You got to figure out what you're going to do with all this information we're sending you, that you have animals that came out of these herds or came from these areas, and they're in your state, and you got to go run them down and figure out what to do. That's our problem. That would be our problem.
Right.
So we would be in an incident command situation, but we would be missing those people that filled out and I'm not saying, please, I want to make sure I say that. I've always said we will never hire. I think at the height of the FMD exercise, there were about 72 people on the incident command team. I mean, so we're not going to have 72 staff filling those positions, because some of that expertise are not things we need on a daily basis. We don't have logistics captains, and we don't, those types of things. PIO, other things that we plug in. So we're never going to fill that whole thing out. But that's where I said a key part for the position we talked about earlier today is someone who is concentrated on building those relationships, having those conversations with the other agencies, making sure they know who their counterparts are, making sure we know what resources that they have to commit. Now, what that does is it means, if they have an incident command situation and we're trained, we might help them, right, with one of theirs in that sort of a situation. So there's a lot more moving parts to it. But as I look at the document, if I say where we're at, is that one of the good steps today, as I say, an organization point of contact where it says none available for the most part. We've plugged something there. We don't have a body yet, but we've plugged something there. I think we know a start date. A start date is the day they start. What we don't know and need to be prepared for is what's the end date and what are the operational resources it takes to get from the start date to the end date. Am I assessing your statement correctly? So the blanks we've got to fill in right now is, when should we have these things done, and what's it going to cost us to get there?
Yeah, how much planning, how much training after we do the scheduling, and you can start through your own document and figure it out, right?
Yeah, and that's what I call the operational costs. The operational costs are the training, the travel, those things that it's going to take.
We just throw a project management software up there and fill in the blanks.
So, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, do you want me to keep walking through these, or are you happy to read them and you want them to come back in another form?
It's now official record.
Okay.
So whatever it says, we just don't have a solution.
But you can have one next meeting.
A proposal for a solution.
Read through it.
Don't hyperventilate.
Yes.
I know what you're doing. Leslie.
No break, huh? Okay.
Nah,
Do you need anything else from Animal Health Bureau?
probably.
No.
On brucellosis, or are we good on all of that? Okay.
Yes.
Wait. We do
Bighorn.
have that one thing that was published incorrectly. I don't know how that's handled,
so-
but I want to bring it up before the board.
Oh,
Maybe it's been.
And then I have information on the pay.
Not everybody was here though, I don't think.
no.
Okay, so let's go through
We talked about it at break.
the manner in which we solve the problem of the counties as it goes through the rulemaking without having to republish the rule.
You're going to tell us, Marty, because some people weren't here.
Bighorn.
Right.
Either way, yeah, I can, I think, speak to that real succinctly. So the rule was published saying something similar to counties next to a DSA would need to be vaccinated. We've gotten some public comment since that point on a couple points. Number one, we did not go to Bighorn County to talk about vaccination because that was not part of our initial, not on the top of our deliberation. The public comments were suggested that we should consider Bighorn County because of the risk from Wyoming, and we agree that is appropriate. That is a substantive comment to which we think we should respond. And so Dr. Liska is going to Bighorn County, and he's going to schedule a public meeting to talk about vaccination in that area. The other issue that we're addressing is the way that the rule proposal was written is counties adjacent to the DSA. Well, the challenge there is that if another state expands their DSA, that de facto then changes our regulations for vaccination. We don't want to be in that situation. We want to be able to go through, we have to go through the public process, the Administrative Procedures Act, to change rules to change regulations and requirements in our state. And so therefore the proposal that will likely come back to the board at the next meeting for adoption will be one that lists counties specifically. And therefore there will be no ambiguity about what counties are required, and also we will not be then susceptible to having somehow another state, a bordering state, impact which counties are required to be vaccinated. So in a nutshell, on those two issues, we're trying to be responsive to public comment and make the rule as good as possible.
And this wasn't public comment. I went back to the minutes that we approved.
Yep.
And it listed specifically the counties. It didn't say anything about bordering or anything else. It was a very specific, at least the minutes were. And that's when I called Eric, because the paper was the Gazette was totally different, not totally different, but enough different from what we passed that I knew it wasn't right. So
Ms. Taylor, so you brought that issue up. We visited with a veterinarian that works does brucellosis testing. We asked him their opinion about Bighorn County that felt that we should consider it. And so that was the public comment that we are addressing. And yes, you're right, it was part of the discussions, but then when the rule was published, not naming the counties, and so that's kind of how that washed out. So it was your comment, but also we went out to the public.
Good, I'm glad
and got that feedback as well.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, yes, we talked about counties, and, there was the issue with the language. We were talking about counties, but the language of the rule was more broad, didn't mention the counties. And there's more problems with it than it just not catching, say, Bighorn County because it doesn't border a DSA. Right. As we talked about, there's some issues with that need to be adjusted so that we're not tied in or forced to action automatically by the decisions of other jurisdictions that are outside of our control. And so that's the other reason that it's necessary. Probably, while I know it's arduous to have that rule, but to list counties as opposed to go the route of saying, using a boundary of a DSA, right?
Right.
Because the other thing is we may have need or feeling it goes one way in that a state could add a county to their DSA. That automatically makes action for us. The way it was originally written, I think the other issue there is a state could take a county out of a DSA, but we still feel we need vaccination there, but our rule says because it's not bordering a DSA county, that would not be required by the rule and under the
So
law.
it's double.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, so we just got to be, while I know we want to avoid listing counties, and just because of good rule language, it's probably better to do so.
Good.
I think that's it, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm good.
Get out of here. You wanted to leave 15 minutes ago.
Just 15 minutes?
Maybe that was me.
Sure.
Last but not least.
It's only 4 minutes till 5. I don't know if I'll be done in 4 minutes though, so sorry guys. I can, yeah. No. So, Mr. Chair, members of the board, I'm sort of switching tactics midstream here, and this is something that Mike has not heard.
Okay. Good. I'm disavowing now.
So I'm running the risk of being shut down by Mike before you guys have the chance. Mr. Scully brought up just kind of reiterating the fact that I need to account for the funds if I'm going to try and do something with the market inspector raise as well as this admin supervisor position. And we've had some changes in staff in the last couple of days, and just in trying to think through some other solutions, I've come up with a proposal which obviously the board is more than welcome to reject. So I received notice from our mortgage clerk position a couple days ago, which is why there's a request to hire that position on here. But as I'm looking at the market inspectors and just kind of trying to look at the bigger picture of what would be best for this division as a whole, I'm wondering...
Hold on. The mortgage clerk is resigning,
Leaving.
retiring, or leaving?
Who is that? That's
Amanda.
So there will be a vacancy when?
August 17th.
Of August.
2 weeks. So, we also received 2 weeks' notice from another one of our inspectors in Billings last week, which puts us at 3 vacancies in a 6-man crew at that market. You've asked before about prioritization, and we need to be able to fill the market positions. I mean, it's just, we have to. We can't have cows backed up. We can have paper stacked up, but we can't have cattle backed up, I guess is kind of the bottom line. So
I'll move to hire the market positions in Billings.
We did 2 last
Okay.
time, right?
Correct.
Right.
Well, and yeah, we have yet to fill any of those, but. So the other point that was brought up. Oh, sorry.
Second.
Discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
The other point that was brought up in discussion of the possibility of trying to raise that salary is whether or not that's going to have any effect on our ability to hire those people and retain them. So trying to come up with some way to fund more money for those positions, since we seem to continue to have more and more issues with retaining and recruiting. Money is not the only reason. I agree with that, so I can't guarantee that what number is going to fix that problem. So with the mortgage clerk vacant, there's a potential vacancy savings between now and the end of fiscal year 19 of $43,000.
I mean, we wouldn't hire the mortgage clerk?
If we want to leave that position vacant, it's an option. There's no good solution here that's going to get us fully staffed with everything that we need. I'm just talking about trying to...
mortgage clerk.
Sorry?
How busy, sorry, Mr. Chairman, how busy is a mortgage clerk?
So they just finished the lien renewal, which
Uh-huh.
is a huge tax. It only happens once every 5 years. The day-to-day, just the mortgage filings themselves, is about 25% of their time, and then that position actually does have some flexibility to help out with other activities. So, well, I'll just pass this out. The numbers.
So you're suggesting that in order to find resources to increase the salary of market inspectors across the board.
Mm-hmm.
And your total amount is in this paper, I take it?
Yes. So the options would be So if you wanted to implement a raise for the market inspectors to $15 effective October 1st, that would cost...
Is this for all of them?
Yes. That would cost $24,000 with salary and benefits.
So, wait a minute. I thought they already got over $15
They're at $13.98 base.
to start, just start.
So how many people are at that, though? Not very many?
There are...
You don't have to tell me.
They're all at that base. That's what the base is for all of them. Except I think one that's at $14.17. That's the base salary for all the market inspectors, except the short-term workers. They don't get benefits, so that's a little bit of a different...
But some of them are over $15, right?
No.
Oh, none of them are.
No.
They
they're-
might be with longevity.
That's what I meant.
Yes.
Okay.
But this doesn't have anything that... Longevity stays on top of whatever the base is regardless. So that doesn't affect...
Right.
Let me cut a couple of corners here.
Sure.
And try to simplify this. You're saying if we increase the salary to $15, it will cost us in the budget year of 2019 $24,000 for all your market inspectors.
Correct.
Okay. And if we do that, there won't be any turnover or any...
No.
I'm just kidding. Okay. The second bullet, now you're saying you want another raise in May to become effective.
So that would be an option contingent on the budget. I mean...
Well, there's always an option to raise salary if you got money to pay for
Right.
it, right? And you have authority. But what have we submitted in this budget cycle? We've not submitted anything for a raise, right?
No. You can't... my understanding is the only way to affect the budget for salary is through snapshot.
Oh. So in any budget proposal we have to find the $25,000, right? So we've not submitted anything that will get us this $25,000.
As far as authority for those individual positions?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay. So the snapshot's going to come in at $13.
$13.
And that's all
Correct.
the governor's going to accept.
Right.
Right?
Right.
So this is incremental, go find $25,000 somewhere. Okay.
Question?
Well, and I just want you, I don't think this is the way you run the railroad, to put an increase in for market inspectors for May 1st when nobody else in the department's got them or we don't have the rationale. Okay? So I could buy finding $25,000 for the current increase somewhere if you're committed to find it by dealing with other vacancies. You have vacancy savings now, right? You have 3 empty positions.
In markets, yes.
Right, so you're saving money there now. So how much are you saving now, assuming best case scenario that you could publish these and hire?
And keep them filled for the full year?
Forget to keep them filled. How much are you saving?
I'm
going to say $10,000 and then you can argue with me. Okay, now we're down to finding $15,000 for next year, right? Can you find $15,000 in the way you manage your budget or other vacancy savings during this race?
I assume so.
Are you willing to commit to do that?
Yeah.
Okay. Then that means you got to find that relative to whether it's a short-term this or long-term that or a hoo-ha over here or a hoo-ha over there. You got to pick out another $15,000 to fund it. Right? Is that what you're committing to?
I think for the $15 raise, that was...
You got to manage your organization
Yes.
in such a way
Correct.
that you find the additional funding over and above your existing vacancy savings that you have right this minute in those 3 positions. Then I would have moved we approve the raise for October 1st only.
The first part of it. Is that what you're saying?
Just
Yep.
the October 1st. Okay.
And you can decide to do the other one anytime you want. You got
Is there a
plenty of money,
second?
you can do it.
For the market
Hey.
inspector.
Second.
Yeah.
I
Discussion?
think you try it.
Discussion.
See if it does.
Okay, so Leslie, everybody was supposed to have been brought up to at least 80% of the market.
They were.
So if we are taking selected employees past the 80%, what does that do to the rest of our employees throughout the department? What,
Well,
are
first
they
of
going
all-
to start asking questions?
Yeah.
First of all, that's not what she's saying. Let's be careful there. She's not saying that every one of these positions is at 80%. We don't know.
Right.
Right this minute, I don't think she knows.
Okay. Well, I thought
Weren't they
that
all
was
taken up?
80, well, it depends on which market analysis you use.
Exactly.
It was 80% of the market analysis we used at the time we.
Right, which
It
is
may
100%.
have slid back a little bit because there's been a new market analysis released since then.
Well, I guess what I'm asking is, if everybody thinks we've brought them to a given level, and we take a selected few of our department employees and move
understand
them
what you're
beyond, do we
saying.
get ourselves in a pickle?
So I would be careful about using the terminology selected few, and I would change it to be in line with what our agency pay plan rules are, which says this is the level we want to hire at. We have the option, and all state agencies have within their pay plan, the ability to do what are called discretionary pay adjustments, but they have to be verifiable, justified for a reason. So we put it in the system. So for this one, this is one of the discretionary pay mechanisms or tools that we have is market, right? So if we put a position out and we hear crickets chirp, and we hear crickets chirp for 6 months, and we look around the marketplace and we say, well, we know why we have crickets chirping, because every other agency has somebody like this and they're all paying $5 an hour more than we do. You can do what's called a market adjustment. Your justification, I know it's never good, but this is a live fire exercise and that we live in, and that's the way it is that your justification is, we made that market adjustment based on these justifiable reasons. I think we've always been very accommodating here in this department. Say, we'll take a look at yours, but if we come back and say, hey, you're within 25 cents of everybody else like you in state government, we're not seeing the marketplace justify that movement. And I don't know if that helps explain or makes it more confusing, but we do have those mechanisms and tools within our agency pay plan rules. The 80% is basically saying, this is or what it was at that time, is saying this is the minimum we want to start people at. And we want to make sure that we have that equitable level at the beginning. And as you heard me say before, one of my favorite sayings is that equal is not fair and fair is not equal. But I think we can justify the fairness, even though it's not equal.
Well, I think a lot of places are finding out that there's a shortage of workers. And if you got to compete with them for whatever reason, you're going to have to compete with them.
So for the record, I'd like to state that I think Lila just made a very important point of why we are experiencing. I had this conversation because Meat and Poultry Inspection has been trying to fill an inspector position. And hopefully we don't all die from the carbon monoxide.
I know, I was going to say, let's go. Keep that baby.
I just got a good whiff of it.
It's awful.
But I think to Lila's point, I just read some articles about this other day, and I think it's part of what we're dealing with. We have 4% unemployment nationwide. We have lower than 4% unemployment in Montana, and it makes it very, very difficult. I mean, if we had, and I'm not saying I don't want to jinx our economy, so I'm going to knock on wood. If we had 9% unemployment, we'd have all the applicants we could handle, because people would be trying to find a job. But we're just not in that economic condition today. So that's where I'd say, to some earlier points that have been made, paid's probably the right term, is that I don't know that we'll find money is the issue. The issue just could be there is not a lot of able-bodied people looking for work, and everybody is after the same pool of people.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Then the second motion I'm going to make is that I would move that we fill the mortgage clerk position. And I'll speak to it after.
Second.
I don't think we put in jeopardy the key function of the of the department by not hiring. And I think you have other tasks that this job does, and you're looking at doing short-term, partial, whatevers. And it seems to me that if, on one hand, you needed short-term, partial term, whatevers, then that was based upon the fact that your mortgage clerk position was fully functioning. So if you then don't have that position, even if it's 50% time, then you've put this other proposition in jeopardy. Or you didn't need these over here to start with if you had hired the mortgage clerk and put the mortgage clerk's other 50% time doing what the ULA does. Okay? So that's why I say it's critical we have the mortgage position here. That's part of our service to the industry, and you don't jeopardize that either. And so if we've got to jeopardize something, we'll have to figure out some other way.
Is there a second?
It already happened. I did. Wait a second, so.
I have a second,
Yeah.
and that's to
And
hire,
who moved it?
John
did.
did, to hire the mortgage clerk.
I don't know
with
when
that?
you're going to hire the mortgage clerk.
Right.
But if they leave tomorrow,
Well, she is leaving.
I would
17.
suggest to you, you might have some vacancy savings by the time you hire the mortgage clerk.
Exactly.
Now we're down to about 5 or 10.
All in favor?
Aye.
That passed also.
All the damage I can do for the moment.
I evidently.
All right, the last point on the list, and I'm very happy with everything that you've done so far. So the last point on the list was the was the discussion about the admin assistant to a supervisor. The question, of course, had come up. You know, you have vacancy savings, and then you have the additional cost of an increase in salary, and trying to balance that. So I was trying to make it so it's easier to kind of compare apples to apples, hopefully. The position was vacant for 6 months in fiscal year 18. If it's vacant for 6 months in fiscal year 19, then you're only looking at 6 months with a difference going from $18.50 an hour to $23.19 an hour. Correct? Is that?
Yeah, I just am not in favor of moving it to a supervisor.
You don't like the wording?
Well, no, I just, that's just where I'm at. You know, I don't want here, I just, it's changing it to a supervisor.
It's
more
changing
management role.
it back to a supervisor. I mean,
Used to be a supervisor.
it was a supervisor, correct. I mean, there's a lot of, especially with, you know, the turnover and that sort of thing, there's a lot of time that I have to spend individually with each of the people that I supervise. There's 11 of them. So
So let me try to split the baby.
Because it's not in the snapshot for a supervisor.
As Leslie said, now there's a cost increase or a little bit of a cost increase to this, but as Leslie said, we haven't had a chance to talk about this, and this is one of the scenarios we haven't looked at. And trust me, I get the desire to reduce direct reports, and we've talked about that many times, and I know the stress and pressure that applies when you have 11 and you're doing time approvals for all 11, which means you got to be aware of when all 11 are coming and going, but yet you have duties outside the department, so you need to be out in the market, so you need somebody here minding the shop when you're doing those activities. So Leslie and I have discussed all those issues, but here's what I mean by split the baby. So again, I'll go back to the agency pipeline rules. There is a level below a supervisor. There is a lead worker. Now, what you have to commit to in a lead worker is there is a pay adjustment that is made between a lead worker and other employees of a similar classification because you have identified that person's a lead worker. But what a lead worker is someone who is not a supervisor, but is a go-to person for some day-to-day questions. They wouldn't be doing time approval. They wouldn't be doing the performance evaluation. But if you had an experienced or knowledgeable person in that role, they could help alleviate some of the more mundane types of questions about how do I enter my time, or how do I do this process, how do I fill out this form, those types of things. So they would not be a supervisor, And there would be a bit of a pay difference, but it would not, in my mind, we'd have to do the analysis on it. But I don't think it's going to be a $4 to $5 an hour difference in pay. It might be $1 an hour difference in pay or something along those lines, because they're taking on that added responsibility in addition to their other duties. It would not alleviate you of having those people as direct reports, but it may get some of the more lower level activity off your plate to give you a little bit of time back to work on the higher order things. And sorry for this conversation, this gives you an observation of the types of conversations we're having on a daily basis. Because if I'd have seen this beforehand, I would have made that suggestion. And so, sorry I'm making it in a public meeting in front of the board. I hope you don't mind that, Leslie. But that is, and we don't have that fleshed out. We'd have to come back with that.
Yep.
But that could be another way to look at the role as opposed to permanently placing it as a supervisor and permanently setting in those costs. And the lead worker role could change. It doesn't necessarily have to be assigned to this particular position.
Correct.
You know, if that person left and you've got the next person with seniority who knows that, you could assign that responsibility. Then you can move that around to the most appropriate person as opposed to one particular person. And if the board has questions about that, I'm willing to answer them. But those are mechanisms that are available to us through the agency pay plan.
Well, this position's been vacant for how long?
Since December.
Since when?
December.
Is that because nobody applied for it, or we didn't hire it? Or
I didn't request. I
It's
haven't
a
requested it
vacancy
yet.
Okay.
Well,
So-
yeah, part of it is
so,
we left
you know,
it open to create vacancy savings.
To some degree, it begs the question, right?
No, trust me, it doesn't.
I will
Things
say
are not getting done.
I will state for her on the record that this was one of the positions that I made a request as part of budget management, that if we could muddle it through for a while, let's muddle it through to make sure we make our budget. So part of that's already sort of forcing some folks to take on some additional weight for the sake of the entire department.
So in other words, that's one of those vacancy savings we might not have in 19. It makes your incremental budget.
Right. We got to find new ones now.
Yeah, exactly.
That was the concept behind proposing to hire it on January 1st, so that it would have the same amount of vacancy savings in both years.
But if it's important, I mean, if we're muddled and it's important to have it done, then we better get with it.
There's things that aren't
If it
getting
lasts
done.
another 6 weeks, then maybe, or 6 months, then maybe we don't need the job.
Well,
That's the problem with that stuff.
there's just a lot that doesn't get done, and then we have a temp that's not doing data entry. They're doing part of this work.
We
So.
solved the problem right now.
Right.
So that's on a racetrack solution now.
So is that something you need today, or do you and Mike want
Bring it
to
back.
muddle it over? And
Unless Leslie raises a big objection, I would say let's postpone action, or let's, since we're having, let's postpone a request to the board for action until we can.
I'm not going to get anybody
put a
hired
little more.
between now and when I'm gone anyway. So.
You got 1 out of 2, that's pretty good.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, 2 out of 3 actually.
The song says
Yeah.
2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Yeah.
Well, let's put, the other option is to have it approved to be hired as is.
Yeah.
So it's up to you. And we can wait.
We can wait. I'm not going to get it hired between now and the next meeting. So.
Anything else?
And based upon that, you told me that somebody else would have to deal with it then anyway, right?
Won't be my problem for the few weeks anyway. So.
good luck to you.
Well, good luck.
Enjoy.
Good health.
You do survive boys, I just want to tell you that.
Yeah.
Only boys.
I don't know that I'd
I
survive.
told her
a
she
girl,
does
so it's probably
survive
good.
only boys.
Oh, we already know.
Yeah.
Yes.
We don't have any public here, and that's the next.
Yeah, I see that. That's over with.
Okay. I'd like to bring something up that I've been thinking about for a while, and I have run it past Mike. And we've been struggling here ever since I got on the board, and we've moved forward a long ways. We're not probably where we want to go, but we've really made leaps and bounds. And I'm wondering if it's time for us to start looking 10 years, 15 years out instead of looking day to day. And some of the things I've been thinking about, we talked just a minute, probably several hours ago now, artificial meat. How are our inspectors going to deal with that? Are we going to be set up for that? Mike said Canada right now, there are food purveyors up there where if there's a brand on the animal, you can't sell it. It has to have electronic ID. Some of the IT stuff we've talked about. Video sales. We play around with that. We haven't done anything about it. Better use of our staff. I mean, we've been sitting here all day talking in circles around, we need to do this, we need to do that, but is the chicken or the egg come first? And some of that is long-range planning. And we're spending money here so that we can re-spend it here because we haven't looked out there. I really would like to request that we have a meeting where we don't deal with all this stuff, but we sit down and we brainstorm where the department should be 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road, so that we're not spending money over and over again for the same stuff, but we're looking out there and we're starting to put some money into the things that we need to head towards.
It's a great suggestion.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it is too, and you got to remember that on our to-do list, we still have a commitment to training.
Right, we haven't done that
We
either.
committed a long time ago. We had one training session, and I think that was it. And we were going to have more training, but it's never been set up. So that could fit right into one of those.
But on the other hand, all your statements are fine, and I agree with them, but we finally got an assistant to Mike, and some of this is now wait a minute, some of the responsibilities that Mike has been fulfilling, some of this other stuff, long range, kind of drops back into his lap, and I mean, to set up something to the board that we can take a look at, or at least that was always that was my thought about it.
And
Why Brian's here with us, and said Mike hasn't had time to flesh this thing out, so I would have I'd give it a little time. If I wouldn't set right now, but it's food for thought for on his part.
The comment Nina said we'd had the conversation, and what was interesting is I think I understood very well what Nina was saying. And then also when we started talking about, at least all we can talk about was the last 2.5 years I've been here, and we started talking about accomplishments and changes. And when you look backwards, you begin to see, wow, a lot of change, a lot of what I hope is improvement in processes and personnel in the organization, the professional capabilities of the department. And what occurred to me, though, in mixing what I shared with Nina and what Nina shared with me, is I think something that's a little bit lost is that folks like me, and at least at division level, folks like Leslie, we have that plan in our head and we talk about it, but we're here 210 plus days a year together, right? You're here only ever so often, and we have pretty severe restrictions about how we can communicate to you without meeting outside of the meeting. And so I think what I heard from Nina is that it's also including sort of the management of the organization, so it would be including Brian and Leslie and Marty, because we need to bring down, we don't really get, so what we do is we have that plan in our head, and we come in here and we try to sell it to you in 15 minutes. It doesn't really work very well, right? You're trying to catch up to us, and we're already 3 steps down the road in how we see these things, the dominoes falling. The emergency preparedness conversation is a great example of that. I think we map it out and spiderweb it out in our heads and our conversations very well, but have we sat down for a good 2 hours and talked about not just the report out of here's what we're now saddled with doing, but the report out of how we'd be a little more proactive. So I want to support what Nana said. That I think, and it has to be public, right? We know that. It'd be nice if we could go off in a room and be maybe more blunt and direct than we'd want to be in a public meeting. But we still need to do it publicly and a good session, and maybe even a 2-day session at the appropriate time of year, and sort of focus in on, instead of this day-to-day perfunctory approval type activity, sort of have that more detailed conversation, so that when you see, as a board, when you begin to see what comes back from that, you can relate to it, you can see how it worked in that map, you can see how it ties into the goals and objectives that we established or that we wanted to, and it might make some of those decisions a little less arduous for the board. I can see it being a benefit both ways. So I just wanted to add that I think that's where we got, is that Nana said, well, I don't feel like we're getting anywhere, and then I talked about what's happened, and well, we've gotten somewhere, but I didn't even see it, right? It happened so organically that I didn't even realize
We've gotten a long way.
And I think the point that she made to me that was very telling is she went, oh, okay, so you've got it in your head. And she's like, so when can I get it? And I'm like, that's a good point. We don't make the time for me to spill that out or to talk about that. Brian's, even in his early days, I'll give him some credit there. It's one of the initial questions he asked. Where's sort of the plan? Where's the objectives? What's the 1-year goals, the 2-year goals, the 3-year goals? And I said, those are very good questions.
Those are higher ed questions.
Yeah.
Well, and it's pretty
Figure
obvious
that out.
to me, and John, I'm sorry, but if we're going to do something like this, if we don't set ourselves some timelines, somehow we never get to it. So, Brian.
I got it written down.
Okay. And the problem being, we're headed into legislature. It would be awfully nice if we could have at least some sort of discussion before we get there, because whenever you go into legislature, it's not necessarily that you're going to get anything done there, but you're, by God, going to be setting stuff up for the next time around. And you've got to start someplace.
I'll give you a more minute time frame, because before legislature, we're going to have fall. And for all of you sitting around this table, and most of you sitting around this table, that is a incredibly busy time.
Not going to happen.
So if you're going to do it before session, you got a window in about December to make it happen.
End of November. Maybe. So I would request, Mr. Chairman, that we direct Brian to put together a program.
Oh, wow.
His first board task.
He can get our
Congratulations.
How about them together?
Where he can get our input.
Yeah.
We all throw together our ideas.
We had at one time, we had asked the various industry organizations to come back with more input, and is that appropriate for this too? But I really think we need to start looking out there, because we're spending money on top of each other because we're not looking far enough ahead and not planning far enough ahead. How much
Maybe
money,
we can have a proposal for the next meeting.
How much money have we spent on bats? And we just
We get an IT plan.
we just looked at something here requesting $650,000
a year.
Yep.
because bats isn't working well.
Well, plus you got an audit requirement. I didn't want to bring it up then, I'll bring it up now. You have an audit requirement. Somewhere in there they said, have you completed all the bad interconnections? And we said, yeah, we think so. And then we go, oops.
Well, we passed on that.
I know, but the
We got
answer
a
was still
passing mark
whoops.
on that.
Yeah,
At the
answer
time, it was whoops.
Whoops.
Yeah.
Okay, so another meeting.
So, Mr. Chairman, two things. One, I would make a motion that we add to our EPP budget, whatever the amount is, making sure that it's accurate and high enough that was left out relative to that position conversion. And Animal Health said they had a number. We need to add that to our EPP budget approval for you to move forward. So I want to do that first.
Is there a second?
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Second issue that I was going to bring up earlier, and I didn't, we haven't had no report about the building.
Right.
And the committee is going to have to generate a report. I don't know, I don't have the slightest idea where that committee is right now. But we do not also have any mechanism that we've thought about on the table that we could help fund some portion of the study or the plan for that building. And you've been through those, Brian, ad infinitum of what the university does. But we do have cash in the per capita account, but we have left the building off of any kind of quote capital requirement. And so at the next meeting or somewhere along the line, we need to be prepared to try to have, or maybe November, December, January, at least by February, some idea if the committee is going to come out from a positive standpoint, how we are going to fulfill the obligation that they're no doubt going to bring to us. It isn't going to come in through the university system, and I'll bet my house on that. That's as high as they go. It's not going to be a long-range planning committee priority tomorrow afternoon. I bet it on that too. So, you know, we're 1 to 5 year kind of time frame figuring out a solution on that building. But we're going to have to do something to be prepared to answer the questions that we're going to get when they do their report, whatever the outcome is. So.
I was just going to say, there was a meeting scheduled for Tuesday morning of the Lab Study Committee. The initial agenda that was put out was to talk about funding options. That was listed as a line item on the agenda. That meeting was canceled. Actually, Brian and Marty went over there and found out it was canceled. It was on their website as early as the day before, and then it didn't happen. I was kind of hoping it would, so that we could hear what their conversation was, and maybe we could fold some of that into what we were going to talk about today, but it didn't happen.
Don't those interim committees have to sort of report out by next September?
They're going to have to report soon.
Yeah.
Because they'll have a limited budget, a number of meetings, and they'll have to file a report.
The other thing I'll make sure the board knows, because I forgot about it until you mentioned that, is the next Economic Affairs Interim Committee is September 6th. That's when the legislative proposals will go in front of them that this board approved, and the ones that the governor's office approved for potentially their support. And we're also going to be on the agenda on September 6th at the Economic Affairs to talk about DSA expansion head off, the vaccination, the rules, right? And I perceive between now and then, based on earlier conversations we had today, I think it's fair to assume we might be on the agenda to talk about meat inspection. But I just want to make sure.
At Economic Affairs?
At Economic Affairs. I just want to make sure everybody knows if you want to be here, that's when they'll be meeting, and we've got at least 2 slots on their agenda, and I anticipate a 3rd by the time we get to the 6th.
It's September 6th.
Would you send a time schedule?
Why don't we have our meeting somewhere around there? So.
Because we won't be done with August financials.
Well, now we will, as far as dates, as far as that conversation and shifting there. Please be advised that we may have to be prepared, as I said this morning, for an impromptu meeting based on the timing of the market sale information. I don't know that we want to. I don't know. Now the board can. It's totally within your purview. But if you don't meet until after, somewhere in time around September 20th or after, so you can have the first set of financials on this fiscal year, fully done, that you may not want to delay that decision that long.
No, but we can do that on the phone.
Yeah. But don't forget, we got the cost study that we gotta have done in September, October.
Also, we need to make sure Mike's, whatever we're gonna do for his raise or whatever.
Yeah, because that's not.
And I think that should go through finance.
The way I did it last time was I made it,
Just my idea.
when I reported to when I gave the report to the legislative committee, I asked them for funding for Mike, and I asked for funding for the building study. And I had exact amount for the funding for the building study and an appropriate amount for
And I just said we don't want to forget that we,
raise.
you reminded us this morning, so we need to make
So
sure.
we gotta do it, gotta have it somewhere.
19th of September.
The what?
19th of September.
That works.
Wednesday?
19th of September.
I don't know. I'll find out.
I'm not sure.
I got something.
I've got some bloody wedding down there I can't miss.
I've got a wedding I'm supposed to be at, but I'm
When
gonna
the
miss it.
Lewis, the next
Oh.
Lewis heir is getting married.
You can't miss that.
I can't miss
What's
it.
the
My
19th
phone
of
tells me
September
that's
is what day of the
Yom
week?
Kippur, in case anybody cares.
What's that?
The 18th is Yom Kippur.
It's a
isn't it?
Jewish
Oh, okay, yeah.
19th of Wednesday?
Yes, it
Just
is.
good, I'll be partway on the night of the 18th, so I got a meeting that.
I think that works for me.
All right, 19th September, unless there's something else shows up, meeting adjourned.
Thank you.
You wanna hit the
Just
button?
hit the
How was the
red
meeting?
button with the cursor.
What's that?
The cursor.